Good morning. Welcome back in this amazing and marvelous venue. Coming here, it's really breathtaking. This beauty, this mix between history, present, and the future, because seeing the Triumph market full of new proposals, of new initiatives of sustainability. Nice to meet you. I am Mirta Merlino. I every day tell our country on the television, and for me it's an honor being here today to talk about this topic, which addresses the future of our children, of our future generations. The World Environment Day was established by the UN with one slogan: we have only one heart. So we need to keep that in mind, because we talk a lot about our homeland, but the only homeland we have is the planet where we live. So having this connection with nature, with our planet, and knowing that what we do has an impact on the world we live in, it's paramount. In these days, I have talked about this strategy, about 3 guys in Friuli were taken out by the flood of the river Natisone. That was a catastrophe. In just few minutes, a river started this flood, and these 3 young guys were taken away by water. So these are really daily signs that remind us how urgent it is to take care about environmental sustainability. That's why I'm really happy to be here. Please keep in mind that you are sitting on recyclable paperboard. I also have my chair in recyclable paperboard. I would like to call here on stage the first protagonists of today's meeting, of the meeting of this morning, for the first topic, which is a fully integrated, interconnected and digitized energy market. It seems quite a complex topic. Also here, it is something that refers to all of us. I would like to call here on stage Mario Antonio Scino, Head of Cabinet of the Ministry of the Environment. Welcome. Maurizio Grassi, Chief Growth Officer of Sonedix Worldwide. I have learned these days what Sonedix is, and I have to say that it is really interesting. So welcome. Marco Trash, President of Mix, Circular and Sustainable Made in Italy, an initiative which is really important, promoted by the Politecnico of Milan. And we also have Fabrizio Iaccarino, who is representing Enel, which is a company that we all know that gets to all of our eyes. When we switch light on, we think about Enel. Please take a seat. So, talking about environment, we always run the risk of talking too much and doing too little. So the most important thing is trying to talk about practical things. Also, thanks to your experience, your best practices. So what we practically can do, because we are reading a lot of things, but then the practice is always a bit far from our words. And the world said that having the earth, not destroying it, is the best form of art that we can desire. So I would like to start from this idea, from this thought, and I would like to start with the representative of the Ministry of the Environment. So let's start from institutions and try to understand what is the task of government, in particular of the Ministry of Environment, for the transition towards an energy market which is digitized and modern. So I would like to ask you, what are the practical things that are happening right now? You have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here on the day of the World Environmental Day. So today is June the 5th, so we are at the right place at the right moment. What can we say? What concerns the textile, supply chain, fashion supply chain is a best practice, of course, what concerns circular economy, which is a topic that we are addressing closely as ministry. So besides the financing of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan that address both companies and university research, we are also present with this integration that lasts has been lasting for a couple of governments on the topic of energy. There is a technical problem. The audio is back. The last G7 that was carried out in Turin at the end of April was really a symbol of the importance of this integration. So tackling all together different topics that today cannot be tackled in a separate way. So when we talk about emissions, for example, the textile and fashion supply chain traditionally has always been mentioned among those that emit the most. So enterprises have started for a long time to be in line with the policies of decarbonization, also with the help and the support of the European Union and in particular of Italy. We have to say that last G7 in Veneria in Turin, with its document, was really a turning point. So also the presence of the G20 with the presidency of Brazil, of the African Union, we really marked a turning point on this topic. For example, for the development of a voluntary agenda on textile industry and fashion industry. There are also other topics, the energy topic, the decarbonization, on the definition of a deadline for the net zero, for the decarbonization, but also development of renewable energies, thanks to an energy mix. We have to say that today the different COPs that are carried out every year are really important. We will have COP29 in Azerbaijan in November, and more than being just a meeting between people who take care of environment, is a meeting point for different worlds, experts on climate, but also different supply chains. So as Italian government, we have a representative for the climate that follows all these topics. So we have this personality who helps the government what concerns the energy and climate policies. Of course, the G7 set the foundations to reach these objectives also during COP29. We said that after Glasgow, the European government stopped a bit, slow down a bit what concerns emissions, but we have to say that we started back improving and developing in that sense. Moreover, Italy is about to approve the so-called PNIEC, the Integrated National Plan on Climate and Energy, that is adopted every 5 years. And on June 30th, we will approve the 5 years plan. And of course, for our companies, for the different supply chains, it's important to understand what are the figures that the government is aiming at in terms of emissions, energy production. So we decided to go up to a model which is just based on electricity. So COVID-19, also the COVID-19 pandemic, taught us not to focus just on one energy source, but also to have feasible and reachable targets, because otherwise it is impossible to reach them, and setting targets which are not feasible, it's not something positive. We have to say that the European Commission has given a positive feedback to the draft of this so-called PNIEC that we have outlined last year. So we are focusing to approve a PNIEC with feasible and sustainable figures and data that we can fulfill in the next 5 years. So we are paying a lot of attention to research also on nuclear energy, nuclear power, because of course third generation nuclear power is not feasible anymore. Also concerning the results of the referendum that we had in Italy. But of course, other developments can be important to work a lot on that point, because of course energy is very much connected to production, and the bills are always higher. So we always think why raw materials cost always less, but the bills are always higher. Maybe we'll talk with my colleague also about that. But of course, energy policies are paramount also for that point of view, to favor and to avoid a decolonization of our companies, so that they keep and they stay in our national territory, going on producing, and also facilitate the presence of our industrial sites in our territory. We have also to admit that we paid a lot of attention about the social aspects in our national recovery plan, because of course the driver of sustainability should be economic, but also the social one. We can't forget the impact on the work environment. So we need to pay attention to the fact that the digital and energy transition happens in a positive also context between what happens in terms of employment and unemployment, also with the creation of new professions. So at this moment we are working on this PNIEC. We are also starting to work for the G20 in Brazil next October, and also COP29 in Azerbaijan next November. But we are also trying to work on emissions, so all the public, all the audience here will be also interested and addressed by these European regulation, because companies who don't have a positive balance in terms of emissions need to know what are the figures of the governments to buy these credits on the market. So also this provision will be really important for the different supply chain, the fashion supply chain included, of course. We also have different incentives that come from the CO2 bets, and we are trying to allocate a lot of resources of funds what concerns the emission policies to reduce emissions. I hope that I was able to give you an overview, to provide you with an overview of our activity. Yes, of course, that was a really interesting overview, because of course when we talk about sustainability we can't forget that we are talking of a really broad context and scenario. So aligning our objectives from the environment point of view, but also the needs of producing parties, we also need to consider final consumers, so costs, but also the work environment. For example, all the debate about e-cars. So any change also has side effects that need to be considered. So having a comprehensive overview to understand all the different needs, to find the balance, is of course the task of the government, and in particular the Ministry of Environment. We were talking about expensive bill, but of course, when we talk about Enel, we cannot just talk about bills, because Enel is a real giant of energy. When I was young, my father when we didn't switch off lights, asked us if we were having a share on Enel. So Enel is a part of our daily life, but actually today it's a world group present in more than 10 countries. Well, actually 29. Well, how millions of clients do you have? I think more than 40,000 million clients all over the world. So of course, later on we will also have a panel on Made in Italy. We can say that Enel is one of the best and one of the most important companies of Italy. Of course, we also have to say that you operate in a really complex market. For example, what concerns energy security, we experience that how fragile the balance of energy security is. So my question is, what's the development of the energy market and how we can get to a positive model without paying too much the cost? That's an amazing question. Thank you and good morning, everyone. Well, we have to say that during the last years, we opened our eyes. We understood some basics of the energy market in Italy. First of all, we understood that we have a non-balanced mix. So we produce almost everything from electricity with gas. So there is the problem also of energy dependence on those people from which we import gas. We didn't focus so much on renewable energies with a percentage around 20-25%. But also the shock on prices of energy, also based on these problems, for example, with gas. So to try to create a balance in this situation, of course, we can work in terms of security and on energy costs for all of us. So what's the path ahead? Of course, we need to promote more and to enhance the use of renewable energy. And of course, there are different activities in that sense, but the main actions are being carried out by all of us. We have a society in our group that manages the distribution network of electricity in our country. So it's the network that brings light to our houses, let's say. So this society, this company, connected 50,000 plants every year that were working with renewable energy. So in 3 years, we went from 50,000 per year to 360,000 per year of connections, of course. So that's a great challenge. It means that we need to invest a lot, and we are investing a lot as Enel Group. In these 3 years, 2024, 2026, we are investing just on networks 12 billions. But we also need more investments. Of course, this is another challenge because this money allocated need to be divided on the different parts. So we need a balance. So, for example, we should also promote investment on renewables, also from great consumers, for example, with long-term purchase agreement. That can be also an element to promote this production from renewable service, reducing the energy costs, also thanks to autoconsumption, and trying to create a better balance, a better harmony. So auto production are also solutions for citizens, but also a more a smarter way of using energy, but also, for example, electricity, the e-mobility, and other ways that we can use to improve, for example, heating or air conditioning in our houses. Of course, it's a long path, and we need to work as a team. And I have to admit that we are working really well with the government, but still there are problems because on the one hand, we are talking of 360,000 plants more per year on renewables, but on the other hand, of course, we see that we have regional laws that create limit, and these information are every day in the news. Of course, we need to think about that. So we need to open a debate on that because accepting all these great renewable plans bring us to a broader debate in terms of the acceptance, for example, of a new landscape to opt for a really sustainable approach also on local realities, on local scenarios when we propose such plans. We are doing that. I think that we have really interesting programs in terms of listening to the territories and development of tools to make the citizens of a specific municipality aware of the benefits, for example, the advantages of having a plant of renewable energies. So that's a strategy. Yes, we would like to say it is a proactive strategy to facilitate all of that. Of course, to do that, as I was saying, we need to work as a team. We need simplified regulations, and I have to say that the government is working in that sense. We need a sustainable approach also from producers. Of course, we can't forget that the transition, as Antonio Scino said, is not something easy. So where we are closing carbon plants, and we are doing that, the two last annual plants will close in 2025. They are, for example, in Sardinia. But this is a challenge because carbon plants are, of course, polluting. There are more sustainable solutions, but they are great industrial plants that give give employment to many, many people. So having a sustainable approach also means not only taking care of our colleagues, but also of the employment with reskilling and upskilling programs to learn people new jobs, but also working in the approach of circular economy, also to give a new future to these plans. So it's a really dynamic moment in our sector with a lot of challenges, but we are present as the Enel Group, and I think that with the teamwork and with a good approach, it is possible to face all the challenges. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that the definition of a long path away, not easy, it's a really proper definition. I would like to talk to Maurizio Grassi, Chief Growth Officer of Sonnedix. So I've studied a bit about Sonnedix. You are a producer of renewable energy with a lot of plants in more than 10 countries. And if I'm not wrong, you are the 6th player of renewables in Europe. Aren't you? Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and good morning, everyone. Yes, we are one of the main producers. I would like to say that we are the 3rd solar operator in Italy. Of course, before us, we have my neighbor here, who have quite a longer history than us. We work in 10 countries, mainly Chile, Japan, North America, and Europe. We started in Italy back in 2010. We have 87 people working in at our headquarters and throughout the country. We have different plants that are being built in our territory. I'm sorry that I oblige you to use English terminology, but my title is in English as I am based in the US, because this is an American company. But I would like to start from something that my colleagues said. So we work with Enel. Last operation we carried out in Chile, we bought some plants that were built by Enel, and then we are selling renewable energy to Enel. So the teamwork that my colleague has mentioned is just an approach to the country system that we all need to have. I would like to highlight what my colleague said, because saying that Enel today is producing 1,000 plants per day, it means that it creates employment for many, many people that 10 years ago had another job. So the refurbishing of carbon plants just means reskilling the working skills and the entrepreneurial skills of our country. So we shouldn't be afraid. That's a complex, a long path. Of course, I don't remember the word you mentioned, but that's a feasible path. Italy today is one of the main players in Italy what concerns renewable energy. For example, we have listened to the initiatives of our institutions, all the different normative steps that are being debated. What concerns producers, of course, it is needed that also small producers and citizens to have legal framework that are really clear, but also get guidelines that can tell us the path, the direction we are heading to, because of course difficulties just increase the costs of our system. To us it's really easy to understand what are the possibilities in the territory, as we are really present on our country. It is important for us to talk with local entrepreneurs. In Italy, we have 1.4 gigawatt of plants and development, and of this one, out of this 1.4 gigawatt, one is based on agrivoltaic plants. So the idea is having an integrated system that allowed our population to work in the best way possible. So renewable energy that we have discovered recently, but actually from the normative point of view, we have started many years ago. It's a development that we have accepted in our daily life. Talking about the best use of territories, it's something that our grandparents were saying, but that was just a concept, an idea that was implemented in agriculture. Now we are expanding that idea. So what can we do? We, as producers, we can put at your disposal our competencies and background experiences. For example, working in 29 countries, Enel has lived experiences that can bring as an added value in our system in Italy also, showing to the different operators what are the different options that are used in our countries, because experience is also looking at what our neighbors are doing. What concerns the normative framework, we need to have clear guidelines, as I said. My colleagues mentioned some limits, some obstacles. Maybe it's not the best word possible, but of course we have some difficulties. Sometimes we don't have a consistency, so having a consistent legal framework helps to develop in a sustainable way the renewable sources. And facilitating the development doesn't mean just to improve the way we work or to have more income for us. It also means reducing the cost of bills, which doesn't only depend on Enel, of course, but today a shared information of the reduction of prices that took place in other countries, such as Spain and Germany, thanks to the development of renewable energy. Just to also mention nuclear power, of course, we cannot have a really strong approach. We started with solar, then we moved on to the wind energy. So having an energy mix is something necessary. So we need that. Of course, it is the task of operators and the authorities to define the correct balance between this energy mix. So a shared approach with the system is the only successful approach. So policymakers, with their activities, allow operators to have clear ideas on what they have to do. Operators need to do their best to allow the system to have energy prices that are competitive. Only in this way we can create a positive loop, a positive trend, also using our territory, because we are one of the countries that can use the most the solar energy. So why shouldn't we use it? Okay, thank you. I would like to call here on stage Roberta Angiolilli, Vice President of Lazio Region. You also have here your chair for you. we have a better chair. We women have a better chair. So in the world of sustainability, we have armchairs and men have just simple chairs. I like it. So good morning. Oh, wait, we have a video of Sonedix, so we can show it to explain what you have just said. Okay, so let's start with the video.
Allora,
So, just tell us something more, because see, these panels are a bit complicated to be fully understood. You just watched a video of showing a plant that we are now about to implement, to use after receiving the proper authorization. It works on energy and carbon. It's a partnership with some local stakeholders, some kinds of partnerships we have since 2017, and we have this idea of using the territory as a whole while producing energy in Sicily, where we have a great situation according to the raw materials, of course, and where the land allows us to crop and to harvest cotton, and where we already have interesting productions of cotton. So our partner has kickstarted several initiatives, not just for the apparel sector. And yesterday we've seen this marvelous event. Yesterday it is a catwalk of renewable clothes. It was really marvelous. And we are still working on the production of paper made of cotton. So it's a high-quality production. But from our perspective, this is also a way for pushing the growth of agrivoltaic in other countries. The situation is different, of course. In some other realities, we entrust the production to local realities and to people, for example, breeding sheep, where they are our stakeholders, for example. Of course, in some countries, we have to face some geographical or environmental challenges. Of course, it's not that easy, but we can do that. Definitely. So why not? So thank you so much for giving us this concrete example. I would like now to shift to Marco Tash, President of MAKES, Sustainable and Circular Made in Italy, professor of the Milano Polytechnic University. I was really interested in this idea of MAKES, combining together public and private, different sectors of research in the apparel, furnishing, automation, and all these things. Can you tell us something more? Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be here with you. Well, we are born from a request coming from the Ministry of University aiming at making our research on made in Italy and production. Then we work on automation, furnishing and apparel sectors, combining them all together among different sectors, of course, and all the downstream activities, so all the sectors which are connected to these three main sectors. We're talking about 52% of the Italian GDP, so we're talking about most of the jobs which are present in Italy. Now we are talking about a great percentage in terms of investments. So keeping the competitiveness on these three sectors is extremely crucial for our country, of course, because also, see, the export is strongly affected by these numbers and these figures, of course. So what do we do? Well, we do our research as our innovation, of course, on some important issues. First, sustainability meant as energy, first of all, meant as reduction of energy consumption, reduction of water waste, better improvement and better usage of the environment around us. So since we are here today for talking about sustainability in the apparel and the fashion world, it's all about whatever we've seen and we've said so far. This is what we do in the field of research and innovation. First of all, by working on the way the products are designed, products for the future, by resorting to the use of digital technologies, we can support digitalization in a faster way, in an easier way, and also to find new solutions, making projects in a sustainable manner. Well, when we speak about sustainability, the social and the environmental impact in terms of water and energy consumptions is generated when I produce something, but the decision of those results is taken during the planning of the product. So 70% of the environmental impact on a garment, for example, is decided when that garment is designed, when it is planned and produced also. And when you have created it, it's already too late. When you have decided to deliver to the logistical chain, you have decided to deliver the garment, is already too late. Then we have to work on new materials, of course. It's an extremely crucial thing. So we need to work on chemical aspects, of course. We have to work with those sitting in the labs, thinking about these new solutions, of course. Then it comes to the industries. Italian Made in Italy is made of Italian industries, industries which are not just located in Italy, but also industries which are partners for the Italian players, of course. So we have to rethink the logistics, since the provisioning of and the supply of raw materials. And now we've seen just a field of cotton in this video, of course. But we also need to process that cotton. We need to transform it into a fabric. We have to distribute it, to stock it. So there's a full logistical chain which has to be rethought. And we also have to rethink the business models in a way. So today we have to think about this exactly. So today's consumer, tomorrow's consumer, is a consumer belonging to the Z generation, and tomorrow it will belong to Alpha generation. So for the first time, we will have 5 generations that are present on the market as users, just like me, for example, belonging to the Boomer generation, X, Y, Z, and Alpha generation. So there's a big gap among these generations, of course, in terms of choices of products, ways of consuming, and ways of approaching the market. A company that is willing to stay on the market, in the fashion market, cannot segment its offer of products, of services on these 5 different generations. This is a great challenge ahead. Because I was born, for example, in a physical world. I was used to play with the ball, with the football players' cards. Then I had to digitize myself when I was turning 16, 17 years old. I bought the Commodore 64. It was a really old model of PC. then I made a kind of a transition from physical world to digital world. But if we catch, for example, the alpha generation, their perspective is totally different. They are people who are born in a digital world already. They're born with an iPad, with the iPhone in their hands. I don't know what to exaggerate really, but it's like that. Then they approach the physical world in a different manner, of course, and at a later stage. So their world is a digital world. Then physical world is just a continuation of the digital world. This reflects on their purchases, on their choices when they go and buy something, when they go and buy products like apparel products and furnishing and other things like that. Another consideration is that these youth, these young people, these consumers, let's say, are a bit different. We are talking about sustainability, of course, and these people are fully aware about sustainability, and their awareness starts from the kindergarten, fortunately, I have to say, because these things are taught to these people, and these things are taught in a perfect way, in a really regulated manner, and in a measurable way also. I had the chance to talk with some of these people, and when they speak about sustainability, they speak about that in a bucolic manner, in a kind of romantic way. Maybe someone is disagreeing with me. They are approaching these issues not in the Greta Thunberg style, but they speak about these issues in a very well-measured manner. They seek for data and numbers. They make aware choices. They take care for nutritional tables, and they search for information for labels. They are aware about the carbon footprint, the environmental footprint. Last night, when we heard about the environmental footprint of those clothes on the catwalk, I said, okay, I said myself, wow, that's wonderful, because this is exactly what consumers want to know. So sustainability is an extremely important matter also for this generation. When it comes to the digitization, combining made in Italy economy, sustainable and circular economy, should be also joined by digital world, because the digital world and sustainability go hand in hand. We cannot think of being sustainable without measuring everything. Measuring means turning digital, having data, and having all the sector under control in order to make it transparent and clear. So this makes this challenge a bit harder. So it's a mix of 450 researchers in 12 Italian universities working in 13 enterprises in these sectors, which I mentioned before, where we have also other researchers, of course, those are making innovations in this sector. About 852 people working in order to build up the Made in Italy of the future. I'm not talking about beauty, not talking about design, because, of course, we give for granted these things, but talking about innovation, research, technology, because this is the way forward for the Italian Made in Italy. Thank you so much. That's true. 5 generations of consumers, all split in 5 different groups. Well, this is extremely interesting to be considered. I would like to conclude with Roberta Angelillo by understanding what is Lazio region doing in order to get ready for the future. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. Thanks to the organizers of this great event. Thanks to Valeria Mangani. This place is amazing, definitely. So it's really breathtaking. It's a wonderful place for sharing insights, ideas, and projects. Latium region is obviously in the forefront in this change, of course, also because we are really motivated, we're strongly motivated in following the guidelines of the EU, of course, both for the 21-27 planning for European funds and recovery and resiliency plan, aiming at 2 main goals. So the 2 main keywords are sustainability and innovation, indeed. And from these 2 words, we have a series of other words, of course. We speak about innovation, so research, sustainability has a lot of other meanings and implications, of course. But these are our two guiding stars. And the funds available are so many, I have to say. We have to support the territory. We have to support companies and enterprises and families, of course, in facing this revolution. It's a real revolution. It's a revolution that we want to face, but it's not something which is imposed on our lives. It should be meant as our aware choice, an important choice that we're making, because in a way, altogether, we can face this challenge. It's a revolutionary challenge. It's a new challenge, because sustainability also means complying with the environmental rules. Sustainability also means preserving and saving our natural resources, our natural environment as well, nature as it is, of course. So nature is fundamental and crucial for humankind, of course. So using an aware use of resources doesn't mean giving up progress, doesn't mean giving up the production, or it doesn't mean that enterprises should take a step back. It doesn't really mean going back in time. It's the opposite, really. It indeed means adopting a challenging approach based on innovation, research, and aware use of nature, the aware use of energy sources, also the use of space, let's say. So it's a different approach. It's a new paradigm. This is why I was talking about revolution, but again, it's not an evolution, a devolution, or going back in time. It's not about the sacrifice. It's not about renouncing or giving up. It's not being adapted to another different situation, but changing the path ahead. And as Italians, we are a bit favored, because if we think back to the Renaissance, and the day of Made in Italy falls within the birthday of Leonardo da Vinci. Well, if we think back to the Renaissance period and we think of Leonardo da Vinci, for example, we have it all. We have the beauty, we have art, innovation, the wisdom, and we have a lot of other things which I cannot really list here as a whole. They are part of our DNA. And technology is traditionally something that always characterized us as a country ever since in the world and ever since. So we have to restart from this point. I said we have a lot of resources. Latium region in a short while, next month, means we'll launch a series of tenders. So we will start by 100 million euros in order to support enterprises in their sustainability processes and in the innovation processes, in order to make them more competitive, because our enterprises must stay competitive. So new goals within the competitiveness, of course. I would like to conclude now by saying that we also have, besides a lot of resources, we also have extraordinary resources, great occasions for showcasing our beauties. So on next September, Latium region will hold a great event on sustainability, an international event. And in 2025, we will have Osaka, which will also be a great occasion for having international meetings, a great chance for Italy. And going back to fashion, fashion has to match together sustainability, innovation, technology, research. And fashion is Italy. Italy is fashion. And we also have to search for the proper way of interpreting this change. And also the last evening fashion show showed us that we do not have to give up whatever is a beauty in order to be innovative for saving resources. Or let me say, saving is not that good as a word. Maybe use resources in a aware way, knowing that there are alternative resources opposite to the traditional resources, which are still competitive and which can open up the gates to the future to all of us. Thank you so much. It's extremely interesting to listen to the government and the region views and opinions, so the double institutional views. Do you want to add something else? I don't want to take too much time, but still, the several generations indicated by the professor are just a constitutional reality. Article 9 of the Constitution of 41 regards ecosystems and biodiversity, also in the wake of protecting future generation, which is an amendment to the modification. So in 2022, we have to apply it. Article 21, which safeguards economic freedom, goes back to and refers to these values. The environmental code that we have implemented sees also the involvement of several associations. So we would really welcome if these partners present here would like to exchange views with us, and also talking about the consumers' responsibilities, CAM, and all the other things. And as to the last thing that you said, we are now discussing, and I was doing exactly that with my phone, sorry for bothering you. We are discussing about the fact that Italy is a geographical map that still is missing some points where we can really install properly the renewable energy processing plants, and without this certainty, these targets about energy security are unreachable. So there's a struggle that we are now facing along with the region must be approached in a proper manner, so that the economic players in the future are not in the position of saying I have to leave Italy in order to work properly. So thank you so much. We started from the energy market, and we mentioned many times the producers, the enterprises, the made in Italy world. So I would like to thank all our panelists, of course, and I would like to call here on the stage the next speakers. Thank you so much.
Allora, signori.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are having a short break because our morning is really dense of speakers and engagements. So please take your seats so that we can go on with this panel on Made in Italy and drawback, the budget law, in order to enhance Made in Italy. Please take your seats so that we can start again. This panel is extremely interesting and sounds extremely interesting because the fashion world that we all love, which is the great ambassador of Made in Italy worldwide, because if everybody knows that, know us, sorry, and love us all over the world, is just thanks to our fashion, which is a winner worldwide, which is loved and beloved by everyone in every corner of the world. Carlo Cipolla, historian, said that Italy is a place where we are always ready to produce things which are loved all over the world. So this is still valid, of course, because we have a lot of local realities based on histories, traditions that are proud all over the world, and they are the magic of Italian hands, Italian minds, and you all represent also this wisdom, making us winners on the international markets. Also, today we will also be joined by Minister Adolfo Urso, who changed the name of his ministry into Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy, because he was really focused on this idea of the Made in Italy concept, of course. And he also promoted this budget law on Made in Italy. This bill, sorry. So I'm here with Federico Marchetti, a marvelous person. He's also chairman of the fashion task force founded by King Charles III, who is the most sensitive king worldwide when it comes to environment and sustainability. And the king called him to guide this task force founded directly by His Majesty the King. Then I will shift to Bartolomeo Rongone, CEO of Bottega Veneta. Goes without saying that we all know Bottega Veneta, which is our proud, again, James Ferragamo, whose surname really showcases a great family tradition, of course, talking about grandfather, right? He was a visionary, really, who reinvented a new world, a new style. As the Chief Transformation and Sustainability Officer of Ferragamo, and Fedele Usai, General Manager of Dolce & Gabbana. If we have an Italian brand which is beloved by all the VIP worldwide, really is exactly Dolce & Gabbana. So we have the main players of this marvelous history of our Made in Italy. And I also found out by reading and studying for this meeting, of course, that fashion is indeed polluting, and how much is needed in the fashion world, a deeper work in order to make all our beauties, our excellencies, of course, all these things that we see on the catwalks, and every chance we have to approach these marvelous operas, of course, we should really consider if all these things are really compatible with the world we live in. So let's start to talk about this Sustainable Fashion Innovation Society, which is really focused on this matter in order to solve them and propose the solutions, of course. I would like to start by Federico Marchetti, a technological entrepreneur and pioneer of sustainable fashion. He founded YOOX, Net-a-Porter group. So he was a pioneer in this sector. And I think in the last year, he really made a lot of things for the sake of sustainability, guiding also this task force funded by King Charles III regarding fashion and sustainability. So for what I understood from our conversations, you have already made a lot of concrete projects and things, among which the digital passport for garments, for clothes. So going back to the matter of Z generation and alpha generations, well, there's a moment where we will enter a shop, we will come closer to a garment, and we will be able, just using our smartphone, how it was produced, how much energy was consumed, and all these things. That's marvelous, isn't it? That's right. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I invented YOOX in 1999. It's really a lot of time ago. And no Instagram, no smartphones were there. And I was really the pioneer in this, maybe. That's for sure. And when I sold out my company, my enterprise in 2018, I said to myself, what do you want to do now? I was just 49 years old. And I realized that I just had dedicated a lot of my time, unawareness maybe, to sustainability. I really realized that I have always been working on sustainability because YOOX was starting on the previous collections, and it was already based on a circular concept. So increasing the lifespan of our products. Now it's called sustainability, but at the time I was unaware about this word. So in 2008, I launched this Yoxigen project. Then I bought Net-a-Porter. The British people were lagging behind when it came to sustainability. Then I brought sustainability also back to England, to the UK. And then I started to experiment our digital passport with our private label. So this digital passport stems from a simple idea with our technological group, our development group, and with our, of course, 1,000 engineers and other scientists. I'm talking about a technological enterprise, of course, in order to empower the consumers, the final consumers, of course, in getting much more information. because information are everything. Without information, we cannot make our choices. So in reality, I was thinking something totally different with a bit of marketing. I was imagining that the designers would have come up with an hologram, for example, like in the Star Wars, when they appear from out of the bloom, let's say, like a robo, but still. It's my project dating back to 2017. When I sold out UX Net-a-Porter, I said, okay, that's right, perfect. But now this digital passport that I've already tested from the consumer's point of view should be also launched for the members of the task force I'm actually guiding, was founder is the king of the United Kingdom. In 2021, he told me to set up this task force. I joined a mixed group, Arabs, Americans, Italians, British people. We have a big group. Sorry, why did he pick up you and not a British lord, maybe? How comes? Well, thank you for the question. You're right. You could say, how comes that a technological startup is really dealing with the king of the United Kingdom? I can understand your curiosity. Still, I'm asking myself why and how it happened. But still, jokes aside, by UX Net-a-Porter, I invented a project which was called Modern Artisan, putting together our craftsmanship with technology, combining both things. And I launched that idea, presenting it to the king of the United Kingdom, and he said, okay, I love it. And we immediately started to work on that. It was a great success. With all the money going back to the association for the training of Scottish guys. And imagine maybe in that very moment that I was a good guy and I was doing my job well. So I was impressed maybe by that, because in 2 weeks on all our websites, we were able to sell this collection made by Italian and Scottish guys. Fully sustainable and based on data, and all the data provided by AI. I'm talking about 2018, be aware. So it was such a success that I have to say we sold out more than Prada, Gucci, and all the other brands. And we were really with open mouth, staring with open mouth at these figures. And maybe he thought, maybe this guy is a good guy and he can do great things, or maybe he can speed up through his experience as a technological startup, something new. You can bring something new to this market, to our market. So in 2021, I set up this task force involving Armani, Cucinelli, Chloé, Burberry, and all the other brands. And I launched this idea of the digital passport just before the European Union, because the European Union started to talk about that in 2022. But I started already before in 2018, like I told you. Everybody joined this project. We announced that in the G20 in Rome, the presence of King Charles III, and as a good entrepreneur, in order to reach to the end of this story. I love doing things. I love to do practical things because entrepreneurs do exactly that. Otherwise, they feel bored in a way. And actually, all the members have already launched the pilot phase. Some of them, for example, if you enter the Chloé Paris boutique, all the collection has already its own digital passport with the possibility of reselling the garments on another technological platform. So a lot of concrete and tangible things, because otherwise sustainability is just a word. It doesn't belong to the future. It belongs to our days, to our present.
Yes, of course, of course. If we will have time, I would like to ask you something more about other projects, because I know you have a lot of examples to make, and I really like them, I have to say, because I think that this is the real interesting thing of today's meeting, because we talked a lot, we heard many speeches, but telling practical experiences is the most useful thing. I would like now to address James Ferragamo, who is a member of a family that is a very important part of our Made in Italy. I remember, for example, my grandmother with the shoes and bags of Ferragamo. My mother also wore their garments. To my daughter, for her birthday, I bought a bag of Ferragamo. So it's part of this company. It's part of our DNA. So James, you are like a bridge between a long tradition of craftsmanship. So your grandfather, Salvatore, was a genius in shoes wear. But also you can link the future, so the storytelling of a fashion that is changing but also stays the same, which is the main key for our country, because we need to going on being ourselves, but also being able to work in a new world. So what are your projects now? Thank you, Mirta. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me being here with you. We all have grandmothers who have products of sustainability, and I think this is the very first example of sustainability. I still have daughters who are really young and go to their grandmother stealing her shoes or bags. So it's a circular process. Well, I think that today fashion has the objective to trying to be always more sustainable, but at the same time also an objective that is the one of going on, growing. So we need to understand how the supply chain can find a solution to this dilemma. This dilemma quite polarizing in terms of approach of trying to find solutions that allow us to solve these differences. Our company has always had this idea in our DNA. Our founder, my grandfather, was a person who needed, during the World War II, needed to find materials that were sustainable. Because, of course, leather, rubber, metals were all dedicated to the war sector. So he, for example, created shoes using cork or cellophane. So it was a material that then he processed in a really innovative way. So he was a person who was really creative. He didn't have any limitations who could block his growth. And this is something that is still part and present of our company today. And I think this is also the storytelling of our problems today. So we need to try to be at the same time innovative, but also sustainable, so environmental friendly. Maybe you can use my mic. We have the Ferragamo Museum in Florence, and if you haven't visited it, I really suggest you to go and visit it because it's incredible. You really perceive how innovating and creative was Salvatore was. Yes, I also thought about that when I met James, because when I visited the Ferragamo Museum in Florence and I perceived the really modern materials at the time of the Second World War, it was really a surprise to me. We have our minister, Adolfo Urso. Welcome and welcome. If you want to come to the stage, you have your armchair, but an armchair in recycled paperboard. Hi, welcome with us. So on this topic, so trying to going on with this collaboration that we can see in the museum, because in this moment we also have the exhibition dedicated to our founder, 1888-1960. It tells the story of this ability to make his dreams come true. And this was done thanks to a collaboration. So collaboration is our crucial part of our supply chain, and we call it transparency, accountability. And it is really important, both from the point of view of entrepreneurship, but also from the point of view of the social aspect, to guarantee that all the factors are included in the ability of producing products in a good way and in a transparent way. Professor Tisch also mentioned the product ID. Of course, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, when we meet them and we have different meetings at our premises, they are always fan of sustainability. For them, the product must be more sustainable than having other peculiarities. So this is also important in the developing stage of the project. Last but not least, with Kering, who founded the Fashion Pact, we are also part of this initiative with other 250 companies. Back in 2019, Marco Gobbetti started this initiative. He is one of the partners who follows all the initiatives, for example, also initiatives dedicated to luxury brands, to try to understand how we can improve both our footprint, which is the main effort, but also all the part dedicated to sustainability, circularity, and accountability in our supply chain. Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. I was looking at your shoe, I were glazing at your shoe. Are they recyclable? Amazing, amazing. Sorry. Adolfo, as we are here on stage with one of the most important leaders of the Italian fashion, if you agree, I will conclude with them and then you will draw conclusions. Yes, of course. So I would like to give the floor to Fedele Sao, General Manager of Dolce & Gabbana, who has been working for Dolce & Gabbana for a long time. He also has a long background in the world of marketing and communication that are the pillars of our Made in Italy. I would like to understand from you, of course, your experiences, your background. Dolce & Gabbana is a very famous brand, very connected to Italy, to our territory. I really perceive it as a brand that is intertwined with the flavors, the smells, the colors of the Italian territory. So I would like to understand what is the direction you're heading to. Thank you and good morning, everyone. Yes, Dolce & Gabbana is an authentically Italian brand, starting from its foundation. Because, of course, if we are talking about famous and successful brand, it means that we are talking about brands who tell story, as it happened, for example, with the grandfather of James, Ferragamo. Dolce & Gabbana is the story of two guys, one Sicilian who loves Milan and one from Milan who loves Sicily. That's the contradiction and the beauty of Italy. So we have Dolce & Gabbana, so they meet, they fall in love, and we have a love story first and also an entrepreneurship story of great success. This is a brand that, as you said, has received a lot of success. We are quite a young brand. This year we celebrate our 40th birthday. So in the fashion system, maybe we are not so old, but we did a lot. We also had the pleasure to have Minister Urso with us in Milan at Palazzo Reale during an exhibition that tells the passion that loves from craftsmanship, respect for the territory. So everything that is behind the designing of a garment. In particular, this brand has been appreciated by international stars that support us every day, but this is an important aspect that also has something in common with sustainability, because it is true that the new generations are really demanding on these topics, on the supply chain control, accountability, education also, which is another topic that we are all facing in this moment. So both internal education of our employees, but also pushed by the EU regulation, the education of the supply chain, because product responsibility, of course, is a responsibility of the brand. So we are talking really about educating the whole supply chain, which is the Italian richness, actually. So as I was saying, it is also important how we communicate, because all these stars with thousands of followers are asking something, they are requiring something. They do not want to make business with a brand who doesn't follow this kind of direction based on energy transition, decarbonization, that we mentioned also before, but also traceability, recycling, second-hand market, vintage market, all different aspects on which the world of fashion is working today. So Made in Italy is paramount, but sometimes I hear some definitions of Made in Italy that for us who directly operate on this sector, but we have also the chance to travel and meet different partners and operators. It's a bit peculiar, because Made in Italy is never when, of course, we have foreign people who would like to come and live in Italy, but we are talking about how one university professor from the US told me, who wouldn't like to live 1 hour as an Italian? And I was really impressed. And that's true. That's basically true, because it is how you live, the kind of your lifestyle that has to do with define the finishings, the supply chain, the fact that it was handmade, research, but also nutrition, the environment you're living in. This is Made in Italy, which is not a place, but a way of being, a lifestyle. And we are quite appreciated and invited all over the world. Sometimes I say that Italians are overrated. And it is true, because we are really widely acknowledged. Now we are in a transition phase, which is crucial. And of course, we need to combine tradition with innovation, but also we need to carry out and implement a sustainability transition that needs to be fast. But on the other hand, we need to look at our future. The new generations that are an important part of the consumption, but also of the entrepreneurial organization, because the new generation have something different compared to what we lived when we were young. These are generations who have higher skills than the previous generation. It has always been the opposite. Generally, it was grandfather or the father who was handing down skills and knowledge, but the new generations have more skills, more knowledge than the previous one. So today it is important not only to consider these generations as future consumers, but also listen to them. It is important because they are different from us. We need to listen to them, also internally in our enterprises, and I think it is something common, and I think that my colleagues can agree with me. They have different needs compared to ours, so they have different needs for lifestyle. They have a broader time dedicated to their private life, and we need to respect that. So they will be the engine of this change. And it is important, as I was saying before, also from the point of view of communication, to be able to change and give importance, intensity to everything we do. So telling stories that are really important. There are different ways of saying that say that, for example, chickens, when they lay eggs, they make a lot of noise, and that's why we only eat hens' eggs and not eggs of other animals. But of course, I think that we need to be really deep and not loud, actually. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like now to give the floor to Bartolomeo Rongone, who I was mentioning, and telling us a brand that was born from the heart and hands. Of course, because in Dolce & Gabbana, everything was born from a love story, so it's an added magic. If we have a brand that, according to my opinion, represents the magic of Italian hands, we are talking about Bottega Veneta, because I am really in love with their style. But it is really the symbol of how Italian craftsmanship can become a worldwide brand, never losing the relationship with the territory. Also here, the question is, what are the activities you're carrying out? Also because you are part now of a great group, but you still are Italian, and you think about sustainability in our territory. Good morning. And thank you also for the previous speeches. I am always really fascinated on how the fashion world has different ideas, also when talking about the same topics. I am standing here because today we have the minister here, so I would like to close my intervention with a bit small call of action. I would like to talk to you about the example of this brand, Bottega Veneta, and I am the CEO I have been a CEO from 2019. So I would like to start with a small video, a short video.
Grazie.
Thank you. So I would like to start by saying that we don't have excellency without sustainability, as also my colleagues have already said. And I'm not talking about just environmental sustainable, but also the safeguard of our cultural heritage and people and our economic skills. So being part of the Caring Group, Bottega Veneta embraces his philosophy and the one of the CEO, who have been working on sustainability for more than 15 years. Starting from 1966, the products of Bottega Veneta are designed to be durable and to be handed down from generations to generations, with a rigorous approach to quality, adapting a culture based on the concept of value and not of volume. Bottega Veneta has always been focused on a responsible growth and is committed to preserve the craftsmanship heritage. As in the best Italian masterpiece, to this excellent quality, we also have an exclusive design that goes beyond the seasonality of collections and leverages on the extraordinary quality. Not only being able to do something, but being able to dream, drafting, designing, painting, melting the final product with the life of those who realize that product. Every object is unique and celebrate the three letters of the prefix art in the word artisanal. This is what distinguishes Made in Italy from made in another part of the world. As other Italian excellencies, we have never given up this model. To us, artisanality, craftsmanship is the essence and the principle of everything we do. We are always paying attention to a right salary for our employees, to guaranteeing the best working conditions. We offer a garment generated by the collaboration of different actors with the utmost attention to details. That's why we can realize unique objects that are sold all over the world. In this context, the luxury price that is acknowledged to our products creates a return on the whole supply chain, implementing a positive loop of creation of value in terms of society. Companies need to create well-being, giving back value to the community to preserve its own territory, the region and the whole country. And that's why we are really proud to be part of a system that is growing with us and not for us. Bottega Veneta, as you know, is known worldwide for its no-logo philosophy, implemented by the iconic pattern of the intreccio that you have watched in the video. The processing times depend on the manual ability of every artisan and on the passion that each artisan is transmitting to any single item. That's why the time necessary for the creation of a product is longer. To us, luxury takes time. As you watched in the video, we count days and not hours to realize bags of Bottega Veneta. The durability of our products is also acknowledged by the service Iritograph, a service dedicated for some iconic bags with the aim of using them for a longer period and not replacing the product. This approach is always in line with the enhancing and valorization of people who have always been the pillar of our company culture. Success and work ethics go hand in hand, and they are the foundations of a philosophy that is the same for other Italian excellencies, and we have examples here. The myth of Italian excellencies needs to be promoted and enhanced. Bottega Veneta has been working with the initiative Bottega for Bottegas. Starting from 2021 in December every year, we offer our visibility of Bottega, renowned all over the world, to small shops of artisans to promote the creativity which is part of our DNA and of the Italian heritage. We strongly believe that preserving the Italian company culture means working on education. I think it is responsibility of big companies to work in the sharing of knowledge and skills and the enhancing of craftsmanship, whose importance and appeal are not always understood by young people, as we can understand from the gap between demand and offer of jobs in our industry. Bottega Veneta has been working also in education with its first leatherware school back in 2006, always proposing the concept, the idea of the Bottega of the Renaissance with a modern twist, where education and tradition are melted together. This year we have always opened our academy where our students can understand, thanks to our activities and laboratories. The program is based by the teachings of different artisans to combine creative experience and manual work. This initiative was really successful because today, in a globalized system, we have the strong need and the urgency to safeguard a local historical heritage of techniques, people, and models. This is why, after the creation of the World Made in Italy Day last April 15th, I think it's about time to take a step forward to focus on the fashion sector. I would like that the key actors could work together with the ministry, allocating resources for the creation of a museum of Italian fashion, witnessing and celebrating this precious, unique heritage. A school and a museum are centers of redistribution and sharing of knowledge. They are a place of thinking and cultural regeneration where our country can fulfill its needs, because it's our task, together with our state, to define and build our storytelling. So I wish that my call for action can be welcomed, because only with the contribution of everyone we can give birth to this project. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Well, actually, this is a call for action to the minister, who has a really full morning, so I would like to talk to him. Also, the name of your ministry, which is called of Enterprises and Made in Italy, it's the symbol of the importance of this sector. There are a lot of things you're working on, Minister.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry if I will just have a short speech, then I will have to leave, because today this is my fourth meeting since this morning. So I have started with a delegation of Federacciai with the siderurgical reality basis, at the basis of our industry. Then I met the banking system. Then I met a delegation working in the fair system with AFA, and now I'm here talking about sustainability in the Italian fashion. And by this morning, I also have fixed two other meetings, one with a Federvini and another in Palazzo Chigi. This is my morning, then I will have my afternoon, my evening. So sorry for being here with you just for a short while. I would like to start by telling you what we've done so far at our ministry towards the implementation in our country of increasingly sustainable economy, being proud of Italian made in Italy production, of course, made in Italy that shall be, like we were used to say, even 20 years ago when I was in another duty, of course, is about a well-done and good product. And this is exactly what we started to do while making this product a really good product, an excellent product, known worldwide. The well-known good product is also to be sustainable today, and this is the new challenge ahead. Sustainable from the environmental perspective, first of all. Sustainable also from the social perspective, and also from the economic perspective, of course, because environmental sustainability is based on social and economic sustainability, of course. Otherwise, it's impossible to consider it as a real sustainability. It could not resist on the market, on the global market, otherwise. Sustainable on the environmental, social, and economic levels. And in order to do that, we set up the legal framework on Made in Italy, which was issued on the official journal on the 27th of December last year, covering different fields, from the financial support, the strategic funds for Made in Italy, the counteracting or counterfeiting, training of professionals through the Academy, Made in Italy Academy, which is now recording so well, and which refers back to this law which was approved on last December. So the families were able to enroll their guys, their young sons and daughters already in January in these academies. And the first courses, training courses, professional courses, of course, within these high schools for Made in Italy will be activated in the school year 24-25 during next fall-winter season. Then obviously I hope they will grow furthermore in the future in order to train the proper professionals, which are much required by Italian enterprises and the fashion enterprises, of course. In this legal framework, we also have sectorial initiatives, among which that on natural fibers for the fashion sector, because we really believe that we can develop, as we've seen in last night's fashion show, we can use natural fibers, characterizing, of course, the activity of our excellencies. At the same time, we have created the biggest plan supporting the green technologies, the biggest in the history of this country, through the Transition Plan 5.0, which is not just a reshaping of Industry 4.0. There's indeed a big difference from two perspectives mainly. And so the challenge was extremely difficult. Industry 4.0 was rightly aiming at digital innovation and the enterprises. Transition 5.0 conjugate together these two transitions, and no other European plan is so complex and complete like this one. So Transition 5.0 conjugate together these two transitions, the digital transition and, of course, Industry 4.0, and at the same time, ecological transition through the energy efficiency and the use of green energies for energy consumption, for industrial consumptions. These two things go hand in hand, the digital side and the green innovation side. At the same time, being aware that we have also to take care about competencies compared to Industry 4.0, we also have envisaged the possibility of using the resources of Transition 5.0 also to train professionals in these fields, because 10% of the resources can be set for training professionals within the enterprise in order to better use digital technologies and green technologies. So an extremely engaging plan going towards the right direction, accompanying the Italian enterprises in the double challenge represented by the digital and the green aspects, while training the proper professionals. 13 billion euros, 6.4 in the digital innovation and the 6.3 in green innovation, plus 20 million for small and medium enterprises. So 13 billion and something more. 24-25. This is the interesting period. So it was a bit complicated plan. We had experienced some parliamentary amendments, and furthermore, we also wanted to include among the enterprises that can resort to Transition 5.0 some Italian, made in Italy industries that with the previous format would have been excluded. Now we can include all of them. I'm talking about ceramics, glass industry, siderurgical industry, and all these things. Now, we've defined this plan, which I presented to President of Confindustria, talking about its schedule, its timings, including all the Made in Italy sectors, and also allowing them to fully use the new green technologies for industrial consumption, for energy efficiency, and the reduction of energy consumptions also. This is extremely interesting, particularly important, and it's extremely important to also mention the bill we have introduced regarding the way we will arrange our cooperation with all the associations that will have to comply with our rules according to the geographical indication registrations, mainly regarding the textile, leather, shoe, and other sectors, craft shape sector also. And just like it happened during the last 20 years with geographical indication meant for enogastronomical products, allowing us to have peculiar products like prosciutto di Parma, Parma ham, and other products, well, renowned all over the world. Same will happen because this will be envisaged by this regulation that will be shortly implemented, and this draft bill will allow us having the resources for mapping and assistance. So in the forthcoming years, we will be able to record in Europe and through bilateral agreements in other countries all over the world the geographical indications for whatever concerns crafts, handmade products and products from the textile sector and all the other sector related to it. Because Italy is the place where we do produce, and made in Italy is what we produce and where we do produce. And in the fashion world, you were a right example of all this. I remember when in 2001, I was representing our country in a ministerial meeting on trade in Doha, Qatar. Just a short while after the Twin Towers terrorist attack, then we met in Qatar in order to involve officially also the governance of China and of China's economy. A lot of ministers of that times told me, well, at this very moment, it's useless being stubborn and produce whatever people need and do it in this part of the world. It is better to produce that in Asia, China, and other things, and then import it into our countries. Then they dismantled their production plants for producing whatever regards people, so foods, apparels, and furnishing. We didn't do that. We didn't follow them. We decided to insist on our position, and nowadays, the most beautiful things in the world are Italian. I'm talking about food. I'm talking about, of course, clothes, shoes made in Italy, of course, Italian makeup or Italian furnishing, Italian design. Those products, excellent products, are made in Italy. And even those who acquired Italian companies, having many more companies in developing marketing and finance, indeed forced to produce in Italy in the end, because excellency is produced just in Italy. It's a creative art which is born in a place where for millennia we have seen the development of this ability of working on beauty. I perfectly remember when in 1994, the U.S. Department sent a specialist to Italy in order to understand what really happened. He was sent from a special observatory. He met me and others. He came many times in order to understand what happened in Italy. Then he sent me a card, which is an emblematic one, and it wrote me what really impressed me in Italy is that even the humblest person in Italy loves the beauty and has this aesthetic sense, because this sense of beauty is born rightly here. It was born here millennia ago. In order to do that, we really wanted to map and detect the way forward for the enterprises starting from the deglobalization era, while detecting in the Vitruvian Man the symbol of Italian made in Italy and of that national day that will be held every year, because it's set by law, of course, because the Vitruvian Man shows the ability of conjugating together identity and innovation. Leonardo was a great artist, sculptor, a writer, man of high culture, and a scientist as well. He was an innovator able to produce and imagine machines that were produced years after. And this ability of putting together, matching together identity. So the result of a territory, like those identified by the geographical indications produced specifically in that territory under those specific circumstances, with the idea of identity. At the same time, we know that everything is to be innovated in a way, and this is the main ability and skill of Italian enterprises. This is why we keep on working on technology and design, and combine together the two things, namely identity and innovation, while working on the true development of our production and the development of Made in Italy all over the world. This is why in the very first part of government, 1 year and a half, we made a lot of things. This legal framework on Made in Italy, the Day of Made in Italy, the High School of Made in Italy, the fight against counterfeiting and illegal competition. This is why we've set up this Transition 5.0 plan, combining together green transition, digital transition, and training of professionals all together, something which was really appreciated by the Commission, so that the Commission gave us a lot of funds we didn't even expect, which allowed us to really shift some parts of the budget to the Italian enterprises part. I'm talking about 14 billion euros, out of which almost 10 billion euros to my ministry, which obtained more because it's the better performing as to the expenditure. And so it was a great result for us, of course, out of which 6.3 million plus 6.4 in the digital transition, and other great interesting amounts on the contracts made by enterprises in the field of digital technologies and producing green technologies and further development contracts up to over 2.5 million euros. Sorry. So this is just to show you that we are doing our best in order to make our production system an advanced system. This is why all the stakeholders involved in the production sector are called to support us in this work. I'm talking about all the sector, technological progress, of course, products, of course. Intelia, among the others, as one of the company that is interested by these initiatives. In the meantime, we've seen investments up to over 8 billion euro on microelectronics. Silicon Box, for example, ST Microelectronics, another French enterprise, another German enterprise. In total, we already have overcome 8 billion euros of investments on microelectronics. By the end of the year, we will reach 10 billion euros. And we are doing the same as to green technology, and we believe that we can do the same in other fields, so that our country will be the better performing country, not just in the use of digital resources and green technology, but also in the sustainability field, along with the production of digital technologies and green technologies, talking about microelectronics products and green technology products, because we are definitely at the core of development, and we would like to show the way ahead to other countries in order to do better. Thank you so much. I would like to conclude because I would like to give now space and time to Dolce & Gabbana, which is a brand I really love. I visited your headquarters, so then I understood that you are really the expression of a country. And in your exhibition, you really showcase this spirit. In every single hall of that exhibition, there's a unique product made as a result of a cultural and historical tradition which goes back to millennium ago. It's this summary of catwalks made in wonderful, marvelous places, Syracuse, Agrigento, the degraded headquarters in Naples, for example. So what I would like to say by saying this, those ideas can be made in such a unique way in the world because it is made in this country as the result of a millennial culture that see in us the representatives of the beauty all over the world. Yeah. Before saying goodbye to the minister, we would like to give this word before you really leave us. So let's start with the first prize to Dolce & Gabbana for a spectacular museum exhibition made in Milan that we hope will be also held all over the world. The exhibition will reach 8 countries all over the world, and it is experiencing a great success. So please come and see us, because it showcases Italy as the great wisdom of Mr. Dolce and Mr. Gabbana. And as the minister rightly said before, it also shows the desire of bringing this exhibition a showcase, really a proof of Italian beauties, not just all over the world, but also bringing it back to Italy. I had to say that the exhibition is extremely interesting because it gives you great feelings in each and every single hall, because it showcases not just products, it showcases a millennial history and tradition. It's the ideal place where that culture was born. And from my point of view, I can also do my best also in order to support you in the conclusion of this world, to, let's say, minister in the company, there's someone extremely important thinking the same as you. So I don't want to spoil anything, so I will stop me here. Okay. Second prize, Federico Marchetti, for being the entrepreneur that in fashion has digitized this world, becoming the first e-commerce UX pret-à-porter entrepreneur while changing the way of working. You missed it. You missed him. He was really grabbed by King Charles III, so we have to bring him back to Italy. Third prize, Salvatore Ferragamo. On his behalf, we have James Ferragamo, Chief Transformation Scientific Officer, also for their museum on the millennium and the century-old Maison. So I also seen their museum. Then we have Bottega Veneta for the Creativity and Craftsmanship Prize. We have Bartolomeo Rongone, CEO of Bottega Veneta World, for craftsmanship and the creativity. A wonderful project called Bottegas for Bottegas. Maybe it's a bit late for you, and you spoke about a lot of engagements, but really, don't you like this marvelous place with these marvelous people doing great things? It was a great morning, isn't it? This is the real beauty, doubtlessly. You're right. I have to say that I still remember with a lot of pleasure the period when I was working in the Italian trade agency, and I was promoting Italian made in Italy worldwide. And now we also have to guarantee the economic security of this continent, and we have to face the challenges ahead and to face the reality as it is, not for what we were meaning it or imagining it. And for doing that, we we have to guarantee the economic security of our country, which is the very basis of our growth. We will now also award the young innovators of Made in Italy. So Alia Venturi Quattrini, young female innovator of the Made in Italy prize for having introduced photovoltaic in the fashion industry, where fashion becomes sustainable energy for the planet. So I would like to invite you all to join the minister for a family photo all together with your prizes, with your awards, and also with me, okay?
Grazie a tutti, grazie.
Thank you. Thanks everybody. Minister Orso, we know that it was a tiring morning, but it was extremely important for us to have you here. It's not over, but have a nice day ahead. Okay, it was marvelous. I would have loved to spend hours here with you. And congratulations also to Alia Venturi Quattrini. Alia, congratulations.
Allora, signori,
So, guys, the break is over. Now we have to approach the next panel because it is an extremely interesting panel. So would suggest you to take your seats back so that we can restart our works.
Al microfono. Allora,
Please take your seats so that we can restart our discussions, our panels.
mandami di quelli a fare un po' di lavoro. Perché... Allora, il nostro prossimo panel si chiama...
Our next panel is called Fashion for Fragile Ecosystems, and it says a lot about what we are going to say, what we're going to talk about regarding the fact that fashion will have to face the issue of cohabiting with a fragile ecosystem, of course. I would like to call here on the stage Stefano Gatti, Director General of a Cooperation, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Welcome here. Please, can you take your seats kindly so that we can continue? Thank you so much. Alberto Piatti, Sustainable Development Advisor, Natural Resource Division of ENI. Giorgio Grusso, Project Coordinator, FAO Mountain Partnerships. Welcome. FAO is extremely active and proactive in this field, let me say. This is a panel talking about sustainable fashion, which is not just a trend, but indeed it is the future, because it really, in order to keep on making us dream, it has to stay sustainable. I'm talking about fashion, of course. There are some figures which impressed me when in talking about fashion. This is why we are talking about that now. Means that we consider fashion like wonderful top models, dresses and things like that. But behind that, there's a great economy producing also up until 15% of a global emission of CO2. It consumes a lot and it pollutes a lot. So the cooperation between our country and the FAO in order to find a new system and a new way for making fashion is extremely important. I will immediately now give the floor to Stefano Gatti, who is not just the Director General of Development Cooperation at the MOFA, but it's also Special Envoy for Food Security. So let's now start by saying why it is so important for fashion to consider also sustainability-related issues.
Grazie.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me also with the traffic of Rome. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by talking about Africa, if you agree with me. Because we don't just have Africa, but Africa is a very important continent. As you know, Italy has launched a plan for Africa, which is called Mattei Plan, but also we have a connection with the topic of sustainability and fashion. Africa is the youngest continent of the world. So I have carried out different missions in 8 African countries, and we will start again in July for other countries. And when you go to Africa, you meet a population whose average age is 19 years. As our average age is more or less 50 to 53, you can understand that the situation is quite different. That's why we are connected to the two topics of fashion and sustainability. For example, coming here, I was thinking about the opportunity I had in Cote d'Ivoire. I visited different projects that were carried out together with the Italian collaborations, also with ENI. In this case, it was a project also supported by ENI in schools of this country. So schools where you, of course, you meet people. These schools are not even similar to ours, of course. We can complain about others, but here we are talking about schools in which you don't have toilets, you don't have books, there are just children and amazing teachers. But a full lack of infrastructures, of course. And on the other hand, as you know, in schools, the most important thing is giving food to children, because of course, if you don't give them food, they will not come to school, and families will send them to do something more to get the food they need, actually. And I'm saying that because in this specific school, and it is really surprising and fascinating seeing all these happy children and adolescents and teenagers that were really happy to go to school. Maybe it doesn't happen so often here. And in that situation, I met this girl who started to study to become a fashion designer, a sustainable clothes designer, so using the materials that are present in the territory. So young people that even in the hardest situations can find a hope in creativity, of course. If it is the youngest continent in the world, it must be also the most creative continent in the world, just based on the factor of age. But it is really interesting to see how this girl with a couple of young girls and boys, they organize a catwalk, a fashion show of their productions in a classroom, basically. But the topic is young population, huge creativity, the will to be creative also in hard situations. So in this sense, Phygital for us, it's a really important event. It's really nice to be here together with FAO. We will talk also about some collaborations we have with them. So this is telling us that fashion can be a tool for international cooperation in different countries, but also that these countries have natural treasures, so they have plants, also traditional plants, from which they can get traditional fibers to produce garments. Of course, at a certain moment, they stopped to do that because they were, of course, taken by the Western fashion, but now they are restarting and going back to their creativity, a creativity which is based on their traditional art, also the colors, the patterns that they use, but also the idea of using plants, of using natural fabrics. Of course, some of plants are not known by us, but they have this. But of course, for example, cotton was taken to this country by Western colonizers, so they have their own plant, their own fibers, and it is really interesting to collaborate with them to understand how we can bring the skills of the Italian fashion system in those countries to help them to generate the typology of fashion, but also social and economic growth of these young boys and girls, which is connected to their tradition, so not imposing our culture, but trying to take the most of their culture. Then, of course, if in the meanwhile Italian designers want to use those patterns, those materials, it's something very good to take inspiration from, for example. So this is the main connection, in my opinion. Young people in Africa are really creative and interested in fashion. In Africa, there is this idea of recovering traditional cultures that sometimes were not present because the Western culture were imposed by colonizers. So it is also a fact that we are talking about a sustainable fashion, because when we use natural fibers, it means that we are sustainable. So this is my philosophy, but the message I would like to share with you is that this is a tool of cooperation, so a tool for growth, to help some countries to grow and also young people to grow. I will let also the FAO to explain the different projects of cooperation that we are carrying out. For example, there is an initiative that we are supporting, an initiative of FAO for the development, for example, of mountain population, all over the world. And we started different ideas, to develop different ideas and proposals to follow this path. So using creativity of young people, natural fabrics, natural plants of the territory. So this is the idea of the sustainable fashion, which is not present only in Italy, but can be also be transformed into a cooperation tool to facilitate the growth of a continent which is so important to us, that is Africa. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really like this idea of fashion as a cooperation tool. I had never thought about that, but I have to say that this is a really powerful idea and message, because it gathers everything: tradition, culture, the aesthetics of populations. I would like now to give the floor to Giorgio Grussu. Oh, Stella has come. Yes, please. You can come on stage. I would like to give the floor to Giorgio Grusso, project coordinator of the project FAO Mountain Partnership, because our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Oh, welcome, Stella. Really nice to meet you. Welcome. We will also listen to her, but first of all, I would like to hear something about the project of the FAO, also supported by our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I was really surprised by two elements: the business incubator and accelerator of mountains and islands, so remote areas where we can give birth to ideas and marvelous cultures. And on the other hand, also the project Fashion for Fragile Ecosystems, which is really interesting because it explains how we need to rethink fashion, that is a vector of creativity, dreams, joy, but always including it into a fragile ecosystem. Exactly. Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me. Yes, Fashion for Fragile Ecosystems is actually the only project of FAO completely dedicated to the topic of ethic fashion and sustainable fashion. It could seem that the FAO is a really different word from fashion, but actually, just to give you an example, to produce a simple cotton t-shirt, starting from the cotton crop until the purchase, we need 3,000 liters of water. And the textile industry represents and is accountable for 9% of microplastics that goes into oceans and then come back to the food chain and goes back to us, to our body. So the FAO that takes care of food and agriculture is the best organization to talk about sustainable fashion, because we are really interrelated. In particular, I work with the secretary of the Mountain Partnership, which is dedicated to the sustainable development of mountain regions. We have also extended our activities to small islands, specifically in the Pacific Ocean. And this is a program that has been created. It is an alliance, actually, that was created 22 years ago, thanks to Italy in particular, and it's still existing today. It's a huge partnership Fashion for Fragile Ecosystems is part of a broader program financed by the Italian cooperation, and it provides financing assistance for small producers who work in remote regions. We have 50,000 producers in 18 countries. So the fashion aspect facilitate the different collaboration between the fashion industry and these producers who live in remote areas. Together they create modern collections, also based on traditional techniques. They present it to the fashion weeks, so in the international market, always explaining in a transparent way the contribution of artisans, of craftsmen to the collection. So this is also related to the topic of cultural appropriation. So our initiative has the objective of creating market perspectives for communities of artisans that represent really the guardian of a really rich heritage of tradition and skills, and of economies that have always been circular, also when the definition of circular economy didn't exist. So we are talking about a heritage which is really rich but could get lost because they are really far from the main markets. The supply chain is really long. We have local markets which are full of these products. So they run the risk of disappearing, but we know that we are talking to cultures in which the Western fashion world has referred to, but without giving the right acknowledgement to those communities who have created those drawings, those paintings, and those products. And of course, as we know, in the world industry, it happens sometimes that we don't pay too much attention to, enough attention to sustainability, with environmental costs that sometimes are not known by consumers. Of course, consumers must be informed to make sustainable choice. We had the opportunity, the great opportunity, to meet Stella and to understand her ideas and her company model. And we took inspiration from her to create our first initiative. When we met, I think that we were on the same page. We felt we were on the same page because we said that we needed to fully acknowledge the value of these traditions and these cultures. So to put a spotlight on these communities, also giving them the opportunity to be known, to be famous in alternative markets other than the traditional market. We are talking about fragile ecosystems such as island mountains, but all the artisans that we met all over the world are not fragile at all. So we need to dispel this myth of these paternalistic, patronizing collaboration. So rich people who are saving poor people because they can save themselves by themselves. We're just offering them opportunities, so market opportunities and growth opportunities that they didn't have in the past for geopolitical reasons, actually. Thank you. Also, this description of these communities that are fragile to the extent that they are out of modernity, but at the same time they are really old, strong, and resilient, so that they can also resist in really hard situations. So Stella Jean, defining her a designer, it's maybe not complete because she is ambassador of FAO. She was the first partner, as Giorgio said, of the project Fashion for Fragile Ecosystems. And if I'm not wrong, she created 2 collections with women and artisans in really peculiar places of the world. I think Peru and Kyrgyzstan. Yes, in general, we had 12 collections, actually, in different countries with a low income. Kenya, Benin, for example. just to mention some of them. I really like your ring. Well, actually, it was made by my daughter because we needed a ring for a shooting, so she created that all of a sudden. So creativity is part of our DNA. Yes, please tell us something about your experience, because it's really interesting to combine fashion as we know it with the old traditions, craftsmanship. That is really traditional, but also full of identity. Yes, of course, starting from this term, this word, sustainability, maybe it is full. We are really used to listen to this terminology, and there are millions of euros spent to invest in sustainability. But every community I visited, every woman I met could be teacher, professor of circular economy without knowing that, because they have always done that for tradition and also according to their needs. And I think that in the board of directors, they should think about that also, of these ideas. In these communities, I didn't need to bring something more what concerns the idea of recycling, circularity. I was able to learn from the best examples, actually. So, unfortunately, we still have this assistance relationship, and it is not a successful approach. If we understand that these artisans should become our first allies, even if we are talking about a micro market, that would make the difference, because in these communities, I understood that once you have the idea of sustainability, if we start to help each other, it would be a great step forward. Thank you, thank you, thank you, because that's a really peculiar experience, and I think that you said something really interesting. Sometimes we think that we can teach the world how to live, but actually there are a lot of traditions that can teach a lot of things to us. And also, thanks to them, we can bring back to the essence of development, of production. So now we go from a creative context, a creative scenario, which is the one of Stella Jean, to a real context, which is the one of ENI, with Alberto Piatti, Sustainable Development Advisor of ENI. What does it mean for a giant such as ENI talking about sustainability and working in a sustainable way? Yes, thank you. I hope that I will be up to your expectations, because also we are talking at a difficult time, because sugar in our blood is reducing and it's going towards the stomach. So I will try to attract your attention, at least with a small example that about something that happened to me, because I finished work for ENI last December. So maybe they called me because I am quite old. They would say seniority. Carlo Callara, president of the University Ca' Foscari, invited me to give my speech about my experience for the students, because I had been director of a non-governmental organization. It was open to everyone, and I concluded my speech saying that Africa development cannot be carried out with schools of cutting and singing. Of course, the first question during the debate was by a nun, and she said to me, well, actually I am a nun, and this is my job. And I always say that not because I wanted to disregard the great job of that circular economy of nuns who create uniforms for boys and girls who go to their schools and also learn how to design garments. I just say that because we need a change, a shift in the paradigm. A shift that sometimes is defined as equality in terms of relations, as a slogan also of the Mattei Plan, in which we can create income and workplaces for the developing countries. I would say that I am African-oriented, so that will be the center of my speech. There is an amazing book by Sandro Fontana, an historian, who described the development of the rural part of Brianza, a northern part of Italy, in which the fields, the agriculture, was combined also with small factories and firms. So I think that we need to start such a process that is described in this book, has the presence of the will to work hard, which is not missing, as Stella said, but we also need a tax system and a bank system which is efficient, but also the possibility to have the right logistics and the ability to produce high volumes. All of that can happen with the cooperation, but it cannot be developed in the proper way if we do not create alliances for development with the industries. Because, of course, quality, logistics, and volumes are taught by companies. So the main target of the Mattei Plan, the so-called Piano Mattei, from my point of view, is creating employment. Because we are really able to do that, both from the point of view of institutions, but also from the point of view of public and private companies. Not to mention all the missionaries that are present in Africa. So it is paramount to have an alliance with companies, also from the charity point of view. So we need a moving system, a dynamic system. The last point I would like to make, I can say that the Korean model in Ethiopia, where they are managing thousands of hectares of cottons to create fabric industries there. Yes, of course, they created a lot of employment, but this is not an interesting model to me. Of course, it's better than nothing because a part of the added value stays in the country, but this is not the model I am aiming at. The last question I asked myself, starting from when the president of the council and the government has started to talk about equal partnership, is the following one. From what point of view we are talking about this partnership? From the economic point of view, commercial point of view? So let's stop to steal resources to Africa. Maybe Italian was not the first of this process, but other European countries did that. So what are the roots of this partnership, of this equal partnership? I found a definition that was also quoted and mentioned by Pope Francis. To be on the same level, to be equal, we need to acknowledge the dignity of every human being that also is experienced by good job, with a good salary, but also workplace safety, but also standards. Unfortunately, we have a lot of debts on workplace that we need to have and apply. Another topic, another fundamental topic is compliance with all these schemes and models that were also explained by Europe, that once was more my mother when it was the CECA. So this dignity is what moves any company, any activity. Thank you. I don't know if we have a video of Stella, because I really would like to watch it. We have it, okay, let's play it.
Dove si vede male.
Ho scelto questa giovane stilista perché è un personaggio che riassume in sé un po' un diverso tipo di modi di essere. Lei è nata a Haiti, mi sembra, e ha un amore per questa sua terra, però lavora a Milano, vuole.
Brava.
Congratulations, a really nice video. And I personally know Giorgio Armani, and I know how important is quality and perfection for him. So also receiving the homage of Giorgio Armani means a lot in the fashion world. Yes, it was a great honor. So considering that this is a panel on Italian excellencies, so I would like to mention Giorgio Armani and Franca Sozzani, who really were paramount to my career. Well, a really interesting experience. So can we connect with Ada Krasulova, the founder of Top 2? So she was born in Kyrgyzstan in the village of Baskun, and she carried out an amazing job with a group of artisans. And her mission is to preserve and grow the traditional arts of a specific material that really interested me, which is the felt. And I think it's really interesting to listen to her experience to understand how these communities that are really remote and far to us can bring us back some values, some skills, and also some artisanal competencies, old and modern at the same time. You have the floor, Ada.
Ada, I think I will translate for you. Yeah. So if you wanna, you can start speaking slowly, please.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. Name is Ada. Thank you. And I can start.
Try again, Ada.
Go ahead.
Try again.
Hello. Hello. Hi.
Credo che l'audio non vada.
Did you hear me?
Io ho la traduzione di quello che vuol dire.
Allora, Ada, abbiamo un problema. We have a problem with your microphone, so Giorgio Grusso will explain us your project, okay?
I will speak in Italian directly, Ada, ok. Quindi okay. Ada è la
Ada, she's the founder of this touch group in Kyrgyzstan that worked with Stella in her collection during the COVID pandemic. So we've been working at a distance with the FAO offices, sending here and there the models till the final production. It was an hectic period. Ada was great in doing that. And she sent us, she shared with me what she's meant to say. And she says, our collaboration with Stella created a strong link still existing today between me and the people working with us. The aim of our work is that of preserving and keeping the identity of each and every single nation through tools guaranteeing sustainability. This is the core of our initiative of our women in order to reach sustainable development in their communities, and this unites us in our final goal. Behind our collaboration, there's a team of people with shared values, the Secretariat of a Modern Partnership, the FAO Committee at FAO. The project started in 2017, continuing still today, distributes and promotes products made on the mountains, handmade by the women of Kyrgyzstan with the brand Top 2. The collection we created along with Stella is the expression of a fashion concept which is extremely high and a strong marketing instrument at the international level. After our collaboration, we were mentioned on all local media and all the fashion magazines spoke about us. Today, marketing plays a crucial role in selling products, and we're grateful to Stella for having chosen us like partners, which improved our work and enhanced the importance of what we do. So thank you so much, Stella. Okay, Stella, so can you tell us something more? We have seen those marvelous catwalk. So this idea of combining together the fair glamour, right doses of dreams proposed also by the fashion world in a concrete manner, in a simple way also, let me say that. What do you have to say about that? Well, more than my words, I believe that the power of fashion is showed by the images of the works made by this woman during the pandemic by just using 4 elements: felt, water, soap, and just a croquette. This is the image that better summarizes the campaign. We did that just at a distance from a remote connection. The incredible thing is that Ada, which I really admire, is that, well, we were about to close. We were on despair. We were in total turmoil, closed in our lockdowns. She was not even worried about stopping her activity. She was keeping working. She said, we're talking about women and we will keep on working. The pandemic was just an issue, but it was not an obstacle. So she managed, she succeeded to create something wonderful, even in the middle of despair. So, as Alberto rightly said, when speaking about the importance of the dignity of work, well, that's perfectly right. I never met even one woman seeking for charity from our side. They just offered me such treasures like this one, which is a really pretty document, sorry, a monument more than a dress.
Ok, allora noi abbiamo concluso i nostri lavori, è arrivato l'ambasciatore Vattani? Ah, salve ambasciatore, prego, prego. Così io le lascio la parola per le conclusioni finali perché come saprete l'ambasciatore Vattani è il nostro delegato per l'Expo del 2025 che si terrà ad Osaka in Giappone e immagino che i temi della sostenibilità, ma anche della capacità italiana di creare cose che, come dire, che producono ammirazione in tutto il mondo, saranno alcuni dei temi centrali di questo meraviglioso padiglione di cui già si parla. Quindi insomma siamo tutte orecchie per sentire i progetti per Osaka. Grazie ai miei ospiti, grazie a tutti voi, grazie Stella.
Fai andare. Il globo? Eccoci qui di nuovo.
So here we are again. The moderator changes now. It's not blonde moderator, but hope I will be up to the guest that we are now welcoming here is representing Italian Proud, and it's about what Italy will go and do in this great country in Osaka. He will say interesting thing about this project. Then I would like to invite here on the floor, on the stage, Commissioner General for Italy at Expo 2025 Osaka, Mario Andrea Vattani. Thank you, Mario, for being here again. We have a short video to watch together. So you've just seen some of the images regarding the Expo to be held in Osaka in 2025, starting exactly on the 13th of April 2025. And for 6 months, we will be among the main players of this global event. But first and foremost, I would like to sincerely thank Valeria for having invited us, and I would like to say that our presence here is extremely crucial, because the more I listen to the speeches, the more I see the high level of the panelists and the speakers, for which I have to congratulate Valeria for her ability in involving all these people in such marvelous place. The more I spend the time here, the more I feel like a natural partner of Phygital. Also, because you've also watched these images and you see that in our pavilion, there are some archetypes, some very simple symbols representing our identity, culture, the arts, being part of our, being included also in our logo. There's mascot, Italia-chan, which was designed by Simone Legno, which was drawn by Simone Legno, now a pavilion which was designed by Mario Cucinella, a great architect. After all the interesting insights we heard, now we have to tell all these nice things in an international venue, just like the Expo is, and why it is so important for our nation, for Italy to be present there. Of course, it's a matter of prestige due to the possibility of attending such important event with such a good pavilion, also the bilateral relationship we have with the organizers of this expo with Japan, which was upgraded in the last year. We are a strategic partner of Japanese counterpart, and also talking about our products. So we also speak about exports. So we have commissioned a report to the Polytechnic in Milan in order to really understand how it was possible to measure the results of an intervention, a presence at the Expo in Osaka. And the results were surprising. Means that we can expect an increase of the export towards Japan and Asia up to over 20%, which can correspond to almost 700 million. So this is an investment. But we do not have just to look at things from the economic perspective, of course, because see, being at the Expo venue means to introduce oneself, and in order to introduce our country through fashion choices and products, we have to choose what we want to say about us, what we want to tell others about us, and so how to introduce us to the others. And this pushes us towards another reasoning. So we have to reason about how we want to tell something about us in a complete manner, of course. And that's also another interesting point. It's it's useful being there because it's important to be present in Asia in such an important event because we already have almost 30 million visitors who waited, over 160 countries attending, and out of those visitors, 80% will be Japanese people or maybe people coming from Asian continent, of course, because there's a part of the Southeast Asia which is representing an important slice of the market for all of us. Before we heard about that, we're talking about a young population approaching internationalization and all the other things, with an average class which is extremely strongly growing. And so where is the Expo? Expo will be held in Osaka on an artificial island. It is indeed a challenging environment connected to land just by a bridge. So this forced us to hurry up. Italy indeed was the first nation attending the Expo, starting with the inauguration of the yard, so that we can immediately start building this pavilion. It will be a sustainable wood pavilion. So next year, 30 million visitors in Osaka, and the theme of this Expo, it's a perfect theme for the issues we are discussing here today, because it's about reshaping the societies of the future for our lives. So these themes within the expos are so vague and broad because they allow all the countries attending to introduce themselves the way they prefer most. But this theme is extremely important to us because for us, facing such challenges, also facing the longevity-related challenges, I don't want to talk about people aging, that we share also with advanced and industrialized countries like Japan in Asia and other countries, of course, China, and also some places like Singapore. We have to take care of our future. We have to consider who will do these things we are discussing here today and yesterday also. So who will be the actors of innovation and sustainability? So how do we tackle this theme connected to the future society? We chose art like a way for regenerating life. And we spoke about that today. So what will we do? We will summarize all the a lot of things that you have already mentioned on this stage, because it's the art. When we use this word art, we mostly mean inventing, creating, innovating, researching. Because art regenerates life. These are our principles and aims. And how do we do that? You see that the pavilion has this wonderful theater, and this is an important choice because it's not that evident that in a pavilion you have a theater, but that theater showcases talent, showcases engagement. So we will not just have a storytelling through a permanent exhibition, but also a real vitality in this pavilion with a lot of events, a lot of performances. And that theater will be one of its kind. It's like an extension of this marvelous place. And those arches are special places. see places where we will arrange workshops, and we also spoke about these digital natives who work mostly on the digital reality, but still I don't think we are just a digital people, but we are always made of body, and we still are natural persons, and we want to highlight this aspect, of course. So, who will? We will welcome the visitors through this marvelous theater, performing and showcasing our beauties. So we have to attract young artists, of course, but also elderly ones, of course, professionals, or also young musicians, singers, opera singers, of course, young designers, showing that the youth is not going hand in hand with not doing anything. Indeed, it is associated with this willingness of doing, growing, improving oneself, and facing these challenges ahead. So on the one hand, a permanent exhibition that will be divided into several parts. And so I am doing that in order to let you imagine this pavilion. There will be a space dedicated to the person, to man, a lot of products, Italian products, of course. Excellence is dedicated to the person. So apparels, makeups, robotics, health, education, food education. On that roof that you have seen on this hanging garden, there will also be a restaurant because it's extremely important, because normally the engine of our pavilion, especially in Asia, will be food, of course. Fashion will be so present there. First of all, because of its value, the value of all this sector for Italy overcomes 25 billion, just talking about the textile industry without leather, accessories, and all the other things, out of which almost 6 billion go towards Asia, and they are growing, increasing on a yearly basis, and our relationship with Asia are growing by 10% per year. In Japan, 12% per year. So it will go continuously up also in the future, and fashion can tell us stories. It has an extremely high level of ability of storytelling. Minister Urso rightly said before is about this example of the Dolce & Gabbana exhibition. That's an Italian exhibition. It's the exhibition of Italy, telling our history, telling a lot about our society, our future, telling a lot between this invisible link between our tradition and our innovation, which is at the very basis of our trademark of Italy all over the world. So fashion, just like Valeria Mangani rightly said yesterday, is the way of making direct choices, a choice that you do directly, personally. In person, you can choose something, and if you choose that something, is because of something else, and it shows the way we adapt to that product and how that product adapts to our needs. It's not just a product, it's a masterpiece. We heard a designer who said a lot of interesting things. We really hope to see you in our pavilion, by the way. It's a social storytelling. It's an intervention that we do because it's the conclusion of an important path. Then fashion is about doing good things in a good way and in a sustainable way. Sustainability is a crucial point in all the debates in the last decade. And in this Expo, it will go hand in hand with its broader concept, not just environmental sustainability, but the social sustainability first and foremost. They must go hand in hand. Means the world we are imagining it's a world made by humans, not without humans, of course. So it's a world made of harmony, and this will also happen in Asia. we will search for this harmony. And another thing, because good, well done, sustainable, but also durable. We're talking about durable products. It also came out when CEO of Dolce & Gabbana was speaking beforehand. We are talking about durable fashion, not fast fashion. It's durable, not just because it's well done. It's because that material is well done, and it's also based on a durable design. If we go to Milan to the AD of Industrial Design Association, we see some objects, some tools, some things, some design, some drawings which looks like a bit antique, but they still have a huge value. Per se, they have that value because they are historical drawings, and they are also an inspiration for new products, also in these cultural exchanges with other cultures, resorting to other instruments and colors and other tools. That's extremely interesting. Also using other fabrics, drawings, having an immediate effect, but still connected to our wisdom in doing things, in the Italian wisdom. And this is the key to access our pavilion. This will be a unique chance. We gathered a lot of things in a physical material pavilion, pavilion which is can be modulated in several ways, which is also a tool that can be adapted to several kinds of events. Of course, it's well shaped and well designed. And it has also, at this very basis, a network of agreements with Italian realities, with our Italian trade agency that will support our enterprises, with the regions, with the conference of regions. We have just signed an agreement with them that will bring our regions in there. So this Italian characteristics, this Italian variety of our regions will always be there and will always be represented in that pavilion, in our pavilion. Then again, with such a seamless CDP, GDP, these are just a few of the agreements that we have concluded now. So to attract our enterprises and make them feel home and to make them feel ready to present and to pave the way for new opportunities for their future, of course. Last but not least, another important reason for being there is that these such occasions are useful, not just useful to bring Italy to Asia, but also to bring there our students, researchers, entrepreneurs, creators, so to really bring them there and exhibit them in a different world, in the Asian world, which is the strongest region of the world, still looking ahead, looking at the future with a different approach to the future, different than compared to ours, of course. That's also our role. We will also do that thanks to an agreement signed with the Ministry of University and Research. Then I will conclude. So we will bring students, researchers, and other people like that, so that they can start to collaborate with us and with Asian realities, of course, attracting them in there, sending them in that part of the world. In Singapore, where I was ambassador till a few months back, I was used to receive students, and I can say that from the student perspective, these chances are wonderful chances, really. So thank you so much for the attention. Thank you, Valeria Mangani, for having invited and hosted us. We will be together also in Osaka, so meet you in Osaka. Thank you so much.
Eccoci qua. Allora,
So here we are. I will introduce to you the next panel, referred to United Nations Industrial Development Agency, UNIDO, and I would like to ask all the guests in our audience who do not understand English to go and take the headset for the simultaneous translation. Because our international guest, who will be introduced by the director of ITPO, just talks in English because she's an Iraqi designer who we talk about a cooperation project that is amazing, that has been facilitating by ITPO Italy. And we have the honor to have her here in Rome, in Italy, and I really like the story, and she really liked the storytelling of the narrated fashion show, where we saw one of the 3 Iraqi designers who are present here in the 4th workshop here on the left. And she said that this Iraqi culture refers to a culture that is dates back to thousands of years ago. So the Assyrian culture, the Babylonian culture, with this garment, with this gown in red and black. So red was obtained by Hermes, black was obtained by carbon. So they were the waves of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and it was a really impressive garment. So I would like to call here on stage Diana Battaglia, Director of United Nations Industrial Development Organization, ITPO Italy, and also Kamar Al-Kemali, founder of CAF Concept, Iraq. So, Director Battaglia, I know that you were really a pioneer for this project. You were an enabler of this project, and we know each other we have been knowing each other for 20 years, and I know that you have done something great for cooperation and women. The real woman empowerment, not just the fake one that just is communicated. Real important project. This is just the last one of the long list of projects, because the concepts have been invented by her and then implemented. So I give you the floor without further ado, because I don't want to steal you too much time, because she will introduce to you what they were able to create and to bring on this stage and also during our fashion show, narrated fashion show at Phygital Sustainable Expo 2024. Thank you, Diana Battaglia, you have the floor.
First of all, good afternoon. Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Diana Battaglia, and I had the head of UNIDO ITPO Italy, the Italian Investment Technology Promotion Office here in Rome of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Our office collaborates with the public and the private sector of developing countries around the world by implementing industrial projects across different sectors to accelerate an inclusive and sustainable industrial development in line with the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. Today's initiative is part of activities carried out by the office since 2010 for the benefit of Iraq. Currently under the project establishing a platform for innovative ideas and technologies for local industrial sector in Iraq, founded by the Italian government. In our great pleasure to be here at the 2024 Phygital Sustainable Expo with a delegation of stylists and designers from the Iraqi House of Fashion and makers of Baghdad to present the rich tradition, but also innovation of sustainable, of women-led fashion in Iraq. In this sense, before giving the floor of one of our guests, of our delegate, Mrs. Kamar from Car Concept, I would like to invite you all to visit our booth, the UNIDO ATPO booth within the Expo, to meet all of the delegation, namely Zara and Rafa, and discover more about their beautiful concept and the beautiful creation and beyond. So, I give you the floor, and please explain your creation, your life, your work life since your beginning. Please.
All right, I would first like to start off by thanking everyone for being here. It's really an honor to be able to be here with you and represent my country in a way that I think you would be surprised with. I don't know. My name is Qamar Al-Qaramli. I am a multimedia designer and a very patriotic Iraqi. I work, recently I moved to Baghdad actually. I was not living there before, but I was born there. And I have a very strong connection to my homeland, and I always focus on working on projects that emphasize my identity because I feel like we are very misrepresented, and the media is not our best friend. So hopefully we could try to change that from now on. I graduated from the American University of Sharjah, actually exactly a year ago now. So I'm still fresh, I'm still learning, still a lot to go, but it's such an amazing experience to actually have the platform so early on to be here and present my work. I'm new to fashion actually, it's not really my field. I'm a multimedia designer, I work with all aspects of design. But I got introduced to fashion through my thesis project. I created a comic book called The Epic of Gilgamesh, which is also Iraqi-centric, focused on Mesopotamia. And I wanted to reintroduce it in a new, modern way. And I was working with the Iraqi Museum to work on the costumes for the characters. I was exposed to a lot of archives. And then I fell in love with the world of fashion, and especially the aspect of self-expression that it holds, because this is what I focus mostly on with my work. I noticed that in Iraq specifically, we don't have a lot of opportunities like this to have a platform to showcase our talents and our potential. So really amazing job for Phygital to be able to actually involve Iraq in something so huge. It's really an honor, and I don't even really know how to explain how I feel about, you know, being a representation of my country right now. Once I moved back after graduation, I knew I wanted to start something new. I knew I wanted to start something fresh, but I just didn't know how to get into the world of fashion, but I just started conceptualizing, and that's where the name comes from. I was sketching out ideas and thinking about branding, and I knew I wanted it to be different and unique and out of the box, and that's how Qaf Concept was born. Qaf is actually the pronunciation of an Arabic letter, which is the first letter of my name. Q is the equivalent in English. The reason I chose Qaf is not because I'm self-absorbed and it's my name, but the actual typography of the letter itself has a very clear curve, and that's also tied to the symbolism of the curves that I use in my design. I use a lot of curvature and fluidity, which is inspired by Mesopotamian culture. I'm very much inspired by the two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates, and their curvature and how they meet at some points and separate in some points. And I've always found that a really interesting design principle if used correctly. I'm also a really big fan of abstraction and modernism and really bright colors and color blocking in general. A lot of people may think that's modern, but it's not really. Mesopotamian fashion is filled with bright colors and shocking designs, but you know, throughout history, things tend to change and get more muted down and become less tied to its roots. I wanted to re-invoke that through my designs, but in a new, modern approach. And this is actually the concept behind the piece that I designed for the runway yesterday. And during the narration, it also explained the idea behind the concept of the curvature and the choice of colors, because these colors were also prominent during Mesopotamian times. But it would be really interesting to see that implemented throughout modern fashion, because I also tend to be a victim to choosing neutral colors and just avoiding pops of colors. But it's really important to self-express and to show your actual personality through what you wear, because fashion is a very powerful tool. And I think that we can see that very clearly through this event, just by the people that I've talked to and the amazing personalities that I've met. Everybody has such a distinct character, and you can see it right through what they wear. And I think that's a really powerful tool. And I think the hope here and the dream is to be able to embrace Iraq more and all of its potential and all of what we do actually have. And it's so critical to provide platforms like this for other people. And I really hope I won't be the last Iraqi to be here, because we do have a lot to offer. And thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to even be here and show our work. It really has been a whirlwind and a dream come true. So thank you.
Kamar, what is your dream? What do you want for your future?
I would love to say a selfish answer that I would be Qaf would be a brand that I see everywhere. Sure, maybe that. But I think the bigger picture here is I really want to spotlight and change narratives about Iraq. That's also been a critical point in my work as a university student. I would say most of my work was shot in Iraq. So I would go back on weekends. My university was in Sharjah, but I lived in Dubai. I used to go back on weekends just to shoot projects and show to juries there, because I loved seeing their shocked faces, because it's not what they expect at all. I would like to continue doing that, because I think there's so much we can change in the world if we just fixed our mindset. And there's such a weird stigma around Iraq. And I really hope that can change one day. So that's the dream.
Thank you so much. Now I invite the other stylist from the delegation for a family photo. Please. Good luck, Amal.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Allora bene, buon pomeriggio a tutti, grazie per questo invito, chiedo scusa del quarto d'ora accademico di ritardo in questa splendida e meravigliosa location dei mercati di Traiano e devo subito farvi una grande confessione perché io pur vivendo a Roma da 12 anni, c'ero passato qui tante volte, ma questa è la prima, no, un errore clamoroso. Una vergogna assoluta, mi autodenuncio, non ero mai stato nel dettaglio a vederlo così, ma poi diciamo, avendo posto qui queste giornate sulla sostenibilità, pensavo, quale luogo migliore, quindi grazie doppiamente per avermi riportato a passare qualche ora qui. Allora, questo panel ha come titolo la formazione per la competitività innovativa e digitale ed entreremo nel merito con, come si dice in gergo, persone informate sui fatti. Alla mia destra Paola Concia, Coordinator Organizing Commit Fair di Dacta Italy, buongiorno e benvenuta. Furio Franchi, amministratore delegato Accademia di Costume a Costume e Moda, buongiorno e benvenuto. Dovrebbe avere anche lei il microfono però. Ce l'ha oppure se no glielo passo io?
Io ce l'ho.
Magnifico. Roberto Liberti, presidente del corso di laurea in design per la moda, Università della Campania, Vanvitelli, buongiorno e benvenuto. E Alberto Pastore, prorettore e direttore del Dipartimento di Management Sapienza, Università di Roma, Facoltà di Economia, delegato dal magnifico rettore. Allora, cominciamo. Concia, proviamo a... ci diamo del tu perché sarebbe, sì, conoscendoci da tanti anni, mi verrebbe innaturale, quindi il pubblico in presenza e quello in streaming ci scuserà, ma insomma. Allora, questo panel è molto interessante perché in realtà quando ormai la parola sostenibilità viene pronunciata in ogni occasione, però...
Come resilienza.
Come resilienza, esatto, però in realtà io su questo ci vedo una cosa molto positiva e parto da qui, perché... riuscire a far entrare nel lessico non soltanto della politica ma della società una parola che fino a poco tempo fa poteva sembrare astratta e appunto la famosa parolina magica da pronunziare, in realtà stiamo vedendo che sono sempre di più le aziende che, siccome il mercato lo richiede, sono necessitate di mettere in moto delle politiche a favore della sostenibilità. E allora partiamo dalle parole, io lavoro con le parole, tu hai fatto anche a lungo la deputata.
So you were for a long time a deputy, and a legislator also. So I think that sometimes placing this term in our agenda in a repetitive way, we are able to make it perceivable, both at the top level, so at the level of governance, but also it is entering step by step also in our society, so that the market and the consumers are requiring it. What do you think? I think this can be a good starting point. Yes, of course. First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here. And I'm really happy to meet you and also to meet new friends and also to meet you again, a very old friend of mine. Yes, you're right. And especially, for example, I live in Germany. And in Germany, the culture, the green culture, the sustainability culture is something that you start learning from the primary school. They teach it, actually, so children learn it very soon at primary school, as I was saying. So, as you were saying, I agree with you, I have to say. This idea is starting to enter also in Italy, to be spread also in Italy, because, and this is paramount, because sustainability is a word that can contain a lot of aspects, not just natural sustainability, environmental sustainability, but also economic sustainability. And I agree with the speech of Minister Urzov this morning, social sustainability, but also ethical sustainability. And we could go on for a long time. We could use a lot of words to define sustainability. But let's go to the point, to the main point of this panel, because we need to tackle the topic of education, which is really important for all of us. Well, this is an amazing event. I came here this morning, I followed a lot of speeches, sustainable fashion, sustainability in fashion. We have a lot of experiences. But attention, because this morning I listened to many panelists referring to education. Just think that we have a really important and quite worrying data that refers to the economy of our country. All the green economy, all the ecological transition, the green transition, the sustainability is missing 1 million skills, which is not a low number. It is a lot, and we need to train these skills. And we are here, so we are trying to address this issue, because without skills, we have to add that without skills, not just in the sector of fashion, but also in the sector of sustainable fashion, which is closely linked to the digital world and to the world of the new technologies, we run the risk of losing market shares. And as we have a really great know-how referring to fashion, but they are some experts that I know are telling me that if we don't start acting right now, what concerns education and training of the new skills in the digital and sustainable world and in fashion, other countries will outperform us. Countries, for example, I would like to talk about the experience of MITA, Made in Italy Academy, one of the most important technical institutes on the training of the new skills in Italy. New skills about sustainability in the field of fashion, of course. The project manager, Antonella Vitello, told me that she went to Turkey and they are training, as they are really young, very young, so thanks to technologies, they perform really well, so they get trained on the new skills, they get updated. So every year we run the risk of losing that leadership in this sector. I will close now this intervention because I think I will also have the opportunity to add something later. Yes, of course. So education and training and the organizers of this event were really right in adding also this panel, because of course, if we don't have the needed skills, of course, all the other very cool things that we have mentioned in these 2 days cannot be implemented. So we do our job, we do our part, but each one of us in its own sector, in its own sector. But maybe later on I would like to add what we could do. Thank you. No, please keep the mic, because always on the topic of education, Roberto Liberti, president of the degree course of fashion design of the University of Campania, I would like to talk about more about practice, because from the point of view of education, the new educational offer you are trying to develop is linked to this challenge. Because, of course, the word sustainability, it's always linked to always more sectors, economical sectors. So we understand what is the right direction to go to. So we are obliged in any sector of the job world to address these new requests of the market. So consumers, because if we want to place at the center of our business the consumer, and the consumer is asking you this sustainability, you start winning. But then you need also to have a comparison with other markets, with other countries who could be a bit forward than us. Yes, I agree. The University of Campania, Vanvitelli, has a degree course, and I am the coordinator. This is a bachelor's degree it is the only public fashion degree of the center and southern Italy. Then the other ones are located in the northern part of Italy, and the other competitors are private institutes. So it's really interesting to see how our audience, our target audience, which is, as I was saying, we have both the bachelor's degree but also the master's degree with different curriculum. And one of these master's degrees is called Fashion Eco-Design because it was based on sustainable fashion. We have another on product eco-design and then communication. We also closed the circle with a PhD. And we have the headquarters in our university. And I would like to show you a video also to answer to your questions and also to give you more information about our university. And also to talk about the headquarters of our PhD course. And it is called Officina Vanvitelli. So if you can have a look at the first video, it is next to the Reggia di Caserta, and maybe you know it. So let's watch the video. So these are our premises. Well, congratulations. We also had the celebration for the honoris causa degree for Mrs. Missoni, and this is also the headquarters of our PhD course. And later on I will also talk about our academy because we are working on the topic of environmental sustainability. So before going on with the next guests, I would like to ask you, because of course you take care of education, and we will talk also with Mr. Pastore, because those who are in charge of education need to face continuous changes and evolution. So also your educational offer, I think, has changed a lot over the last few years, also with the teachers, the professors. Because last year I was at the meeting of Confindustria and I used this idea, this picture, this example. It is as if every day we lived a small, great industrial revolution, because in the last years we were used to a great industrial revolution whose effects lasted over 40, 50 years. Today, any single small innovation starting from AI, the digital world, has an impact which is immediate, so it can perceived immediately. Of course, this is an hyperbole because this is my style, of course, comparing it to the Industrial Revolution, but of course we need an ongoing evolution also in terms of education. So what's your idea on that? Sorry for the sunglasses, but I have a problem in my eyes. I don't know if I can show my presentation just to give you some figures, because we are working on this sector, of course. We have talked a lot during these 2 days about Made in Italy, one of the 4 Italian A's, so furniture, agro-food industry, food industry also. And we talk about this complex pluriverse, so the relationship between research, innovation, new skills, and companies. Because, of course, what you watched before is a close relationship we have with our territory. Also, Officina Vanvitelli is located in a monument which is part of the UNESCO heritage, right behind the Reggia di Caserta. So, what is our response to this need of innovating continuously? Well, actually, it depends on what is happening throughout the world, because this morning we listened to the speeches of different representatives of companies, but Italian enterprises, Italian brands are part of French groups, the majority of them actually. So as Minister Urso was saying this morning, we are lucky because we are manufacturers. So our Made in Italy is a brand that goes beyond the brand. So when we have the production of Armani, of Gucci, Made in Italy, it is a double brand, because we are the only country who can have a brand which is related to its country. And also, the only competing country could be France, but we are, of course, the strongest from this point of view. Maybe this is our real strength. So, this collaborative medium, as we call it, the symbiosis between different needs that come from our territories, allow us to going on innovating. We talked about changes, shifts, so we are working on the twin transition, the digital and the green translation. For example, with the leatherware and Linea Pelle, we are working with the Academy with a pilot project. So we have 10 enterprises from the Campania region, and some of the students who also are attending the PhD course work with AI, and the AI allow us to give structure in a really fast way of our proposals. So in very few time, these are the results that we got in 1 week with the companies of the Solofra district. And we will also use this project and these products during a fashion show.
So all this is done by using the AI. Okay, let's go to this first image, which is made by resorting to the AI. There's a transition designer. This has changed in the last year, and this software used just in the second course of degrees. Can create these images while developing, anticipating, and speeding up the prototype parts by resorting to less energies, under 50% compared to the traditional ways, therefore leading to the creation of real collections. So these are real collections made in a short period of time. So now we have such a fast training in this field, and we can boast this great experience in this field. Wow. Okay, so let's now go to the second tour of questions. We will talk about the impact on the fashion world of new materials. So, Professor Pastore, we're talking about the Economy University of Rome. Talking about the economic impact of sustainability in the production processes of an enterprise, well, we can say that it's turning into something new, of course, with new needs, of course. Sustainability is not just because we are good people, it's because sustainability was absorbed by the way we consume the products. So how to put together competitiveness and also taking into account the importance of training while taking a glance at sustainability. Thank you again, Valeria, for your kind invitation. Thanks for also on behalf of the director. First of all, we know that we are experiencing difficult times from the health point of view, for the geopolitical perspective, social, economic point of view, of course, also environmental perspective. On top, we are experiencing these great transformations. We were mentioning before the digital and the sustainable transformations. In order to tackle these challenges and to grab the opportunities within these great transitions and transformations, it is important to keep on working on synergies among all the main stakeholders involved. So institutions, namely the academic world, research, the productive world, civil society. So a broad range of people to be implemented, a big engine in order to really create a concrete development thanks to these virtuous interactions among all these stakeholders and players. And this moment is a perfect example where this synergy can be generated indeed. But let's not talk about sustainability specifically, talking about a sustainable transformation, which has a broad scope, a deep scope that can be considered similar to that one we experienced during the Industrial Revolution, and then with the digital revolution, the globalization afterwards. So it has a strong impact, leading to the overcoming of old existing economic systems. It has different layers, the institutional, supranational level, UN level, EU, of course, national level, of course, and it also deals with enterprises, of course, and us as a consumers, of course. So we should try and understand how sustainability enters the enterprises' strategies and how it affects the consumers' choices. But still, there's a great change to be considered and to be managed in a way. Means we often say that the organizations should have the proper skills and dynamic knowledge, know-how, allowing to properly manage this change. So we're talking about a deep change. So it's important to redefine the purpose of organizations while working on the culture, governance, the business models, on the strategies, these different sources, of course, on the way of managing the relationships with the stakeholders, risk assessment, on the performance assessments, which have not to have just economic and financial feature, but that should also embrace other aspects like the social cultural ones. So who can really manage and properly manage this transformation? Well, we need sustainable leaders. Means people holding specific features and values and skills and competencies, of course. 2 years ago, we performed a research commissioned by CEC, that's the Association of European Managers, with hundreds of thousands of members, with a big federation of national associations like Federmark for Italy, with the aim of checking and verifying the existence of competencies of the European managers. So we interviewed 1,500 managers. It was an online survey, 1,500 managers from 6 different countries. And we noticed that as of now, there's still a big gap in terms of skills among the European managers. So the European management is made of people who are supposed to implement this transformation, but still there's this gap to be bridged in a way, and so we have to work on the training of these people in order to create properly the green jobs for the future, and also to make greener current jobs. Therefore, it is clear that training plays a crucial role. It is the engine of development. Just remember that our country has the lowest levels in terms of percentage of GDP set for university research training. We are really down, and list of countries, and this is a great and hot topic. Competencies and skills, we all agree, are an extremely important and crucial asset, much needed asset, of course, namely during big transformations, during big changes, big turbulences, let's say, like the ones we are experiencing today. So change is a constant in our daily lives. So training, continuous training, informal training, the training on hard skills and on soft skills. So on these points, I would like to say a lot of things, talking about what my university is doing, but I don't want to take too much time. Okay, I will tell about this. I will tell you more about this maybe later on. Still, we have to invest in the training to guide this training towards these new competencies in order to bridge this gap that we have noticed in our analysis. So training from the primary schools to high schools, universities, and continuous training for really training proper professionals for the future. Because also, as you rightly said, the impact of AI is increasing on a daily basis. So we really are called to learn how to interact with these new models. So we really need this continuous training. Teachers need that continuous training also. Mr. Francini, CEO of Accademia di Costume e Moda. So please bring us just inside your sector while telling us how the sector is changing within this old scenario. Yes, talking about this concept of industrial revolution, let's say, I would like to say something more. I would like just to give you a few numbers. Humankind passed from a few people to 1 billion people in just a short while. In the following 100 years, we doubled from 1 to 2 billion people. From 1850 to nowadays, we are about 7/8 billion people. If we trace a graph reporting this growth, we will see an enormous growth. So those among you who know a bit of mathematics maybe can really notice the importance of the growth of this curve. And you can also understand how men are not really structured to absorb these extreme events. We are just structured to understand linear events, not this exponential growth. But if we consider the growth of population, the growth of debt, the growth of the quantity of resources we are using in terms of land and whatever, we always keep on seeing exponential phenomena. We're almost about the end of this big, huge growth. So what's the issue? Our industrial system is the heritage of the industrial revolution, of the food and revolution, the so-called British Anglo-Saxon linearism, this linearism that men can keep on producing and consuming endlessly in a linear way. But unfortunately, when we consider the reality, we notice that this graph goes up, which is totally different compared to our linear way of understanding the reality. So it's really a revolution. Be careful. And we have to be aware about that. We have to talk when we are with our family. We have to discuss about these matters. On a daily basis, we should do that. So the systems fostering these new consumption and production models, so also the management models, are really based on linearism models going till the infinite. So I fully agree with you with what you said. There's this need of changing the fostering paradigm for sure. If we then consider this phenomena while adding another crucial phenomena, which is represented by technological evolution, also that if we consider the ability of the microchip to elaborate data, also there we will see another huge growth. We are not ready for elaborating such important increases and growth. So we as trainers, what are we supposed to do in order to properly arrange the training contexts? In this, against this background, of course, what do we have to teach to the people now? Well, knowing that whatever exists today will not exist tomorrow, even knowing that almost 50% of people working now, hired in the fashion sector now, are including positions that were not even existing 5 years ago. I'm talking about positions, job positions that were even not existing 5 years ago. So if we consider this exponential growth about technology and all these things, what do we have to teach to our youth, to our young people? Of course, we may be a bit schizophrenical, maybe. Of course, we have to teach the current things, the matter of facts, but we also have to teach ethics, morality, the values, society, human ethics, culture, project, methodology. So a lot of things that apparently are not seemingly, they are not useful at this very moment. So we are an ancient society, and we have a great culture in our history, philosophic thought, which is well rooted in our culture, and this has to be protected, of course, because we never know if it will be useful in the future. And along with this, we need specific competencies, but these two things have to coexist. Otherwise, we will risk training a generation of people that will be able to know the last technology, but when they will use that, it has already changed. And in the end, they don't know how to use that. So technology is not the final purpose. Technology is just a tool. You don't have to teach our young people the latest technological program, otherwise they will never understand how to manage the next and the forthcoming model. And I think that you will talk about continuous training, which is a crucial matter, of course. And now, what are we doing in this field? We are working from the cultural perspective, of course, from the ethics perspective, also collaborating with enterprises, companies, of course, also trying to understand which are the current trends. Along with the new generations, we are trying to work on that. Now, I will give the floor, of course, to my colleague who has a lot of things to add, definitely. We will start again this second tour, again with Mrs. Concha. Yes, extremely interesting. Okay, let's start by saying that we must wake up. We here on this stage, we have to wake up. I will give you an example. I organize Activity Italia, which is the school for the future of technology in Italy, and we cover innovation in didactics and innovation in schools and learning scenarios. We also received a visit from your university. We also had Didacta Università, which is another program. So what do? We do exactly what you do. We work on the training teachers, and the teachers how to build up the new generations. And these new generations are supposed to be totally different. Okay, let's take school. Forget what you remember about the school as you knew it. If a person came from Mars today and he or she would land up here, not really here, maybe on this stage, but here in general. So if a person from Mars joined here, this person would really notice that everything has changed in the world. The only thing that remained unchanged are the school classes, the school rooms. there's still this board and all these other things. Okay, school is in the middle of a big revolution, but still something is unchanged. So what does it mean? Going back to what you rightly said, we are starting from the kindergarten. We, of course, support teachers building up new generations. We support teachers in improving their knowledges. They do not just learn skills, but a lot of other things. 100 years ago, with the Gentile reform, we had a country made of ignorant people. We were illiterate mostly. And what did the Gentile reform do? It was used to improve the level of literacy in the country. So now we have to take a step more. Now, guys, I mean, all the girls and the boys, they teach things from the smartphone, but still they need to use in a wise way the metaverse, the AI, and a lot of other tools available to them, but always in a wise way. In the past, we used the board in the classes, and now we have the smartphones, the iPads, and all the other things. If you just use an iPad, it's not an innovative didactic. It's totally useless if you, as a teacher, cannot use it properly. So we train teachers, and we help them creating the school of the future. So resorting to this matter, resorting to fashion world, which is extremely important when it comes to digital technologies and sustainability and all these matters, we have to consider that, of course, there's a big industry behind that. There must be a bigger sector all evolving around the fashion district, of course. Okay, but still, about schools, we train teachers, but what happens next? We need people continuing working with us. We must keep on working with all the other entities and bodies covering the education and training of these teachers. I fully understand that in our country the hardest thing is, and I learned that in Germany, the hardest thing is working all together. They are just like Moloch. They all travel all together towards the same final goal. I don't think we have German guests, but anyway, on the streaming, they are maybe following us also from Germany, but still, they are not phenomena. And we are just people, without ideas. Well, we just need the skills. So we do our best in Italy, of course, but we need to work closely together because the skills are not built up by the universities alone. So if I do not change radically the educational system since the kindergarten, while working properly on the teachers who are the first handlers of pupils, well, that will be a great issue when these people will arrive in universities or high schools and professional schools. So you will have to start this work again, over and over again from zero. So school must change, but we have to work closely together from the kindergarten to the university and after the universities or high schools, of course, in order to do it properly. Again, going back to the AI, well, we work a lot with the AI. We also train teachers on the use of AI and how to use it in the school. So we are not against AI. Just a question. Since you have a double observatory in Germany and Italy, because you were the legislator in Italy, and you have also your life, your house in Germany, so you have this double observatory in your mind. When it comes to training, well, just two insights about tools that they have and that maybe we can adopt. Oh, perfect. In Germany, they have a professional vocational training kind of professional training which is the best all over the world. Indeed, they have 6% of youth unemployment rate. It's surprising. I've studied that for over 1 year, studying, the professional training, the vocational training, exactly what you need also in the fashion world. We have the best training in this field, but we need to make some improvements, of course. Talking about the training of migrants, Germany, through their transparency operations, also performed by Angela Merkel, she communicated to German people that it was necessary to put on the table this amount of money, a lot of money, in order to invest in training. And it was a transparency operation because setting aside the security-related issues, there's also an integration which passes through education and training. So since a person arrives, till that very moment when a person arrives there, there's a kind of, in quote, militarized path. There's a kind of, let's say, a roadmap, an integration roadmap, right? First thing they tell you when you arrive is learn the language and enter the country. First thing, you have to learn German language. No way out. This is a slogan of the German government. Then, in Germany, there are migration flows, continuous migration flows, of course. People from Syria, people from Ukraine. Thousands of Ukrainians living in Germany. So it's a system able to absorb and integrate people. How do they do that? They work on training, which is a crucial matter. Vocational training and training in general, vocational training as they have it, which is the best in the world, well, is supported by a network of specialized workers supporting this network of training. They also have working agencies connected to the training agencies, doing a wonderful job, a marvelous job. There's something like 300,000 employees in Germany in the agency for work scattered all across the country, making this matching between demand and offer. They train people, then people enter the work in the labor market. So training for Germans is a crucial point. Then I will conclude. Didacta Italia is the most important school fair held in Italy, but it has German origins. Let's go back to Mr. Liberti in this second round, and let's talk a bit more about not just innovations we already put in place, but also research regarding new materials, new textures, new fabrics. What can you tell us? Yeah, exactly. Going back to what Mrs. Concha was rightly saying, this system is based on these secrets. In fashion, we have a panel on training system, which is based on a strong sector, because our system in this fashion sector is an extraordinary one. So let's say, so made in Italy compared to made in Germany is really like something which it's uncomparable, of course, because made in Italy is made in Italy, of course, but still our fashion industry is so consolidated, jokes aside. And this relationship between high schools, technical institutes for vocational training, well, these are all interesting, important aspects to be considered. And going back to the theme of this panel, it is crucial to also use innovation. So we also resorted to AI like a tool for the design. We cannot ignore the reality. It is indeed a crucial aspect of our daily life. And it is easier to imagine that the first part of a training stems from culture. So we are having this pilot project with Linea Pelle. That is an academy of 8 weeks performed in that venue directly with enterprises because professional features have changed. In this very moment, there's a big crisis, like in the leather sector, in the shoe sector. 50% of all the lists have been recorded. So there's a big crisis. So they do not longer invest in the made in Italy products because the orders have diminished. So we should consider that. So all these enterprises that seek our support for having these pilot projects, also Mario Valentino is one of the pillars of Made in Italy, born at the end of the 80s, where the design was maybe in the hands of Armani, Versace. I designed the logo. So, well, just one logo, okay. So starting from culture is reeling the secret, but being innovative is the way ahead. So there's a strong, tight relationship between this sector and the new generation is crucial. I always resort to the example of Campania, and still I work with Milan a lot of times. Because, see, we as Italians, we are always roaming around, so we are here and there, so we really, even if we come from the south, we can be out of the bloom also in the north. So I have almost 31 enterprises included in our continuous vocational training programs. So this is to say that I grabbed a lot of experiences from north to south of Italy, and also our training sector is really strong and rich, and the ITS, the school, technical schools for vocational training have grown in the last few years. Unfortunately, the pandemic blocked the world system, also the Italian one. Fortunately, something good happened. When other brands were bought, like Gucci, Bottega Veneta, Brioni, were bought by the French counterparts, still, fortunately, we are still so competitive from the manufacturing point of view. So they came here to keep on producing here in Italy, and they brought Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, and others. In our region, we experience exactly that.
So the ownership has changed, but the know-how is still there. Yes. For example, a company of Frat Maggiore that was producing for Gucci, as Gucci is part of the same group as Louis Vuitton and other French brands, they have transferred the production because we are really competitive also compared to France from the production and manufacturing point of view. And everyone knows that. So those aspects need to be in line. We need to work hand in hand with the school, with industries, and also with the other stakeholders that are present here, also thanks to this event, Confindustria, the Ministry of Made in Italy. So as you were saying, also the role of schools and technical institutes that needs to be up to date also with the idea of education of the classroom itself. Yes, of course. We did the different traineeship. Now we have the ITS Academy. The most important thing is that when you finish that educational course, you know what are the tools that you need. Yes, for example, the ITS Academy, which is a tool in which we have professors both from universities and from companies. So going back to university with Professor Pastore, so that we close again the turns of intervention. So I stopped you before in the moment when you were talking about education and the tools, the new tools that you're using. Does it work? Okay, let's change it. Great. So it is really important to train the different professionals, the different professions, but we also need to produce cultural and skills to be a sustainable leader, as we were saying before. So University of Sapienza in Rome has a great responsibility because this is the greatest university in Europe. We have 120,000 students, 300 and 500 professors, and 300 PhD students. So in terms of innovation and ability to take part in the training of the new managing class, it's a great responsibility. Then besides the quantity, we also need to highlight quality, because in international rankings, Sapienza ranks among the very first universities with excellencies such as classical studies, and we are first worldwide. That was just a very short advertising for our university. So sustainability is a very pivotal part of our structure. We have two pillars, diversity and inclusion. They are keywords of our activity and processes. And what concerns education, we have many initiatives. Just to mention a couple of them, we have a course which is called Introduction to the Topics of Sustainability, which is environmental, social, and economic sustainability, that is offered to all the students of our university. So 120,000 students, regardless. Sorry, I just wanted to tell you, I would like to greet the very star of today, Kabilame. A round of applause for him. A great star for human rights. We were running the risk to make it fall, so let's find a very safe seat for him. Yes, of course, their seats are sustainable, but maybe not so safe. I was telling how Sapienza is interpreting the topic of sustainability in a really convinced way. In terms of updating the educational offer, just think that we have 309 degree courses, and they are always innovated. For example, we have philosophy and artificial intelligence, mathematics for artificial intelligence, or high-tech medicine. So just think about how much the Earth world is being modified also thanks to the new technologies. So an ongoing commitment for the innovation of our educational path, also on the base of the strong interactions that we have with institutions and the production world. For example, we have a round table with different enterprises, and one of the objectives of this round table is obtaining feedbacks and indication guidelines on how we can adjust and update our courses. So these are just some of the new teachings, the new disciplines that you are implementing. Of course, the topic of sustainability and innovation is present everywhere, but I would like to highlight something. Of course, innovation is important, enterprises are important, but we need to create, to train professionals that are a T-shape worker. So the head of the T, let's say, refers to all those cross-sectional skills that strengthen the professional and the person throughout his own life. Or for example, leadership, critical thinking. That's the very starting point. So these are the new workers that we need, the new professionals that we need, that will be able to become leaders in sustainability. I could add many things, but I would like to give the floor to my colleague. Yes, also because time is running. Yes, we are on the opposite side, because Sapienza University, of course, is the greatest university of Europe. We are really small. We have 500 students, but Accademia di Costume e Moda was born 64 years ago. And it was the very first academy to tackle fashion from the university point of view. So we are very small, but really strong and cool. And badass. Yes, I like this definition, because we have created, for example, we have trained Frida Giannini for Maria, the winners of the David of Donatello. but our president of the Republic was a student of the Sapienza, so let's not compete on that. So, of course, in Italy we have excellencies, so we need to use them. Our training and educational model is based on a very important cultural path, but also in a strong relationship with districts and companies. So we have more than 150 companies that are collaborating with us within our educational projects. So we go on innovating continuously, and we have great brands such as Valentino, Fendi, Ferragamo, but also all the different tanneries, the different yarning companies, the amazing companies between Biella and Alscomasco, textile companies, we mean. So we are present in the different districts, and this is also one of the advantages of having such a long history and also being focalized vertically. And we always try to create a system with institutions, with other educational body, rather than with, but also with the different production districts. So in Italy, we have everything from the point of view of circular economy, but also from the point of view of sustainability. So we need to be aware of this asset that is present in Italy, and we need to work all together. We need to discover these things. So let's create agreements. Let's talk to each other. Let's have a debate. Let's find common points among the different competencies that we have in our countries, because otherwise we run the risk of losing the global challenge. So that's my conclusion. Okay, thank you. Maybe we are a bit ahead of times even, so thanks to all our panelists. So now, thank you so much. We go on with the next panel.
Arrivederci. Allora, chiamo sul palco, visto che abbiamo...
So as we have now one of the panels, I think this one, this will be one of the most interesting. So. Inclusion, the right to exist. Racism in fashion has been a persistent problem characterized by the lack of representation and inclusion of different ethnicities and cultures in the industries. Catwalk and advertising campaigns often reflect Eurocentric beauty standards, excluding people, black people. So we would like to understand how to invert this trend, and also how much communication can address this problem. So I think the best speaker, and again, one big round of applause also from those following us from remote. Please, I ask you a round of applause for Kaby Lame with more than 245 million followers. Hi, nice to meet you. So I want to highlight that 245 million followers. He is the most followed on TikTok. He started, you know that, with videos recorded at home during the pandemic. We could perceive his talent right away, and now he's switching to another part of his life because he's trying to realize his dreams of becoming an actor. So you took part in Italia's Got Talent with a friend of mine, Daldo Gambirutti, I want to mention him. And the really interesting thing is that we have a black person here, and I am a Jewish interviewer. So we have all the ethnicities. Let's welcome also Alessandro Norato, Councillor for Sport, Tourism, Events and Fashion of Rome Capital City. Carlo Corazza, Director of the European Parliament Office in Italy. Here you are. And also Nicola Paparusso, CEO African Fashion Gate. Nice to meet you.
Allora.
Okay, so the topic of this panel is really fascinating, and I think that you all know the motto of Kaby Lame. He became famous with this gesture. Please do that. Yes, here it is. So I would like to hire Kaby Lame because, just to add something, because as just 3 days are missing for the elections, it would be nice, maybe not here, but you could explain the electoral campaign with your ability to translate also complex things in a really simple way. So your creativity and your talent was having the ability of explaining very difficult things in a really easy way. So let's start from your background, your story, and also what we can do to change the topic of inclusion. I don't know who is calling me. Someone is calling me. So please, what's the question? So your history, your experience, because you became a symbol known worldwide. So you started from some sketches that you invented at home during the pandemic. That's your starting point. Yes, I started during the quarantine because I lost my job as bricklayer. So I started to record these comic videos, but not immediately. The very beginning, I recorded silent videos. So I recorded 5 to 6 videos every day because I had a lot of free time during the pandemic, so we couldn't go out. We needed to stay at home, as not just me, everyone, of course. So I started to record these comic videos. Then when I started with silent videos, so with no voice, just explaining things in a really simple way, so looking for other videos in the social media, just simplifying them and showing people how easy it was to do something without too much complexity, actually. And the videos went viral, and they reach also the world. The really fascinating things about your history, your story, sorry, is that thanks to the social media, Instagram, TikTok, you used this tool to be known, to be famous, but also a social emancipation tool. So when we talk about innovation, the impact of technology, your turning point was using a smartphone, a picture that really changed your life. Yes, of course. But while you were recording this video, when did you have the perception? Maybe you can also not answer to my question, say that my question is pointless. I don't like your question. I don't like it. You can tell that. No problem. Because I really accept everything. Corazza knows that at the European Parliament I was disturbing and annoying anyone. So when did you have the perception that your life was changing? In what moment? Well, actually, I think when I started to have a lot of, to gain a lot of followers every day, 15 million every day, so my followers were drastically increasing. So I realized in that moment that something was going on, something was changing. Maybe they told you already, but that your community, for example, when you start to record silent videos, not in black and white, but silent videos, without willing that, without knowing that, you gave a new life for, maybe the older people know that. Do you know his videos? How many followers do you have, Onorato? So let's try to embarrass someone. So, Councillor Onorato, how many followers do you have? Well, I think 20,000. And I want to repeat it. He has 245 million followers. You have 20,000. Yes, of course, I know him. Even if I am considered as a boomer, so it's not my golden era anymore, but he has an amazing story, an amazing life, and he can be an inspiration for a lot of young girls and boys. So starting with an idea, maybe, I don't know that because I don't want to interpret your way of thinking, but I read something about you. So from a failure experience, you can start to develop a success story. So for example, you said, the pandemic, you are fired, but I create for me a new direction. Yeah, of course, followers don't have a lot of significance. I try to record video to make people laugh, to make people smile. then all the rest it's not so important. I would like to introduce the topic that is the main topic of this panel, so inclusion, the right to exist. So let's going back to you, because we know that literature, the film industry, television, advertising campaigns have the power and the strength to change the imaginary that people have. I don't know if when you moved from Senegal to Italy, you felt or you suffered from racism throughout your life. Well, actually, I have to say that I have lived 10 years in popular houses, social houses, social granted houses in Milan, and there was not racism there, because in council houses there are all the ethnicities, so you have people from Morocco, people from other countries. So if you live there, you get saved, because everyone is different from the other. But at the same time, we are all the same. Well, I like this idea. So you were saying that throughout your life, you didn't suffer from racism, but maybe also going back to our panelists, such as Corazza, director of the European Parliament office in Italy, and the European Parliament has always been committed in the topic of diversity and inclusion. So there are different tools, for example, film industry, but also advertising campaigns to change the perception of people. As you know, the main slogan of the European Union is "Together in Diversity," because diversity is richness, is synonym to richness. And of course, being open to other people and also mixing populations and cultures is the essence of our life. We couldn't be together today as European Union sharing everything that we share if we don't have in our DNA the centrality of people and the humankind, and also the person itself who can love whoever the person wants, can be diverse, can be different. And also going to the polls, going to vote means defending this culture of diversity. It would be really nice if you can record the video, a very simple video about the simplicity and the importance of going to vote, because you are an inspiration for thousands of young people. Sorry, that's my job. Because voting today is sending a message to autocracies, Nazist or regimes, racist regimes. So a vote to support the European democracy is really promoting inclusion and diversity. So we would like to remind you that in a couple of days you will go to vote. You can express 3 preferences. And if you want to add preferences, you need to opt for a man and a woman. Otherwise, if you just opt for 3 men, the preference, not the vote, will be eliminated. But that's just... well, actually, I see that you are a really serious journalist. Do you listen to La Zanzara, my program? Well, you killed me this way. No, I'm honest. No, you're right, but you really killed me. Why don't you listen to me? But Corazza is listening to my program, La Zanzara, so institutions are also present in my channel. So, Onorato, you're Councillor for Sport, Tourism, Event and Fashion for Rome capital city. So, the topic of inclusion, or what we can do to spread messages in terms of inclusion and diversity, because as we were saying before, sometimes advertising campaigns often reflect Eurocentric beauty standards, excluding people of color. So maybe we need this sector, the fashion industry, in that sense. Well, I want to be optimist. I want to say that fashion is taking big steps. I am 43, and I can say that 20 years ago, fashion was the opposite of what we have today. It was just based on exclusivity in terms of beauty, shapes, but also product. So you needed to use the crocodile leather taken from one of the last 5 species of that animal in the world. But today, if someone creates a product using that kind of animal leather, and people now start to refuse also animal leather in general, and I'm not talking of 1,000 years ago, but just in 2000, and today it wouldn't be feasible and thinkable. And I wanted to mention, for example, Pierpaolo Picci as creative director, because I still remember the fashion show of 1.5 years ago in Rome, because he said, we do not need to reach exclusivity but inclusion. We don't have differences in terms of gender, in terms of color of the skin, of sizes. And fashion can be a disruption also at the same level of politics, because fashion is creating some models. So if the model is the one of shapes, exclusivity, this model will be spread in schools and it will cause exclusion. See, if we go beyond this idea, which is wrong, all the young people in any neighborhood, rich or popular, will accept as a model of beauty what is not necessary beauty. For example, also in terms of age. Until some years ago, just people between 14 and 23 years could work as a model. Now we have a wider range of age. Now we have the trend of body positivity. And I have to say that also the purchase responsibility now is higher. People want to understand what they are buying. For example, we want to know what is behind the background of what we eat and also what I wear. So I would like to say that the new generations are not worse than the previous one. This is something that is repeating. We always say that the previous generation were better, and it has always happened. For example, in the 80s, they said that those of the 70s were better, and again, those of the 70s were told that the generation of the 50s were better because they had created Italy. I think we need to dispel this myth. Young people are living in the society that we are living to them. And I would like also to congratulate myself with the organizer of this event, because this is really the symbol of this new path. So we are talking about things that 20 years ago were not thinkable, were impossible. And we are living what you're saying also from the material point of view, also in this place, here in this venue. Let's go on with Nicola Paparusso, CEO African Fashion Gate. Please tell us what can do fashion in that sense, the role of picture. He doesn't speak, so you can go on also with his mic. Well, I really agree with the Councillor Onorato, because I think that in fashion we still have a lot to do, because what we reached in terms of now racism and equality on catwalk between black and white models, this color equality on catwalks. Please, a bit closer to the mic. Thank you. This was not happening some years ago, because some years ago, the only model, the black model accepted was Noemi Campbell. The rest, the majority was white women and very few people from Asia. So also the attempts of different newspapers on black models were not so successful, but it was really useful to have those interventions also at the level of the European Parliament when they denounced some advertising that were offending some ethnicities. For example, a child wearing a T-shirt with a sign that he was the most beautiful monkey of the jungle. And it is actually a very famous brand. So there was much to do, much to change in fashion. For example, there was the fact that it was not needed to place black models on catwalks because the African market was not useful, was not really rich. Of course, things have changed. We much have to do. Yes, please tell us something that fashion industries are carrying out. So, for example, some campaigns that have become heritage of some great companies that have embraced this issue because they have understood that otherwise also their product, besides being non-sustainable, will not be also profitable. As I was saying before, economy is paramount because when the consumer is asking us, is requiring us something more, so when the consumer knows that that product is spreading a very negative message, so we have this awareness. Yes, but we should wonder why and how many people do that because it's useful and talking about sustainability, and very few people do that because they are really aware of that. We also need to focus about also the certification of sustainability, how sustainable some processes are. Because sustainability today is like a medal, and sometimes people do not deserve it, actually. For example, racism changes a lot, evolves also in its expression, and it's present everywhere. In fashion, we look for it on catwalks, but it is also present in institutions.
For an African top model, for example, having equal opportunities and having the possibility of coming and being on the Milan Fashion Week catwalks or the Paris Fashion Week catwalks is almost impossible. And you know why? Because embassies do not issue visas. They have longer waiting lists, worse than our waiting list in the health sector. The terminals of the embassies, which are functional in order to seek for an appointment, in order to get a visa, are not working most of the time. So can we call this lacking of attention, misorganization? Well, it's a matter of fact, and we have reported all this. We have reported that when we interacted with the MOFA, we've noticed that in several nations, so racism in fashion is not just something laying within the within the backstages of fashion among the casting directors and all the other persons, but it lays also within the institutions, and this is extremely severe because fashion can change and make things change if it is strongly supported also by the institutions, or in compliance, in line with the institutions. So we have called and urged the signing of a memorandum of understanding among the Camera Internazionale della Moda owner, the Office Against Racial Discrimination set up at the Council of Ministers in order to surveil over this kind of activities. So going back to our panel, concluding with Kabilam, this issue of racism. Well, have you ever spoken about racism on your social channels? Is something you covered? Is something you experienced? And what did you do about that? Yes, of course. I went to France and I spoke about that in the UNESCO headquarters. I spoke about racism. I spoke with a lot of guys who asked me a lot of questions about how they were experiencing racism on social medias, for example, in the comments. They told me that they see a lot of racism also in comments on social media. So we spent a lot of time talking with these guys, trying to help them understanding that in the end, the comment of a person who knows where, living where, has no value. So it was a marvelous experience at the UNESCO. It was extremely important for me, really. It's interesting. It's interesting because, of course, we all happen to have some haters, some people writing bad things against us. And you told them, you told these guys, just don't mind about them. Yeah, exactly, because I'm friend of the haters. I don't mind about that. They are my #1 fans, so I don't have anything against them. They are those who, when you post something, they are always those in the forefront, commenting what you are posting. So they are the best followers. No one follows you like them. Okay, we don't give a about them, so let's say in a censored way, so we don't mind about haters. So have you ever received in your comments some comments about what you do? What does this hater write you? I don't even mind about what they write. It's about, it's really nothing. I can't even feel their comments. No, please, I know that you have the strength and the power for the proper power for facing such situations, no? And this capacity of standing critics. So your message is good also for these, also because for first-generation migrants, seeing that you succeeded in your life, starting from your terrace in your home, in a remote corner of Italy, well, it's a great message. If you really believe in what you do, you can make it. You can get wherever you want to. It depends on how much you believe in your dreams and how much power you put in that. Yeah, just one thing. Kabi, a few years ago, when he was not that known, just like today, told me, I still have a dream to make true, is that of making a movie with Will Smith. But we're about to do that. We have already done that. It's Bad Boys. So he succeeded also in making this last dream come true. And is too much modest. He cannot really express properly the nice things he does. He's a really modest and humble person, but in this very moment he's doing a lot of things. And there are a lot of other things he's planning to do, secretly planning to do, because these are still secret projects. But Bad Boys was another of his successes, of course. And to conclude this panel, in the last few days, we are in the middle of the election campaign, so I don't want to spoil anything. There's a video with Matteo Salvini having a campaign against Europe regarding the water bottle made in plastic. He says something about that. Have you seen this? Have you watched this meme? You don't mind about Salvini? No, I didn't want to say anything. You know who's Salvini? You personally know him, Vanacci? Do you know General Vanacci? No? Okay. It's just for par condition, you know. He opens, in this kind of advertisement, he opens this bottle and he says that since Europe is so complicated, it's impossible to drink water. And I cannot do that because this is not in plastic, but in plastic bottles, you open it and you have to drink it all at once. No, we cannot do that. I just wanted to reopen this bottle to reproduce this meme. We were searching for a bottle in order to do that. No, okay, it's about advertisement. I didn't want to do complicated things. Okay, now we are waiting for President Conte approaching us, but what can we do more about these issues, of course? Talking about the communication of the European Union, it's extremely inclusive and it's extremely important to what Assessor rightly said, the cinema, fashion, culture have to send clear messages as to diversity. Thanks to all the panelists, thanks to all the speakers, good luck for your career. And the movie sector also, among the others, so thank you so much. And in the meantime, while changing the setting of the stage,
Ci siamo? Allora, diamo il benvenuto.
So let's warmly welcome Giuseppe Conte, leader of Five Star Movement. is not a candidate in the European elections to be held in the next 2 days, after 2 days. I'm not a candidate, no. Because see, in a five-star movement, we always fight for transparency, for legality, and we cannot see citizens making fun out of themselves. Also, when voting, putting a false name, that's cheating people. That's an electoral fraud, and we have to say that. So, of course, we cannot be candidate. If the president of the Council of Ministers candidates himself or herself by telling people put my name, put Georgia on the when you enter the polls, that's fraud. We of course have to inform the voters. This is election fraud. So going back to sustainability and green. I think that we, well, when it comes to sustainability, I've seen that Italy is just one country among the 27 countries, having leaders who are also candidates. I've also considered what happened in France, Germany. So just in Italy, in another country of the European Union, there are leaders or presidents of the Council of Ministers who are candidates in these European elections. Just an insight. So. We heard a lot about these things. Everybody still thanks me for the way we managed the pandemics and the 209 billion invested in that period and the effort made in that period. That big amount of money was even inconceivable if we wouldn't have had such a responsible country complying with the dictated rule. We were civilized national community. You were great. We were apt to the dramatic situation we were experiencing. We were an example in Europe. This is why I was able to boast credibility and persuade all the European partners. So what's Italy today? Today it's the only European country where the prime minister is cheating the voters, is the country where the leader is cheating people to grab votes, a country where there's a minister charged with severe accusations and allegations like Mr. Santanchè still keeps on sitting on her chair, stuck in her party principles. And it's important to say that I know that she will be joining us later on, and she should better leave the government instead of going and roaming around. Italy is actually the country that has seen Undersecretary for Culture, which left the government, but now he is a candidate in the European elections. So we have seen a decrease in the prestige of our country. This is not happening in other countries. The reference was made to Vittorio Sgarbi. There's another issue in common between Conte and Mr. Salvini, the fact that also Salvini opted for not being a candidate in these elections. Salvini said immediately today, then we will revert to the green matters. Salvini declared, I will, press says, I will call Trump, I'm his supporter, he's a victim just like Berlusconi, but he is the only leader who spoke about the U.S. elections to be held on next November. Do you still have contacts with Trump? Did you hear from him in these last few months? Listen, when I concluded my mandate as a prime minister, I never ever used for private use, also for political use, the mobile phone numbers I'm still keeping in my mobile phone. Because I believe that policy can be considered to be serious if we do it properly. I had excellent relationship with Trump, with all the other leaders, but I believe that when you quit and charge a mandate as a prime minister, you cannot abuse the contacts that you built up during your mandate. You have the mobile phone of Trump also. Of course, with several leaders, we exchanged several mobile phone numbers. We were used to send text messages, but we don't do that anymore. So, what is the leader to whom you feel closer in Europe, maybe, with whom you could share a common path? Well, a leader who is showing a proper sensitivity, talking about social and environmental responsibility is Lula in Brazil. So, going straight forward to sustainability matters in this period, just 2 days before the elections, talking about the Timmermans agenda, we also met in Confindustria a few days back. And I have noticed that this Timmermans agenda was disconfessed in a way also by the same supporters of this agenda, those who supported the Commissioner Timmermans, because they said this transition imposed by Europe is costly, is painful, and what do you think about that? And if you're a parliamentary patrol, what will it do in Brussels? Well, first of all, let me say a few things about myself, possibly, if I may. An NGO, an independent NGO, Bloomberg, certified that among the the Italian political powers that can be considered greener, the five-star movement is the greenest one. So we are the greenest party across Europe. We were crucial in working on the Green Deal with the Commission of von der Leyen. I worked with the European Council on this Green Deal, also the Euro parliamentarians, and I'm talking about the five-star movement, were extremely important in the work at the European Parliament, of course, but unfortunately the situation has changed. We are not governing this country. Unfortunately, winds have changed. There are, of course, conflicts which are changing the scenario, but still we regret and we are so sorry because these ecological and digital transitions that started in a good way, now it's changing into a military transition. Nothing more to say, nothing less to say. So basically, as of now in Italy and in Europe, we are seeing this collective delirium of this run to the armaments, which is terribly dangerous. If you see the latest programs of the European institutions, they keep on talking about investments in the military field. We are always forgetting or setting aside the big effort, also the financial effort requested by an ecological transition. That so compared to Giorgia Meloni providing for a bad message, conveying a bad message, inviting not to have an ideological transition, not just Giorgia Meloni, but also Salvini, they support this idea. I would like to tell them, be aware, because this is a wrong message, because by doing so, you represent, you tell the public opinion that we are now having a cultural option before us. It's not like that. Of course, this is a vital need. So the fight against pollution, against soil consumption, and against climate change, of course, and the fight against extra intensive breedings, which mistreat animals, which will be one of our main fights. All these things fall within ecological transition, and we have to finance this ecological transition. We have to finance this industrial reconversion. We have to do our best in order to avoid that costs will not increase for families searching for virtuous practices, instead of concentrating all the resources in order to really bet, like Giorgia Meloni says, to bet on the military victory over Russia. That betting, de facto, is a lost battle, or we are about to lose it. So on the other hand, we should reprogram a negotiation path leading us on the only way out, not leading to the third world war like we are risking now. So talking about, again, the green transition, we also talk about nuclear matters, and now talking about the Russia-Ukraine conflict, considering what is happening on the field, it would be necessary to stop the providing the supply of armaments to Ukraine. So is it the right moment to do that? Well, the Five-Star Movement has a main aim, which is peace. We are not abstract pacifists. We do not want to dismantle professional armies. So that the strange ideas of the compulsory army led by Salvini is stupidity, because we cannot tell our youth that they have to wear on the helmet and the war gear and go and fight. We have to probably support them. Of course, we need the army. That's for sure. All the armies are based on professionals in the field, of course. So, of course, we need the combatants, but technology, military technology needs professionals, of course, and not our youth. And if we really do want to help our youth, we need to help them by providing them more possibilities for studying, possibilities for getting facilitated loans for buying homes, possibilities for having the chance of building up a families and creating a family. So not talking about, of course, military and compulsory military service. So since the very beginning, we were favorable to the first supply of armaments, because we are not abstract pacifists. But immediately after that, I asked Draghi to seriously consider the setting of a negotiation path. Because, see, it was clear since that very moment that it was something crazy. We shouldn't have been waiting for the results on the field. It's crazy to accept the military clash with Russia with 6,000 nuclear weapons. So this is a country still keeping its military apparatus. Still, we should have accepted on the NATO, Washington, London tables, we should have accepted negotiation possibilities. Instead, we saw something totally different. Now the military industry is on. We cannot stop it any longer. So we cannot change the matter of facts, and I can say now that all the forecasts made in the past are proving unsuccessful, talking about the change of regime of Putin and the way the war would have continued on Ukraine. If we would have invested in the negotiations, as of now, we would have already detected the way out for the Ukrainians, because Giorgia Meloni speaks about braveness, strength, and consistency. She immediately changes her mind. She makes a lot of mess. But you are not brave if you send others to fight in your name, on your behalf. So again, going back to the green issues, I would like to give you three suggestions: the nuclear, wind energy, and photovoltaic energy. So if you should create a list according to your tastes, what would you think it would be much more important in our country? We're not talking about nuclear like we were used to know in the 80s. Of course, Italy should become a hub of renewable energies in Europe. We have already 800 enterprises working this, an important turnover. We have also to connect over 35 gigawatts in the renewable fields, and we have a great work ahead. So wind energy, photovoltaic energy, the wind energy, of course, with the caution dictated by the fact that we have to detect specific places aimed for hosting these wind poles and these wind plants. and also defining specific places also for photovoltaic energy. As to nuclear energy, well, the Five-Star Movement is working a lot on AI, for example. So on our website of our party, you will find a green paper open to public consultation, 50 pages on AI. You can also participate to our surveys, replying to a questionnaire, including researchers, universities, and academic world, because you see, this innovation is to be managed in a democratic way. Altogether, we are supporting innovation. So we say yes to research, to nuclear research also, but be aware, don't be cheating. We talk about mini reactors.
Well, first of all, let's be clear. With our referendums, who are always there on the table, so the population has already given their own preferences. So we refused, for example, nuclear power. The population, for example, German one, refused the nuclear power. The problem is that the last central nuclear power that they are creating in Flagonville in France, that's the third reactor. That's still the fourth generation. That's not the first, actually. It's third generation plus an enhanced third generation. Let's take a look at the figures. Starting from 2014, it should have been delivered. Now we are in 2024, and we don't have the certainty that it will be delivered. The budget was 3 to 5 billion. Now we got to 19, 20 billion euros, and we don't know if other resources will be allocated. So when we say that nuclear power is something feasible, we need to say that we are talking about third generation plus. But do you exclude it? Well, I want to add, first of all, the International Agency for Energy has made some forecast. 2050, for 2050, I really beg you to have a look at them. Nuclear power in 2050 will cost 4 times energy coming from renewable sources. So my idea is, if we want to opt for nuclear power, even with small reactors, advanced reactors, or modular ones, at least we will create third generation plus plants in 8-10 years. But actually, we have at our disposal renewable energies. We don't have the problems of waste disposal, and of the higher costs, actually. Then, of course, research will go on, will evolve, when we will have warranties about the fourth generation nuclear power, or the project we are dreaming, that is to say, having clear energy without waste. We can talk about that. Well, actually, but someone says that with wind energy and solar energy, our energy need is not covered, and we have the most expensive energy in Europe, so our bills are really high. Well, actually, we have to say that we are in this situation also due to the energy pandemic and due to geopolitical issues. But I have to say that today, if I need to ask to the Europe, and I would like to have a president of the Council of Italy to go and ask an energy recovery fund for renewables, and to make Italy, to create in Italy a hub for renewables energy. So before closing, would you support Mario Draghi at the guide of the European Commission? Well, I think that Mario Draghi has already had his experience here. I think it's not the right moment to talk about single candidacies, but when we worked with him as Five-Star Movements, we had some problems with him on our issues. So it would be difficult for you to support him, even if he's Italian. What would you do? Well, you can understand what I tell you with my eyes. So you will not support Mario Draghi. Well, it's not the right time to talk about candidacy. But the other parties are talking about that. I would like to say something more. Our votes will go, of course, will go for a president of a commission that really wants to create a turning point for peace, that refuses the austerity logics. We want expansive policies, really agrees with the energy and ecological transition, refuses corruption. So a commission that refuses corruption, because there is corruption. The Qatar Gate, for example, also among the very leaders of the European levels, full bags of money, in plastic bags actually. Let's go back to the topic. Now, I wanted to ask you something about the corruption in Italy, because the governor of Liguria has been arrested. He's staying at home as a precautionary measure. So I would like to close this interview asking you about public financing. For example, the lobby of wind energy, of solar energy, would decide to finance the five-star movement. Would you accept that? Well, today, in front of these situations of corruption, what's the attitude of politics? Well, we tend not to talk about that. Also, the media system. Well, actually, I talk about that almost every day, and I have to say that Dr. Parenzo, he is an exception. You were also connected the last day, the other day. Yes, but you are an exception, because media and the political forces are not interested in talking about corruption and this kind of problem. Just think that a couple of weeks ago, the president of the Anti-Corruption Association, ANAC, said that municipalities in Italy, 1 out of 4 is involved in a corruption case. Municipalities over 15,000 inhabitants, citizens, but we don't talk about that. So what's the reaction of politics? The government is abolishing different crimes, for example, is reducing the crime of traffic on influence. The government is trying to stop journalists. He's trying to avoid, for example, some software to understand what is happening in policy institutions, the police, to carry out different investigations. They want to limit them. They are not talking about one thing now during the electoral campaign. The only point, they want to recover the public financing for the party. They will talk about that after the electoral campaign. Maybe some of you remember, maybe the older one, remember, for example, that when there was the public financing of the party, how much money they were stealing thanks to this public financing. So it's not a provocation, but I would like to propose an alternative model. Please try to do as the Five Stars movement. We have positive balance sheets. We're just getting some taxes from citizens who decide to allocate the resources for a certain party. We just accept micro-donations for renewables project. Well, the average of these micro-donations, for example, for the electoral campaign, the average is 30 euros per person. So some people will pay 50, will donate 100, but the limit for the law, according to the law, is 100,000 euros. So we want to be free from anyone. We had a list of entrepreneurs who wanted to finance us. We accept micro donations, but we don't want too much high donations. And this way, throughout the years, we were back, cutting also our salaries to give back to the community 100 million euros, for example, in case of climate catastrophes, floods, but also dotations, equipment for schools. And we also do not accept packets of votes. So let's try to propose this model which is working to everyone. And we will not talk about public financing anymore. Thank you, Giuseppe Conti, President of the Movement 5 Stars. Thank you for being with us, and I wish you all the best ahead.
Buon pomeriggio.
Good afternoon. So let's start again with the sustainable series of events, starting again with a topic which is really interesting, the topic of cotton. I would like to welcome and thank all our audience, both here on site, but also those following us from remote on RaiNews24.com and on today.it. Today we will talk about a really interesting story that is really interconnected with the stories of our country, with the story of our grandmother, a part of our country, the southern part of Italy, Gela, mainly that until the 60s has represented a really production hub of cotton. It was called the white gold area because when you were landing with an airplane on that, it seems to land over series of white cotton lands. Then, of course, with the development of other acrylic materials, the story changed a bit, but we are going back to that tradition also in terms of sustainability of our supply chain, so the supply chain of fashion. We will try to analyze this supply chain both on the micro point of view and the micro point of view, also considering the different policies that the European Union is adopting, especially concerning cottons, that has been included in the CAP, the CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy. We will talk also about Africa with the collaboration between EU, Italy, and Africa. We'll talk about different experiences also with the experience of a country whose representative is sitting next to me, Greece, who has been a great exporter of cotton. And then we will also go back to the area of Gela, this city, to talk to you about a machine that has been started again, has been reused again, fortunately, I would like to add. So I would like to start from the very beginning, from the macro perspective, just to give a framework to the most used and abused topic, sustainability. We know that we have to be sustainable. It seems an ethical and moral obligation, but we have understood that it's not like that, because sustainability is also environmental, ethical, and social sustainability. So I would like to start with Eric Trachtenberg, Executive Director of International Cotton Advisory Committee of USA. I would like to start with you from the very easiest question. What does it mean today on this stage being really sustainable? First of all, a big applause for him, just to break the ice.
But first of all, I would like to thank. That's the wrong tech.
Yes.
That's the wrong one.
It's the wrong one. Allora, chiedo alla
I would like to ask if we can show his products.
I'd like to thank the organizers of the Sustainable Fashion Expo. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come to Italy and talk to you more about cotton. Okay, this is in fact the right one. So where do we fit in? First of all, I'd like to introduce our organization. What is ICAC? Maybe I will move back there. ICAC is best thought of as the United Nations of Cotton and Related Products. We were founded in 1939, so we're actually older than the United Nations, and we're based in Washington. And although I'm an American, we are not a US organization. We are an international organization. We're one of 7 international commodity bodies that represent the cotton and related industries. And we report to 27 member countries, most of which are in Africa. So what do? We do a lot of data publications, and we check instruments to be sure standards are met. We do work in agriculture development, which I'll talk about later. A lot of work in sustainability and traceability, which I think are at the center of this conference. Looking at textiles, work with private sector, and finally, quite a bit of policy engagement and support. So what does this mean? When we look at the trend of cotton, we actually see two things going on. One is that cotton area has largely been stagnant for 60 years. There's not more area in the world planted at cotton, even though global population has increased. At the same time, yields were slowly growing for quite a long time, but for the last 10 or 15 years, they've largely been stagnant. But the cotton sector faces a lot of challenges and opportunities, and I'm probably going to spend more time on this slide than the others. The advantage is it's a natural fiber. It's not made from oil. It has the potential to reduce poverty, especially in Africa, and this is a very important point, again, I'll get back to. 43% of cotton farmers are women, so actually it's a way to promote women's empowerment. It's a powerful tool to fight climate change because cotton can sequester carbon. It's something called the zero fight, which means it's suitable for dry conditions, and it grows in places where other crops can't. For example, in large parts of the Sahel in Western Africa, cotton is the only cash crop that'll really grow. It's also true in parts of Texas, actually. And it's a higher end feel that customers like. On the other hand, cotton faces some problems. It's expensive. There's also a trend to fast fashion, which makes people not want to buy something like cotton. It's a natural product, so there is more variability. It's not like polyester and nylon, where you run it through the factory and it comes out the same all the time. Cotton, it is heterogeneous. Also, there's a lot of incorrect information about cotton. It's terrible for the environment. It uses tons of water. I'm going to be answering some of those questions later because the truth is very, very different. It competes with other crops. For instance, Brazil competes with soybeans and corn. And finally, there's this perception that cotton, you can't use it for certain purposes. But we're also trying to think of ways to change that too. I think one aspect that really needs to be focused on is the critical importance of cotton in livelihoods. So if you look at this chart, it is the #1 commodity exported by Benin, #2 for Burkina Faso and Mali, #3 for Chad, #7 for Cote d'Ivoire. When you're talking cotton and a strong cotton market, you're really talking about cash for some of the world's poorest people. And this is a very important case when you're looking at sustainability, is how do we sustain our planet when we're not really addressing poverty? So this goes back to some of the myths about cotton. Oh, cotton's really terrible. Okay, let's look at the data. Every year, our organization publishes a 1,000-page book that goes into the data production of cotton globally. You can access our data on our homepage. What is the truth about cotton? Occupies 2.5% of global land, 1.7% of water. Not the huge numbers you read about in the press, they're just not true. 4 to 5% of pesticide, depends if you measure by volume or value. And we only use about 2.8% of fertilizers by volume. So if you look at it, cotton uses a fairly small number of inputs. So cotton isn't poisoning the world. It's just not true. Let's look at cotton in the environment. Cotton emits very low CO2. We all have to wear something. So the question is, what is the best fiber to wear for the sake of our environment? Cotton sequesters carbon. If you produce something from cotton stalks called biochar, it can actually take carbon out of the atmosphere. You have cover crops, which can also help reduce carbon. So as a result, if you compare cotton to all the other fibers, it has one of the smallest carbon footprints. Here's more data. Cotton sequesters 0.5 kilo per CO2 of fiber produced. Cotton fabrics from cotton stalks maintain carbon for several years. Cotton lasts longer in fabrics, which means the longer you keep cotton sequestered, the more it's out of the atmosphere, causing climate change. There are many different definitions, and you often hear this question of, oh, we want to be sustainable. But what does that really mean? What is sustainability? Well, we published a report earlier this year, and we looked at, I think, more than 30 different regenerative and sustainable standards to say, what does it mean and how does it affect real people? Our report addresses the challenges and feasibility of different measures, for instance, no-till in agriculture, or cover crops, or livestock, or human rights. And so we actually, this is the most complicated slide I've got. Along the top, we looked at regenerative agriculture frameworks. And then we looked at all the practices that you need to do to make those practices, to meet those different standards. So you can see there's a lot of discussion about what it means to be regenerative and sustainable. Now this is a very busy chart, but it's very important because some of these standards are very difficult for small farmers to meet. So one of the real problems is that there'll be a new standard, a new certification, and the smallholder farmers just can't do it, and they lose their market. I'll use an example of another crop. I used to work in Tanzania, and there were smallholder farmers selling fruits and vegetables. Then there was a new standard, and these poor farmers got poorer because they lost their market. So whenever people are looking at standards, you have to be really, really careful that you don't harm poor people. I think the standards have good goals. I think they have very important values, but can't leave the smallholder farmers paying the bill in the end. And that's a very important aspect of sustainability. Train farmers in sustainable practices. It actually launched last week. So my chief scientist was in northern Cameroon actually launching this project. In Zambia, a similar project doubled yields. And again, that makes a difference for poor farmers. We've done other things. We have a virtual reality training system where basically, I thought it was a gimmick when I first heard about it. They can use VR for training. But in fact, farmers remember things better, and it actually makes a difference in their production. So it actually works. We have an app where farmers can look for production practices. What are we doing ahead? We're going to be doing a lot more in agriculture development because many of our members are in Africa, and frankly, that's just a really important thing for us to do. We're going to be doing a lot more to support sustainability and traceability. And we're also going to be looking at working in Africa with the textile sector to help them add value and create positive livelihoods in the region. At the same time, for the large cotton producing countries like the US, Brazil, and Australia, we also want to keep telling the truth so that in the end, we can have a stronger global cotton market. We're going to be consulting with our countries to come up with actionable plans. It's one thing, I'll let that go by. Okay. The Doppler effect. It's also very important at the same time. We're going to be also engaging a lot with environmental groups because once the truth about cotton is known, I think we can also have environmental groups as allies. But this is the key challenge. We all have to ask ourselves, who pays for traceability? Who pays for certification? Who pays? If the brands don't want to pay, who pays? And so it's a really important question when we think about how to make sustainability real. It's one thing to have theory, it's another thing to have practice. Again, this is our timeline to develop projects that'll make a real difference. And anyway, that is the end of my presentation. I look forward to hearing from the other panel members and any questions. Thank you.
Allora, già un sacco di spunti sono emersi da questo.
Well, a lot of insights already from this presentation, and I have to say that it is also something that is at the base of the reasons why Europe has decided to place among the priorities of the sustainable agenda the topic of recovering the cotton supply chain. So I would like to tackle this topic together with Antonio Siarkos, President of the European Cotton Islands from Greece. So he will also give us some insight about Greece, because we know that for years Greece has been a great producer of cotton. Is it still like that, still today? Maybe that's just a very small joke.
This is a great producer of cotton and exporter as well. In my presentation, I will have the chance to give the view of the trade balances in Europe.
Perfetto, allora cerchiamo di capire.
Thank you so much. So let's try to understand with you what are the reasons that support the present in the agenda as a priority as cotton for the European policies. You have the floor.
I will make the presentation and I will be open to answer any questions. Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Antonio Siarkos. I'm coming from Greece, but today I'm representing Europe, the European Cotton Alliance. I'm excited to have the opportunity to participate in this special event to such a historical venue. In my short presentation, I will provide more insight into who we are, what the EU cotton label and the EU cotton management system stands for, and why and how EU cotton can drive the way to more sustainable textiles. The European Cotton Alliance is a European-level association formed by the active collaboration of farmers and industries association in the European producing countries, accumulating 100% of the cotton sector in Europe. Among the aims and objectives of the Alliance, the most important are to foster the collaboration and cooperation among the cotton producer and the textile industries in Europe, to promote the use of cotton in principle and European cotton especially among professionals and consumers. Thank you. The EU cotton label is a registered European collective mark attributed to the members of the Alliance that they manage to produce cotton in compliance with the criteria set in its regulation of use. The label that you can see at the screen is protected by the provisions of the EU trademark regulation and is registered to the European Union Intellectual Property Organization. In a comprehensive statement, EU cotton is the quality mark that incorporates the identity feature of the cotton produced in Europe, as they concern its high quality and the responsible and sustainable way it is produced. It is grown from non-GMO seeds, achieving a high level of environmental and social performance. High spinability, excellent uniformity, versatility of the fibers, virtually contamination-free crop, machine-picked, efficient logistics comprises the fiber quality package of the European cotton. Farming practices used for its production are highly regulated in accordance with the European Union directive and regulations of the Common Agricultural Policy and the ensuring full traceability of product flow through the district manufacturing stages. This management system is implemented by registered organizations operating in the textile chain within the European Union, allowing them to use the EU cotton label on their product as long as they comply with the criteria of the certification scheme. European cotton is well appreciated by the international market, achieving very good performance through exports. Europe is the second biggest consumer of textile products. However, a small percentage of the cotton produced in Europe consumed locally, although the needs for cotton product far exceed the available fiber production. It is noteworthy that a large percentage of the cotton exported to other countries returns to Europe as finished textile products. Although Europe has a very long tradition in the textile business used to be a very traditional business in Europe, like the steam engine of the European economy. The last couple of decades, the sector has been facing tough competition with lower cost producing countries driving to its shrinkage. Textile production processes in Europe are closely scrutinized based on very strict legislation, environmental rules, and social standards. The competitiveness of the domestic textile companies is mostly oriented to niche markets and specialized technical uses. It is widely acknowledged that the European textile ecosystem mostly relies on imports, as you can see at the screen. Given this globalized nature of the industry, companies and retailers must transport their goods and raw materials across many countries. However, global shocks like the health crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical risk, as recently shown by the war in Ukraine and in Gaza, can cause supply chain disruptions and serious implications in the operation of the industry. Given the current situation, it is imperative for the sector to develop different business models. The relentless expansion in textile consumption has a growing impact on the environment, climate change, and resource depletion. Many of the pressures created by this increasing consumption can be traced back to fast fashion, low cost, low quality, at great speed production of apparels, often under poor labor and environmental conditions outside the EU. However, there is a growing interest from the consumers, a growing concern on social challenges related with the decent working conditions and the loose environmental controls in these countries. Consumers are increasingly demanding to know the origin of the materials in the garments they buy and the sustainability of their supply chains. And they put a lot of pressure to retailers to provide transparency. Brands and retailers are striving to satisfy this need that consistently demand products produced with high social and environmental standards. The European Commission, in order to address these challenges of the textile sector, has presented recently the new strategy for sustainable and circular textiles. The new strategy basically sets out the vision and proposes action to ensure that by the year of 2030, textile products placed on the EU will be more durable, reusable, recyclable, free of hazardous substances, and produced in respect to social rights and the environment. There is no doubt that EU, through this strategy, is advancing more to sustainability of the textile ecosystem. However, there is a growing concern on how the proposed actions and measures will be implemented on textile goods imported in Europe. Within this market and regulatory framework, there is an emerging opportunity for the local textile industry. This opportunity lies on developing regional, resilient, traceable, and transparent supply chains that can efficiently and reliably support the advanced requirements of brands and retailers looking to better serve their customer needs. The background here is the changing consumer behavior towards sustainably manufactured textiles, which is an obvious advantage of the European manufacturers. Efficiency is maximized for them when they processing locally produced, high-quality raw materials with increased social and environmental value. This is exactly the case of the European cotton, a superior quality fiber that satisfied the needs for manufacturing long-lived, durable textile products that can be repaired, recycled, and reused, adopting circular economy principles. A strict regulated crop made from non-GMO seeds that matches the requirements of sustainable sourcing raw materials, free of hazardous substances, produced in respect of social and the environment. A natural fiber, a renewable raw material that drives the way towards a resource-saving circular economy. Cotton, because of its biodegradability, when ultimately discarded, is combusted and returned to the earth as a regenerative resource for the nature. But most importantly, European cotton is a locally produced fiber which can be processed within the context of a regional supply chain using the framework of the EU Cotton Management Scheme. This ensures resilience of the supply chain to future shocks, full traceability of the product flow in the manufacturing line, complete transparency of the process, and detailed information for labeling and the digital passport control of textile products. In addition to that, it reinforces the industry's efforts to minimize its carbon and environmental footprints, since supply sources are closer to the consumer's markets. Proximity is the dominant factor, eliminating any excess traveling of unfinished goods until reaching the final consumer's markets. And I would like to conclude my presentation saying to you that nowadays European Cotton Alliance is implementing an ambitious and innovative promotion campaign with co-funding by the European Union under the Enjoy It's From Europe promotion scheme. Campaign aims to increase the visibility of the European cotton, adding a very strong focus toward its quality and sustainability properties. The outcome of this campaign is expected the creation of added value for the label EU cotton and a rise of demand for textile goods made from European cotton. Europe designing a sustainable future with European cotton. And European cotton is of high quality, responsibly produced from non-GMO seeds are the key messages of this campaign. This is the true story of our product. that we want to share it with our customer. Our vision is to work closely with the participants in the textile chain in order to build values for the consumers, the European and international consumers who are demanding high-quality, sustainably produced products. At the end of my presentation, I have a short video visualizing what I'm trying to say. Please enjoy it. It's only a 2-minute video. Thank you.
Allora, so thank you so much from seed to our homes. So thank you for this marvelous video. Thank you, Antonio Siarcos. There's another aspect which is extremely important and which is representing a further step ahead towards this direction. And it is about us, Italy, and Africa as well, because as you may already know, in the Mattei Plan, there are several chapters talking about economic cooperation and trade cooperation between these two parties. And this is a kind of a bridge between Italy and Africa. So during Eric's presentation, we saw a chapter dedicated to the economic impact of the trade of cotton. So now shifting to Alexis Ray Gaynor, please pay an applause to her. She's Director of Strategy and Partnership of African Chamber of Trade and Commerce. So I would like to start by her understanding which is the main industry for the cotton industry in Africa. So what's the biggest challenge ahead when it comes to cotton trade in Africa?
So currently, the biggest challenge in Africa cotton industry is the combination of low productivity and market access issues. These challenges are multifaceted. It includes low productivity, climate change, market access and pricing, infrastructure deficiencies, lack of investment, as well as pest management. Oh yes, so they're actually showing a video currently This is presenting our International Forum for Cotton Textiles and Accessories. We are actually going to be hosting this in July 9th through the 12th in Kribi Beach, Cameroon. The International Forum for Textile and Accessories is also known as Phygital, and it is addressing the African cotton production and transformation from the farm to the market through value addition within international standards, understanding that sustainability remains a challenge in Africa. We need to build adaptive ecosystems with compelling infrastructures to support local and global competitiveness for goods and services in Africa. To access global markets, Africa must be able to convert the continent's economic potential into real wealth and job-creating opportunities. The local comparative advantage in owning natural resources and raw materials should be the aspiration for Africa's economic potential. How we strategize on putting in place considerable financial tools and investment budgets to address sustainability through value and supply of cotton from the farm to the market is not only crucial, but it's urgent. Phygital's focus is on getting appropriate solutions, and our purpose is to provide the framework to make this possible. Building solid and reliable partnerships between public, private, and governmental stakeholders to make implementation of the framework possible is the goal to make the real impact. With the digital advancements and expanded connectivity via the internet, Africa's apparel generated a demand in the global markets and needs proper support to take advantage of this opportunity for economic and social development at home and abroad. The third edition of Phygital should explore the challenges and set the standards going forward to the continent. The declaration during Phygital 2024 should determine how the Phygital ecosystem's textile estate Kribi positions itself in the Kribi deep seaport industrial free trade activities as a part of the solution to the global textiles distribution markets. This conference touches on the ambitious agenda of Phygital. We suggest that the EU and developmental partners consider including Phygital in the global approach agenda proposed by the World Trade Organization Globalization Agenda based on regional distribution markets. Partnering with international and national players are key components to our strategy to address sustainability and resilience in Africa's economic development. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to work on ways and means to stop duplication and waste in all aspects through the agribusiness to optimize Africa's potential in the production, transformation, and distribution of textiles, distribution, value, and supply chains from farm crop to shop. The global fashion industry sector is facing a major revolution, considering the huge impact and recognition of African fabrics and designs. The public-private partnerships, tripartite business models as a solution is facing an irreversible global pattern. How stakeholders perceive and integrate these solutions is indispensable for the growth of global business wellness. I think that's evident in the Made in Italy campaign that we are here today for. And so being able to replicate something like that for the continent of Africa, I think would be a very, very viable solution and is not too hard. It really just is about convening in ways like this, having discussions like this, and then having partners on all calibers willing to come to the table with their resources and their knowledge. We look forward to welcoming you all to the third edition of Phygital 2024, which again is hosted in Kribi Beach, Cameroon from July 9th to the 12th. We also have Eric as our keynote speaker, so it will be a really good time and really a great place for anyone that is already working in the cotton space or interested in learning more about African cotton and how it is interacting with the global economy.
È molto interessante capire.
Extremely interesting understanding from your speech, from your words, the following. It's extremely important also in Italy supporting small and medium enterprises, even the smallest ones, which are the texture of our country. So she was also talking about the importance of the support of small handcraftsmen, and they are those who started this kind of revolutions, these changes, of course, and we always have to consider all these matters when we have to talk about sustainability and sustainable business. So thank you so much for raising this insight, these inputs. So we go back to the very beginning of our talks, going to Manlio now, representing a virtuous example of Italian entrepreneurship connected to our grandma's business. Because for a given period of time, that specific area have been so proactive. I'm talking about Piana di Gela area. Then in the 60s, with the arrival on the market of synthetic fibers, unfortunately, modernity changed also that wonderful corner of the world, unfortunately, I have to say again. But now it seems to be back to its livelihood, also thanks to your project, also involving extremely important brands like OVS and luxury brands, Chanel. So a winning history stemming from, what's the seed of this great idea that you had?
Well, thank you so much for giving me the floor. I would like to tell you a story that was born from the love for our territory, from Sicily, that is my homeland. I studied also fashion, so I followed a bit the topic of globalization, leaving the territory I loved to follow my dream of working in fashion. I worked in the US, then also in China. I've worked more than 17 years in Asia, and I've always taken care about development from the very beginning to the end product. So we went to India, to Pakistan, Bangladesh, and so on, especially in China, where we took raw materials and we transformed them in the different products of fast fashion or the luxury sector of fashion. Everything was carried out in Asia. That was really at the forefront of that great wave, because as we also had said, everyone thought that reshoring was possible. It was not needed to produce internally in our territory. Today, it's not like that. So my project has been also evolving. It was born from the love of my territory. Back in 2019, I came back to Italy, and on April the 9th, my child was born. Now he's 5. And on April 19th of 2019, we planted the first seed of cotton in our soil, opening the first workshop that had been stopped for more than 50 years in Sicily, a story that dates back to our grandparents, that is strictly connected to the Sicilian territory, not just because we have old productions of cotton throughout history, but also because the territory is really adapted, can be really adapted for the production of cotton. Maybe it's one of the best territory and soil for this kind of crop in the Mediterranean. But let's go back to what happened 5 years ago. So we tried to plant some seeds to create this product. We saw if this plant could adjust to the Sicilian ecosystem. So we started to study the plant from the biological point of view. So we studied the reactions of the plant with biological and organic intervention. So we collected the very first data that were really important for the future of the project itself. And from there, the very first plantation was born back in 2021 in Sicily, where now we have a higher level cotton, which is called prime cotton, so a long fiber with really important features for the fashion industry, which can also support the luxury sector. Because, of course, we always need to remind that we are growing these plants in Italy, and as we are doing that in a sustainable way, we need to face some costs. So sustainability needs also to be an economic sustainability. So the very first crop was born, and of course we hired half of the population of Sicily to gather, to collect all the products of this field with the very first machine that we imported from China. That step was really important because our product started to be known by the fashion sector, because first of all we said, well, actually we are bringing back the culture of biological organic cotton back to Sicily again. So I really ask if you would like to try these fibers, and this happened. So we sent it to different brands, And to my surprise, well, it went viral. Everyone were really happy about this project, and all the fashion industry started to come to Sicily to see what was happening. That was the reason why we opened the first gymming back in 2022. And of course, this plant was not existing anymore in Italy. We needed to go back to 60 years before. But I have to say also that just after the pandemic, so a double courage, a double bravery, we can say. I have to say that during the pandemic we were cropping cotton, so the pandemic helped us also to start with this crop. So not all what happened was negative. Of course, it has been a bad experience for everyone, but I have to say that we also had positive outcomes from our point of view, because we had the possibility to go on with this activity. So we opened in 2022 this genuine plant. So we had the real emotion of having the very first coil of cotton that was appreciated by everyone. But I would like now to show you one video that tells you the story that I was explaining to you. And then I will go in details later on.
Grazie. Ragazzi, scusate,
Thank you. I always get emotional, even if I have watched this video so many times. So now I have to say that the project started to evolve, because besides growing cotton and showing that cotton is something good for the territory, also saving water consumption, for example, because as my colleague said, that everybody think that cotton is one of the big destroyer of our planet, but it's not like that at all, because we use very few quantity of water if we compare, for example, for other materials, the water used for other materials. So maybe we use more water when we drink a bottle of wine, that is, the water is used for wine production, than when we wear something in cotton. So all this project evolved. It was a project based on a fiber, but it became something more, because throughout the process, throughout the pathway, we met Vetturi and Cammalleri who believed in this project, and we gathered our synergies, our strengths. So a company specialized in agro-photovoltaic sector, so in the creation of sustainable energy, together with the cotton crops, cotton growing. So sustainable energy now is used also for the culture of cotton. So these things is not a synergy that was born by something that was given, was granted. it was also born from important figures and data, because cotton is also an attractor of thermal energy. That's why we grow cotton in Africa, in the US, and also in Greece, because we are more or less on the same level. But also within the solar panels, during some times of days, we have really high temperatures. So the cotton really benefits from that, also within the context of its culture. So it's an agricultural synergy, but also a sustainable synergy. We create pure fibers that is used in the high fashion world, because it's a really precious fibers. We create that in a sustainable way, because 1 hectare of cotton corresponds to 1.8 tons of CO2. That's a really high ton. And we are talking about CO2 absorption, and we don't have other crop that do that job. So I would like to dispel the past myth that cotton is a really bad crop that can damage the planet. On the contrary, it is actually supporting the planet. Also, we have another synergy together with ICS Group that allowed us to try to start with other bioculture. So, for example, we have a traditional plant called guado, which produces the blue color, so we have natural dyings also. And on that topic, I have another short video that I would like to show you, in which you can see So Fine, which is our new brand, which expresses elegance and superior elegance for Italian fashion, everything made in Italy.
Grazie. Oggi...
Thank you. So now we have So Fine, which is the future of the made in Italy, because we have created a new brand, which is an ingredient which will be paramount for our fashion supply chain. From our fibers comes the made in Italy of those producing the Italian fibers. And finally, after 50 years, we can say the product was made in Italy, starting from the raw material to the end product. We needed in the past to import cottons from all over the world. I also saw cotton crops in the strangest way all over the planet, but I can guarantee that in Sicily we do that in a really sustainable way, in a good way, because the cotton is the flower. So from yellow it becomes purple and then white, and this is the marvelous performance of this cotton. So really, thank you for your attention, and I hope that you all will come to Sicily to have a look at our field. Thank you. Well, that you put love in that job, it can be really perceived. So we have a couple of minutes before concluding this panel, just to stop the amazing beauty of this storytelling, to ask you, Eric, about a definition, synthetic fiber. What does it mean? What do you think about synthetic fiber? How do we place it in this storytelling?
Basically, in in the textile world, we tend to look at a difference between natural fibers and synthetic fibers. And the way to think of it is natural fibers tend to either come from plant or animal sources, and synthetic fibers tend to be derived from oil. And there's a very big environmental difference between them. For instance, I know the EU is very focused on circularity and having, increasing lifespan and reducing waste. And when you look at the waste that comes from the end of life of these fabrics, they're very different. Sometimes they talk about microfibers, but microfibers are not the same from synthetics as they are from natural fibers. So if you have something from cotton or wool, at the end of life, if you throw it in a landfill, it breaks down and it's harmless. The problem with synthetics is that they persist. And then they break down into smaller sizes. And we all know there's increasing evidence that microfibers, or microplastics actually in this case, are a really serious environmental threat. So, when we're thinking about what does it mean to have a sustainable textile, and I know the EU is working very hard on regulations to sort of help enforce that. But what we do is that when we're gauging on regulation or when we're making our own personal choices, I'll give you a story. This suit I'm wearing is almost 20 years old. And it's wool, and it was made by a company that actually really cares about quality. So you can either wear something for 10 or 20 years and not pollute the environment, or you can buy fast fashion, wear it maybe 5 times, throw it in a landfill, and pollute the world. So that and greenhouse gases, so there is a really important difference when we make our choices. Thank you.
Allora, siamo in chiusura, vorrei coinvolgere un'ultima.
Well, just to conclude, I would like to address Alexis, who maybe talked a bit less than the others, to understand how the spreading of African cotton is going also in other parts of the world. Is it easy, or are there some areas in which it's still difficult to bring this cotton, your African cotton?
Challenges, and primarily with the capacity building and training, and that really just boils down to funding, and to be able to make that happen, you need money. And so we really are trying our best to engage, again, governmental partners as well as private partners to bring their resources. It doesn't necessarily have to be money. You can bring your knowledge, you can bring machinery. We just had machinery donated last year from UNDP, so we are getting help, but without the capacity building and the training, the farmers and the artisans are at a disadvantage when they could be getting the resources and the information that they need to help them prioritize that. And then it comes down to the relationship with ports as well. And so our organization, the African Chamber of Trade and Commerce, we have been building our relationships with ports in the U.S. and on the U.S. coast of Africa, just to open up those relationships and really figure out what is needed to create certain standards for the continent so that everyone understands. Our organization is based in Cameroon. However, we seek to create standards for all of the countries in the continent so that we can work in unison. And again, like I said, with the Made in Italy initiative that is so successful here, what's really stopping us from being able to model that within our own space? And again, it comes back to the capacity building, the training, and the funding.
Grazie mille. Dunque, vi abbiamo portato in giro per...
Thank you so much. So we've done a trip throughout the different continents, Africa, Europe, and Italy also, a story made of passion, cotton, roots, and sustainability. So really thank you to all our panel. Just a break of a couple of minutes, and then talking about sustainability, we will try to understand what does it mean to be sustainable from the point of view of tourism, also with the Minister Santanchè, who will be our guest. So stay there.
Allora, ben ritrovati.
So, welcome back. Good afternoon. As I have already told you, now we will focus about sustainable tourism, but also about Made in Italy and how only talking from this venue about these topics makes this city a city that needs to be pioneer and leader what concerns the issues of sustainability and tourism, and also considering the data that we will analyze with our guests. We are waiting to connect with the Minister Daniela Santanchè, Minister of the Italian Republic of Tourism. Here with me we have Lorenzo Galanti, Director General of Italian Trade Agency, ITA, with a really long background between Middle East, Africa, Asia, but also the United States. You have worked more or less everywhere. So we would like to know from your really broad point of view, what's your perspective also about Italy. So waiting for the connection with the Minister, Daniela Santanchè, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Antonio Tajani, sent us a letter who couldn't be here, so I think you could be the main voice of the words by Antonio Tajani. So, good evening, everyone. So it's my pleasure to read the message of the Deputy President of the Council and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Antonio Tajani, for this Phygital Sustainability Expo 2024. So I would like to thank the organizers. I would like to greet you all the participants at this important meeting that tackles topics that are really important for the younger generations. Your program really reflects the worries of many young people what concerns challenges that are really pivotal for our era. So I'm thinking about peace, climate change, energy transition, digital transition, artificial intelligence and growth. These are world topics that the government is tackling with a strategic vision, also with the presidency of the G7, that must be a G7 of peace, stability and growth, but also in Europe to guide the common policies for the advantage of and the well-being of Italian and European citizens, because sustainability must be a tool and not an obstacle. Humankind must be as the center. That has always been characterized my political action in Europe as President of the Parliament and also of the Commission. Because, of course, sustainable growth always considers the different aspects of economy and social dimension. Of course, the economic growth is always the result of investing policies and employment policies, but also practical actions that allow us to have access to basic services such as water, health, and education. We cannot guarantee a life standard which is health and well-being for everyone if we do not work together also with the employment, the food security, but also in sense of quality. We think that environment protection is an engine of growth and innovation. This is true for our economy, our territories, and this is one of the strongest commission of the Italian government, also at the European level. Also for our action of cooperation and development. This will be the topic during the meeting of the G7 meeting next October in Pescara. We would like to confirm the commitment for a sustainable development and also share our cooperation model that implies the ever-growing commitment of the private sector as an engine of advantageous cooperation. This is also the soul of the Mattei Plan for Africa, that we want to include in a European Marshall Plan. with this idea, we gathered last week at the ministry the main associations of Italian companies, with also those coming from 21 African countries. To reach these objectives, we need a comprehensive effort from institutions, category associations, civil societies, university and research center, for example, that on the topic of packages allowed us to defend in Europe our model of circularity, but also our fight for the labeling policies. You, of course, can count on me, on the Italian government, to go on together with this effort. Antonio Tajani. So this was the message by Antonio Tajani, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So count on me and count on the Italian government. And talking about Italian government, let's see if we have the connection with the Minister of the Italian Republic for Tourism. Good morning. Good afternoon, actually, and welcome. Can you hear us?
Let's see if she can hear us. The image is frozen, so maybe she can't hear us. I know that Minister Santaché is always so happy for participating, for attending this event, because this is not just about fashion. We also talk about tourism, mobility, and a lot of other things. It's an event about culture. The culture evolving around sustainability, of course, also including other themes and subjects. And also, when we will talk about sustainability and tourism during this panel, while we try and understand if we really can connect to Minister Santaché, let's start from some extraordinary data, talking about the Made in Italy, just 620 million euro by the end of 2022 as to the export of Made in Italy, plus 19.8% compared to the previous year. So the Made in Italy brand works, and it works greatly, especially after the pandemic. Something interesting happened as to the development of our products on foreign markets. Well, 626 billion euros in terms of exports in 2023. I'm seeing the minister. Okay, Minister, we can see you. Can you hear us okay? Okay, good morning. Just pay an applause to Minister Santaché, please. Welcome, Minister. I know that you love this event, which is an event about culture, the culture of sustainability, not just about fashion. So we wanted to invite you to really understand if we can talk about tourism, but also about sustainable tourism. We just heard the lecture sent by Minister of Foreign Affairs. I heard that. So is it possible, or it is just a utopia? Shall we change the paradigm, or it can be done? For sure we can do that, because tourism is connected to sustainability. So if we want to win the challenges ahead while paving the way for the future in a proper manner, providing for a better tourist offer, well, we have to work exactly on sustainable tourism. First of all, I would like to greet the President, Director Galanti, and apologizing for not being there physically. As you rightly said, President, it was extremely important for me to be there, because I believe this is an extremely interesting event for having a chance for discussing together about the future of tourism and other matters, which are hot topics as of now. Of course, we also have to say that the venue you are in now, the Market of Trajan, really reminds us how important it is to go back over and over again speaking about sustainability and culture. So it's a magic place. putting together past, present, and the future, being also the proof of the uniquenesses of our country and our nation. So as a minister, in my capacity as a minister of tourism, I would like to thank all the workers of this sector, of the sector of tourism, and also thanks to the engagement of Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Thanks to all of them, tourism is now back on the international scenario. So it is restoring its importance. According to the data going back to 2023, according to ISTAT data, we see that there's a technical problem with audio. We see an improvement with over 134 million people, million euros invested in this. Sorry, it's impossible to properly listen, to properly hear the voice. Still, I'm proud about these figures, even if I know that it is all due to the workers of the tourism sector. Supporting tourism in all its aspects, therefore overcoming the burdens set also by the pandemic, of course, also increasing the presence of tourists in Italy with plus 5 million tourists this year, expected to come this year. So we have to keep on working in a team closely together, but we're still so happy with the results achieved so far. And we also have to be aware of the fact that tourism must be continuously updated. So we have to keep on innovating this sector, especially when it comes to sustainability in tourism. So maybe this word needs to be really concretely implemented in this sector in order not to be just considered a single word. I think we have some connection problems. So Minister was talking about this risk of using this word, sustainability, in a wrong way, because sometimes we overuse it, and it's looking like deprived of its original meaning. On the opposite, we should attribute the proper importance to this important word. I don't know if we still have the connection with the Minister. Okay, Minister. Unfortunately, the connection is not properly working. Well, I was talking about the fact that sustainability could really stay just like a label, because sustainable fashion is the future of fashion. And in 2023, it was up to even 100 billion euros, and it's also a great way for paving the way for the future of tourism. We have a lot of events connected to fashion happening mainly in Milan, but they could also involve Rome in the future, of course. It would be a great thing for tourism in the city. Besides all of these aspects, fashion can highlight the beauties of our country, of course, therefore attracting people to our country. If Italy is so beloved all over the world, is really thanks to the great work made by the producers of our best excellencies. And so we have to do our best in order to make our nation even bigger in the future, also thanks to and through fashion. So sustainability and innovation guide global trends. So Italy is the lighthouse of sustainable fashion, an important sector which embraces the principle of sustainability, art, craftsmanship, which are the main features upon which Italy is known all over the world. So it is clear how fashion can convey elegance and style but also important values that are extremely crucial in our culture. And it can do so all over the world. And this brings me back to what we've done in our ministry by resorting to a fund of 41 million for sustainable tourism, 5 million for a project for enhancing Italian beauty through sustainable tourism, and a set of incentives for implemented targeted programs and plans within the tourist industry. So I believe we can do that. We can keep on doing that since Italy and all the tourist sector will do its best in order to make this sustainability something real. And we can do that if we work closely together with the workers of this sector, keeping on working on a daily basis to improve the level of the offer. And as I rightly said in the beginning, and as PM Meloni said, it's extremely important to bet on tourism. Therefore, we have to do all our best to focus our agenda on the tourist sector, just like we did in this last 1.5 years. I'm again sorry for not being there with you in presence. I'm not even in Rome today. I'm here and there, but I'm really sorry because I acknowledge your engagement, your patience, your skills, and the importance of this event. So, again, thank you so much. Have a nice evening ahead, and hope to see you next year. And, well, it was great to see you, even if at a distance, so from a remote connection, but still it would have been great to be there. And really, I will be happy to be there physically also next year, so thank you so much. Thank you, Minister for Tourism, Daniela Santachier. Have a nice day. We understand that you're so engaged in politics these days. So she said a lot of interesting things, a lot of insights she gave us. Tourism is back on the world scene, but tourism has always been on the world scenario, we can say, but can we say something about that, Director, and why? Well, tourism and Made in Italy go hand in hand together. So this is extremely important to be highlighted because Italy presents itself by doing so. So Made in Italy is an experiential brand. So when I buy an Italian good, being it food or an industrial machine, I have a specific idea of Italy. So from where that good comes, how it was produced, upon which values, upon which experiences also. So going back to what we were saying before, what we see in the post-pandemic period, also considering the numbers that were published by Istat, like the Minister rightly said, we see that this coming back of tourism to the pre-pandemic levels, which are even overcome now, and even with a number of tourists coming from abroad up to 52% of the total, 52.4%, so overcoming Italian tourists. This means that Italy has a strong attracting capacity in terms of tourism within a context that is different, the difference from that of 3 decades ago, where Italy was really unable to attract so many people. And this place is proof of its attractiveness, of course. But today and nowadays, tourism is extremely competitive. All countries strive for attracting tourists, invest in resources, compete strongly in order to attract tourists. So so you mean it's not sufficient to be beautiful or handsome? We have to do something more. We must tell us something about ourselves and do that in a proper manner. So Minister was talking about innovation within tourism, which is also important. So sustainable tourism, as a matter of fact, is a key for this innovation because sustainable tourism For a country just like Italy, which is the fourth tourist power worldwide, sustainable tourism means deseasonalization, secondary destinations, promoting secondary destinations, the famous small towns across Italy, which are marvelous and which have to be promoted, which must become accessible to all the tourists coming from abroad. Of course, the Italians goes without saying. So places which have to be properly promoted. So just to give you an example, there's a project which is called the Turismo delle Radici, the Roots of Tourism, promoted by MOFA, which is destined to almost 80 million Italian descendants scattered all over the world. So through a specific portal, it targets exactly these people in order to attract them towards their original places of birth of their families, let's say. So it's mostly the case of small towns scattered across Italy, connected to this big Italian phenomenon of the migration back in the 30s. So there's something also within the resilience plan at the EU level, of course, working in this field. So it's also a way for spreading the benefits of tourism on the national territory and innovate at the same time and being sustainable, because we cannot deny that Venice, just to give you an example, we were reading that on Sole 24, the data on tourism are excellent. So the first region, according to tourism, is Veneto, and also Venice is the first one, ranking first, but there's also a matter of connected to sustainability there. So we should be able to attract on the territory. So territories are the places where Made in Italy is born. So going back to the initial theme, of course, both in the agri-food sector and in the fashion sector, and also in the other products, which are products of the several districts that we have, we also tell the history of territories. So tourism at the same time is a way for promoting Made in Italy, because currently those coming to Italy learn something more about the territories and the products coming from several sectors made in those specific territories. And at the same time, Made in Italy is a way for attracting tourism to Italy. So if in this moment the export and tourism are growing, it is therefore clear that it's not a coincidence. So there must be a connection between these two things. So Made in Italy is an experiential brand. Or even Italian cuisine, which is much appreciated. I was ambassador in Thailand. Thailand is a country boasting a great culinary tradition. They love a lot their food, but they still love Italian cuisine. And Italian restaurants are so popular there. And it's not just a temporary trend, because they really love it. And these restaurants do not just offer an Italian menu, they also offer an Italian experience. And that's extremely important in our world. So it's important also to see the integration of these two phenomena when it comes to tourism, because they are intertwined, of course. And all this is contained in the Made in Italy days, also 2 days where Italian products are showcased on the platforms like Amazon. And these are indeed the 2 days focused on our Made in Italy products with great results and great successes. So thank you so much, Director. Thank you so much, Director General of Italian Trade Agents, Mr. Galanti. We will now have a short break. We will revert to you in a short while to shift to sustainable mobility. Thank you so much. See you just in a while. So welcome back. So let's restart our streaming connection, and hi to all those who are following us on skynews.it and rightnews.it and today.it. So again, talking about sustainability, but within mobility and sustainable transports, but also safe transports. I don't want to spoil anything. I'm here with Lorenzo Piret, the general manager of Uber Italy, and also Oliviera Tahir, CEO and founder of Safe Industries. So we will try to understand how this app works, this app which deals with sustainable mobility and safe mobility, of course. Lorenzo, you are the first. See, among all of your targets and goals to be reached, there's an interesting and important thing heading towards the net zero. So it's a mobility app for zero emission by 2030 to be used in Europe, United States, and Canada. That's right. This is our ambition. So this is a net zero plan without compensations, of course. And this is our goal, talking about sustainability at the macro level, of course. It's a pretty ambitious goal. Uber has already a mobility platform. We do not have cars. Drivers are independent drivers. So when we talk about this app, we're talking about zero emissions, we have to pave the way for 7 million drivers and workers to be properly guided towards this ambition, of course. It's something engaging. It's also about culture and awareness, that's for sure. Another important part is about education and the training. We're doing a lot also through our application, because it's not to be given so much for granted. Also, for those working in Uber, passing to the electric mobility. We're talking about people using a lot of the cars, so they have to easily access charging columns and all these things. We are talking about private cars, so it's important to also persuade them and to raise their awareness. Another important aspect is about the incentives and the agreements with the car producers and all those creating this recharging infrastructure. Is doing well. It's performing well at worldwide level. It's a great ambition. We have a lot of work to do, but we are pretty optimistic because so far our drivers are changing their way of moving. They're passing to electric cars 7 times faster compared to private drivers. And furthermore, these cars, which are electric and shared, used in Uber, have an emission-saving impact, which is 4 times higher compared to an electric private car. So there's a kind of virtuous circle stemming from this push towards sharing electric cars. Also in Italy, this is a hot topic. Yes, you're right. It's harder in Italy. We are lagging behind in this sector. I'm not that happy about that. Also in Uber, we are trying to do our best, because along with all the infrastructure, we are really lagging behind other countries. So the figures that we have read regarding last year, the number of cars, electric cars, both have dropped. So this is a worrying and concerning trend due to insufficient infrastructures, which bring people not to change. So incentives are there, but maybe not sufficient enough. So maybe there's a perception of these incentives which is a bit weak. So we have to pave the way for this change, of course, and to create a proper environment for this change. So coming to us, last year we launched the first green product in Italy, which is Over Green, and therefore the possibility of using a car with zero emission. We did that in Milan. We recently extended the operational area So before we were just covering a small area, and now this car can be requested in a bigger area. We have signed recently an agreement also here with Tesla and other operators in order to offer our partner leasing cars to be rented on long term, along with other incentives. And everything is going smoothly. So there's a part in our application for the drivers where they can access these incentives and request the access to these cars. And this week, on Monday, we have arranged an event with our taxi partner. Maybe you don't know that Uber has a T-Taxi, which is the biggest taxis network in Italy, which is represented in Rome by 3570, which is 3570. So we have subscribed, we have signed an agreement with them. And this initiative was also sponsored by these the installment of 2 small charging columns also to be used by these taxis also. So small steps towards sustainable mobility and safer mobility, of course. Oliviero, you are an engineer and your project is about security. Every day in the TV news we hear, unfortunately, about terrible news connected to car accidents and accidents involving public and private means of transport. So your project is maybe aiming at limiting this phenomenon. Obviously, before starting, I would like to tell the Director General that I'm a Uber customer since 200 years. I have been roaming around Europe by using Uber. Fortunately, he's not a politician, so I don't support his electoral campaign, but still, they have a wonderful service. It works perfectly and comfortable because you always have your car available, the timings are defined, you can give a feedback regarding the driver, the car, the way he was driving or she was driving. So all these things are related to security matters, which is extremely important when talking about public transports also. Specifically, I didn't develop an application, I developed a device. So I have this marvelous remote controller. Let's see what I can do now by using this. So I founded this startup, innovative startup, in 2018. In October, I attended a conference on security and legality arranged by the Against Mafia Commission by Campania Region and Urispes, talking about urban security. From that moment, we received by the President of the Chamber of Deputies, Mr. Fico, an acknowledgement for our work, and I'm the first civilian having received this medal acknowledging my engagement through my startup for road security. I was acknowledged by Confindustria as an innovative startup. The National Police organization gave me also another acknowledgement, another recognition, which made me even prouder. And of course, we made a lot of things since 2018. And I could say maybe more. Indeed, in December 2023, I became officer of ASEAN NATO agency taking care of urban security, considering all the things that could have happened within the Italian boundaries. So also expanding our work on the European field since we already had a great experience. In this photo, I'm with General Passariello, getting another acknowledgement. They mainly deal with urban security, migration security, and it was another acknowledgement which made me proud. They really don't sleep in order to really spend their time protecting people and safeguarding the citizens. So it was a great honor for me to be awarded by him. This is another meeting on the security of public transport arranged in Milan recently, involving the the Autofer president of OGL, the assessor for transport of Lombardy region, and the head commissioner for traffic security of Milan, lawyer Manlio Caruso, who is the founder of Astrea Association, which is the first school, from my perspective, the national school, allowing all the graduates to access public competitions to enter and to join the police and the other forces like police and all the other things. So in collaboration with CVM company, which is the biggest distributor of spare parts for transports all over the world, we have planned the first retrofitted autobus. So we've been working with them, working on an endothermic autobus bus with a diesel engine, transforming it into an electric bus, giving it 10 years more of in terms of lifespan, therefore perfectly compliant with the requirements of the green agenda and the goals set for the year 2025. And talking about the costs of a brand new electric bus, it has halved its cost. So it was just reconverted into a green bus. So it is used locally, let's say.
So let's now move on with the technical activity of my startup. We also have the support of the EU regulation 2144, that is a law that regulates the management of the new vehicles starting from July the 6th, 2022. This means that from this date on, if you produce a new bus, you need to fulfill and comply with all the standards of this regulation 2144. In particular, we address Article 9.3, which says that new buses must have advanced assistant driving systems, that we call ADAS with this acronym, able to detect an obstacle in the driving direction of the vehicle and on the pavement. So it means that here it is important to highlight that the word was detect, not seeing, because thanks to the cameras that are on the bus, we were able to understand that we still had a lot of accidents because these small cameras were not an advanced assistant driving system. It was just a camera, so it just records and everything can be done post-event, so it cannot prevent what is happening. Of course, in case of bad weather conditions, heavy snow, heavy rain, fog. Of course, we all have these situations in Italy, so the camera cannot see the obstacles in front of you. So let's imagine, for example, a young guy crossing the street under the rain with a scooter. So trying to comply with the EU regulation together with Qualcomm and Intel, BlackBerry, and also Illyrics Foundation, based on the guidelines and the specific requirements of my two patents, I developed the EVA system, Extended Vehicular Assistant. It is a set of 4 cameras of 2, 10, 24, and 48 megapixel, plus one an added night camera with a really efficient chip. What does it mean? Of course, if you go, for example, in front of the terminal station and between cars and people on the street, you will have like 200 elements. So your brain is able to elaborate 200 operations in that million. This device can elaborate, can process 15 trillion operations. So the software, the operating system was developed by Q&K and BlackBerry, and it is the only software at the world who has all the certification, automotive certification, to be equipped on motorbikes, buses, and just to give you some example, it is present on some systems of Porsche, Jaguar. So of course we tried to talk with BlackBerry. After 1 year, 1.5 years, we managed to find the best option. And also we were able to realize this device that the European Union is requiring us to produce with this regulation that we have mentioned. So through the regulation, they require you to equip the vehicle with a device that can assist the driver. And now I would like to mention the accident of Marghera, because the bus driver was forced, and this is said by the Italian firefighters, he needed to crash 27 times the guardrail, trying to save all the people that were on the bus 27 times. It was the bus was produced back in 2022. It should have an advanced assistant driving system. And if that device were present, this device would have blocked, would have stopped completely the vehicle. So we could try to explain to the families of victims and also to the new users of the new e-buses why I should get on a bus. And seeing or experiencing that kind of situation in which the driver tries to do everything to try to save my life, it is not fair, and this right is not being respected. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving us an overview of the challenges and objectives that we have ahead in terms of electric mobility. I would like to thank again Oliviero Tair, CEO and founder of Saiv Industry, and Lorenzo Piretto, General Manager of Uber Italy. I would like now to call here on stage the winner of the Global Change Award, founder of TaxLoop and AgroLoop, a company based on material science focused on developing innovative and circular and regenerative technology that provides systemic solutions to transform waste into fine fibers, yarns, and fabrics for the fashion industry. So I would like to call here on stage Isaac Nicholson, CEO of Circular System. An applause for him, and then I will give him the floor for his speech. Welcome. You have the floor.
This? Yes. Yeah. For controlling the slides? And can I use the podium? Or yeah? All right. Oh. There we go. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm Isaac Nicholson, and for over 25 years, I've focused my career on innovation to accelerate ethical fashion. It's a tremendous honor to have the opportunity to be here. Thank you to Valerie and the Fashion Sustainable Innovation Society, the EU Commission, and all those who've made this trip possible. So over 100 years ago, my great-grandfather, Giuseppe Vannucci, traveled from Tuscany to San Francisco, California. He took this journey to the Wild West alone as a 12-year-old boy. It was a really different world then, a totally natural world free of synthetic and petrochemical pollution, and it was a time when mankind could have chosen a very different path. But here we are today, in a world that needs radical healing. So I've taken the opportunity to return to the land of my ancestors and deliver what I think is an important message. But first, some context. You know, how did this crazy guy get here? So a little background. So my parents were flower children. hippies who came of age in the summer of love in San Francisco. So as civil rights and peace activists, they joined the Back to the Land movement and headed to the forest of the Pacific Northwest to hide out from the Vietnam War and the draft that was happening. It was there that I was conceived and born. We lived in a one-room cabin with no running water for the first year of my life. I mean, these were hardcore hippies. People really committed to forging a new lifestyle and going back to the roots. So you could say that social and environmental activism is in my blood. So my fashion journey started as an athlete. I was a sponsored board rider, a surfer, skater, snowboarder, and DJ. Back in the early 90s, I got picked up by a brand then was brand new called Volcom. It became a very big brand. At one time, it was acquired by the Kering Group. So I was really fascinated by fashion and witnessing the process of design, the manifestation of new style, these fun and functionable wearable art pieces. So much fun. I realized I had an eye and that I could express myself through fashion design, and I was an innate marketer. They would send me out on trips to go and promote the brand and skateboard and snowboard, and I would bring home a new distributor every time. So I realized I was feeling an entrepreneurial bug, and at the same time, this was the early days of snowboarding, and there was no cool snowboard outerwear that was relevant to the real participants. So as a 21-year-old, I started my first business, which is Soup Kitchen Snowboard Clothing, and we really redefined what snowboard clothing looked like and the way it functioned at that time. But this is where I actually realized the terrible toxicity of fashion. At the time, we were producing outerwear with PVC-based waterproof breathable laminates, sandwiching a bit of nylon 6 with a durable water repellent finish that was actually made of fluorocarbons, the same chemicals that are totally illegal now. So sort of understanding where all of this creativity was going and realizing how toxic it was, it put me into a big question about my early career and the business that I had built. And so I decided to exit that company and got into freelance design and actually moved to Italy. I got the chance to work with CP Company and Stone Island and a few other creative groups over here. This was back in 1997, 98. So after a couple years of going back and forth and spending a lot of time here, I really needed to get back to surfing and back to California, and I moved home and started a business with some family members called GMPC in Los Angeles. We built a $50 million private label business in a few years, and we took the entire surf, skate, streetwear industry to China. And before I realized what I was doing, I was shutting down factories around Los Angeles, and some people literally wanted to kill me. At the same time, I was making a ton of money and really profiting. So it was a huge point of sort of repenting ever since for having done that. And at the same time, I was trying to convince all my friends in the industry that we should be using all these cool new materials that I had gotten to play with while I had unlimited budgets in Italy. So at the time, I had gotten to bring in some of the first certified organic cotton for those projects, using hemp and linen and silk. But of course, no one in the streetwear industry at that time would make a move towards sustainability. This is now 99, 2000. So I got frustrated and I decided to start a brand to prove to my friends in the industry that eco-fashion could be stylistically relevant, economically viable, and I built this company, Livity International. So this was a real lifestyle streetwear brand, and we launched into the luxury fashion market, and we're in all the coolest boutiques globally, Japan, Europe, US. And after a couple years, I realized, wow, the impact of this is tiny. We're making these tiny volumes, delivering to these really cool customers. But in order to scale the impact, we needed to do something else. So I diffused the line into Whole Foods, the first soft goods line in that Whole Foods market setting, and sold to Urban Outfitters and other places. But it really became apparent that a brand was not the way to affect change. So again, exited that business and started a creative marketing and design studio in Los Angeles called Sustainable Source. So with S3 in LA, I started to consult Fortune 500 companies as a CSO, and we started to build the first ingredients brands for our industry focused on sustainability and circularity. And it was there that I built things like Ciclo for biodegradable recycled poly, and Recover recycled cotton, which after a couple years of working with this Spanish family-owned company, we had completely maxed out the capacity and wound up taking the company to private equity and raising $200 million on a $1 billion valuation for that branded recycled cotton. But the most important thing that happened there is recycled cotton became cool. So back around 2015, 2016, suddenly recycled cotton was a thing. I realized it could be done much better. And so we incubated Circular Systems starting in 2015 at S3. So Circular Systems was really about enabling this transition to circular and regenerative fashion. We got the Global Change Award, first prize in 2018, and became known for turning waste, not just textile waste, but also agricultural waste, into valuable products. So by now, everyone is familiar with the negative impacts of fashion. I don't think I need to belabor all of these terrible things that our industry is doing to the world. It's literally threatening life as we know it. And in fact, if we really look at things objectively, mankind is this world's largest endangered species. And it's because of industries like ours. So we're really threatening all future generations of all living things with the way that we design and manufacture products. And that's a lot to say, but it's even more to truly realize. So it seems like we know what we're doing, but we don't care. You know, at least here in Europe, we have these big regulatory changes underway. But in the US, it's still pretty crazy. There isn't a lot of support, although we have some new bills being looked at in California and New York. We have things like this, the Wall Street Journal reporting on innovation in fashion. And here's Kylie Jenner with her new vegan leather, another petrochemical-based synthetic, and somehow that's innovation. And this person who's already famous is getting this award for doing something pretty flimsy, in my opinion, while ironically eating a hamburger and drinking a Coca-Cola. Doesn't get much more American than that. So mankind keeps churning out negative impacts on our habitat. We've built these very efficient global production systems, but unfortunately all of our efficiency is economic. It's all based on linear, extractive, polluting, and exploitative processes. Bad for humans, bad for our planet. Everybody knows it. And everybody knows that the oil industry actually rules fashion, or at least I think we should. 75% of the products we make are based on oil, virgin synthetics. So the oil industry dominates fashion. And we're moving so slowly. It's really a sad fact that we could be defining a radical evolution for the world as an industry. Fashion is the biggest influencer, but instead we're moving like bureaucratic sloths, not stepping up to the real demands of our current life-threatening situation. So, our industry efforts, in my opinion, are pathetic. It's pretty sad. I mean, it might seem like all the efforts are great, but in comparison to the severity of our situation, the fact that our survival as a species is threatened by illogical focus on profit over a livable habitat, our real efforts are truly pathetic right now. We need to do more. So it's time for really swift and decisive action, graceful urgency, not just faster, but an absolute focus on systems change. We must support real innovation, and we must make real investments. We need to channel and direct our amazing human capacity, our creativity, and our ability to collaborate, and use biomimicry, following nature's lead, to build socially and environmentally efficient systems. Permaculture production systems focusing on regeneration and social fairness rather than extraction and exploitation. So circular systems, this platform that we've created going back to 2015 and launched officially in 2017, has helped to pioneer and promote this notion of circularity in the fashion industry. We've been moving the goal setting from a focus in our industry on achieving net zero. You know, what a goal, we're striving for zero. Actually, it's going to take much more than that. We need to strive for beneficial impact, going way beyond zero, striving for regeneration. So with the TextLoop and AgriLoop systems, we've set new standards for circular production, founded on transparency, authenticity, quality, and economic viability. With TextLoop, we've advanced the quality, consistency, and transparency of post-industrial recycled cotton as we prepare to address post-consumer fashion waste in the world's first full-scale circular vertical production system, which is currently about to break ground and begin construction with my esteemed partners in Portugal. So we've seen TextLoop adopted by major brands, fast fashion, from luxury to mass market. The yarns we've produced through our technique, which allows us to get a longer staple fiber from recycled cotton, are almost imperceptibly different from virgin. This can be done. We're doing it. So TextLoop has been proven to drive increased sales, and we've actually seen counterfeit TextLoop goods arriving in market from H&M as a result. Pretty funny, actually. And it's all built on this life cycle assessment that shows the real reduction in impact of recycled versus virgin cotton. So this is proof of the importance of circularity, but actually just circularity is not enough, and it might even be leveraged for greenwashing to validate overproduction and overconsumption. So in the wrong hands, the story can be told wrong. What we need to do is really move beyond just circularity and strive for regeneration. So we're doing this with AgriLoop. So while textile recycling is a real impact reduction, finding ways to tap into this vision for achieving beneficial impact, starting at the farm level, is essential. So welcome the AgriLoop. And with this technology, we're striving to sequester carbon, build soil, and improve soil fertility while we produce premium quality, natural textile fiber. This is what it looks like. This is our CBD hemp biofiber. So this is produced in an entirely European supply chain right now. German CBD hemp crops, where the primary value for the fiber, for the farmer, is actually the medicinal oils of the plant. The leftover straw, or the stalks of the plant, is actually the waste. And we've managed to find a way, in a completely waterless process, to produce cottonized biofiber. We've seen really great uptake from all kinds of brands. Premium brands like Pangaea and Madewell, as well as bigger players like The Gap and even fast fashion giants H&M and Zara, have all proven that AgriLoop biofiber is more than just a concept. And these numbers show just how big a reduction it can be. more than 50% savings when compared to conventional hemp, more than 48 in terms of CO2 when we compare it to linen. Huge reductions in impact around water. So this last holiday, we did some of the biggest programs we've ever done, putting an all-store drop into Gap Old Navy with AgriLoop denim, and dropping a big run of linens made from the CBD hemp biofiber into Zara Home. So all this success has been wonderful, but we've actually done such a good job that we've experienced some really terrible things in the last couple of years. We had an attempted hostile takeover from the inside. And although we won the war and I regained control of the company was really injured in the process. And we've been limping along, barely surviving for the last 18 months, although we have delivered some of our most important programs at the same time. So recently, Nikolai Roughstrap, the tech entrepreneur from Denmark who founded Ghani, said that failure is the real IP. So after some pretty hard times in the last 18 months, I have been feeling like a failure at times, and I have some serious IP that I'm open sourcing now for all of you. And this is really about proving it on our own. So once again, showing my friends in the industry that we can enable success for circularity, despite what feels like a real lack of support for innovation. So it's time for circular systems and humanity on the whole to enter a truly new era, this era of logic and reason. So for now, we need to slip through the cracks of this global financial system that is not designed to support critically needed change, and we have to be very clever to make it work against what seems like all odds. So now we're rebooting. This is Circular Systems 2.0. And what we're doing to support our efforts, just like with Livity back in 2001, over 20 years ago, we're going to prove concept by taking matters into our own hands and controlling our own destiny. So redesigning the company's financial model and strategy and building a system to provide the correct resources to prove that regenerative and truly circular systems design is the way to thrive at scale. So working with a new world-class team and a very detailed execution plan, we're acquiring a large ranch in northern Nevada and leveraging this asset to build infrastructure and assure the financial runway to scale up a truly holistic AgriLoop production system. In the process, we're creating a new model for accelerating regenerative ag, for food and fiber and many other useful products, innovating to enable development of a truly regenerative circular system in the Wild West and beyond. So what we're doing is leveraging this incredible property, and through the stewardship of the land and community development, using this real estate, we're underwriting the building of a really new system for fashion. In fact, what we're working with is really just the waste. 7,000 acres of the land that we're acquiring is already farmed, but it's just alfalfa. They're growing hay. So we're going to employ new crops, regenerative farming techniques, and vertically integrated processing infrastructure to increase the productivity and improve the impacts on this land. And we're going to show profitability in the first 18 months. And this is really important because what's held back these systems in the past has been entirely economic. So backing this circular and regenerative production with the power of valuable real estate and this mindful development is the plan. So this is an example of how we can make things work even when the industry is not fully supportive. And there's another example. This might be even more fun. With Circular Systems and S3, we're working on a solar-powered yacht company with partners here in Europe called Otto Yachts. let's take a look at how luxury and sustainability can truly coexist. It's all about vision, collaboration, and true design innovation. Full solar propulsion super yachts, unlimited range with no fuel other than sunshine. Silent, clean, and better in every way. An example of how we can be redefining luxury. So this is currently being financed, and we hope to go into production on the first boats in 2025. No corners have been cut. Every material, including the hull of the boat, is circular, certified, traceable, and a new operating system and user interface for navigation will take maritime navigation from very complex to a more simple and streamlined user experience. Oto yachts are designed to be the Tesla of the high seas and to prove something really important. So these beautiful solar-powered vessels can be awareness vehicles, but as we sail into the future, we have to face the real elephant in the room. What is really preventing the type of progress that is essential for mankind's survival? The biggest threat to the survival of all living things on this planet is our new global religion. The new God we all worship is the almighty dollar. It's an emergency. Our place of devout worship is the global financial markets, the global gambling ring we've built upon tragically flawed and outdated success metrics. If it's not perpetually growing, if it's not perpetually increasing profit, it's unholy in our new religion and it's not worth investment. This isn't the environment that innovation and change thrives in. So this model perpetuates status quo extractive and exploitative corporate behavior as the need for never-ending growth forces CEOs to make short-term, profit-driven decisions that are literally destroying the possibility for future generations, for their own grandchildren to survive, much less thrive. This is real. It makes the support of innovation nearly impossible, and this is what we've experienced with circular systems. This model is the root of overproduction and overconsumption. And this model will wipe mankind from the face of the earth if we're not careful. It doesn't have to go this way. And it's not too late to save the world. Fashion is likely the biggest influencer for this important human evolution. Fashion is the most important awareness vehicle we have. Luxury can and should be leading this movement. But sadly, the reality is that luxury is lagging. It's way behind fast fashion in terms of its efforts to really affect change for the future. I wish some of those CEOs were still here to hear this. If we know about the problem and are not supporting the innovation and implementing real solutions, this is the worst type of complacency. Emergency. Knowing something is wrong and doing it repeatedly is the only real sin. And if we keep doing this, the outcomes will be grave. So as I stand here in the ruins of the once great Roman Empire, we are on the precipice of another massive collapse of civilization. Now is the time for action. Now is the time for real collaboration. Together, we can overhaul and retrofit our global systems of production and commerce to create a world where we can do more than just survive another generation in a dystopian nightmare. Let's take the opportunity to build a new world for our grandchildren, a world where all future generations of all species can thrive. This is the call to action for leadership in government and finance, for the leaders of every industry. This is also the call to action to all young creatives, especially in this luxury fashion sector here in Italy, where the top-down global awareness building can be so effective. If we as leaders focus on a logical design for circularity and beneficial impact, we are heading in the right direction. If we as leaders focus on big systems thinking that will enable all future generations of all species to thrive, then we have a fighting chance. You're here for a reason. Everybody has to play their part. It's simple. If we refuse to design and manufacture products that threaten our survival, they will no longer exist. So thank you all for joining in this evolutionary movement and for making this critically important shift to logic and reason, driven by a love for life and this planet.
Grazie mille.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for this interesting intervention and for this interesting presentation. When we talk about sustainability, we have to talk about awareness, especially for the new generations. Our responsibility and the responsibility of media is that of conveying proper messages, proper contents within the word sustainability. We do know that the young people get information exclusively through the platforms, the social channels like TikTok, Instagram, and it's all really there that we have to focus our attention so that these instruments are properly used. And so maybe conveying the sustainability messages through these channels. So I would like to talk about this on this stage. Luke Xiangjing, Chief Financial Officer of Phoenix, a new media from China, talking about how new media shape future generations.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Lu. I'm the CFO of Phoenix New Media. First, thank you to the conference organizer and the Italian Trade Agency. The colleagues in the Beijing office were very helpful. I'm glad to have this opportunity to talk with you today about how new media is shaping the new generation. Before we get started, please allow me to tell you a little bit about the company I work for. Phoenix New Media is one of the most famous media brands among Chinese communities around the world. It was founded in 1998 and listed in the NYSE in 2011. We spread Chinese culture and actively advocate for international exchanges to foster more interactions between China and the rest of the world. Our company places great importance on the development of the new media channels, actively operating accounts on mainstream social and short video platforms with a total user base of over 300 million. Yes, that's a big number even for China. The first question, what is new media? 20 years ago, when traditional media was transitioning to PC portals, we thought the web portals as the new media. 10 years ago, when people start to enjoy getting content through various apps on their phones, those apps become the carriers of new media. 5 years ago, short video platforms driven by algorithms began to emerge and have gradually become the favorite new media among young people. Perhaps as we speak, AI is bringing even newer possibilities for media. New media itself is a continuous process of evolution. In recent years, the new media we often talk about has gradually shown the following characteristics. More and more video content is going to be made and consumed. everyone is both a consumer and a potential producer of content. No interaction, no content. Everyone's new media experience is personalized and is also based on algorithms that deeply understand and recommend to content consumers. So what changes has the new media brought to the new generation? New media has given young people a wide range of information and content options, making it simpler to get both expert knowledge and everyday news. For example, in learning, traditional teaching models required students to listen to teachers in class and complete homework after class. However, with new media tools, this learning model can be completely different. For instance, online sharing and interaction. Teachers upload learning materials to new media platforms where students can read at any time and ask questions in real time, or join course forums to discuss and solve problems together. Reallocation of classroom time. In class, teachers can reduce time spent on theoretical teaching and engage in more practical operations and interactive experiments. Expansion of geography and time. Through social media, students can also connect with experts from other schools or internationally to broaden their horizons. At the same time, with mobile applications, students can learn anytime, anywhere, without many restrictions. Besides learning, I can give you a personal example. My son is 8 years old. When he found out I was going to Italy for a business trip, he asked me if I could bring him back some, I'm trying to learn this Italian word, Parmigiano Reggiano, right? Parmigiano Reggiano, okay. I was surprised that he could pronounce this word in Italian because he grew up in Beijing and he even cannot speak English at all. So I asked him where did he learn this word, and he told me he learned from an Italian chef who can speak Chinese and made a lot of videos about Italian culture and food online. So I tell myself, okay, this is the new way, the next generation learn stuff. Yes, maybe this is the time we should learn from them, not to teach my boy, but learn from my boy. And the new media also influenced the values and the consumption habits of the new generation, reconstructing the decision-making process in consumption. The diversified content on new media platforms has made the consumption interest of the younger generation more personalized and more diversified. Businesses are reaching young consumers with innovative ads on various platforms, shaping their values and spending habits, and propelling the rise of new brands. New sales models emerge on short video platforms and are widely popular among young people. For example, live e-commerce. In China, more and more young people are accustomed to shopping in online live rooms. In recent years, the annual sales of some top online live broadcasters have reached 60 billion RMB. And during some important holiday promotions, the sales of a single live room even broke through 10 billion RMB in a single day. That's about 1.2 euro in a single day for one single live broadcasters. That's very impressive. Let me share more examples of how new media platforms influence young people's consumption habits. Last year, on the start of autumn, actually it's a traditional Chinese lunar calendar terms, milk tea shops were bustling across China. It's because social media platforms buzzed with the hashtag, the first cup of milk tea in autumn. As temperatures dropped, people embraced the cozy ritual of sipping hot milk tea and sharing the moment on social medias. Young consumers snapped photos and posted them online, fueling the trend. This has become a new form of social interaction with a touch of poetic meaning. But this autumn, maybe this is not cool anymore, so it won't be a trend. But we might see a new trend again this year. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. With the development of new media and the iteration of new technologies, some negative impacts on the new generation are gradually emerging. For example, over-personalized recommendation algorithms create information cocoons, limiting the diversity of what people see. This leads to a narrow worldview and greater social division. People increasingly interact with like-minded individuals and dismiss different opinions, potentially resulting in a more divided and confrontational society. Also, a recent report says young Europeans use social media 3.5 hours a day. And in China, the number is 5.5 hours a day. While social media is popular, it can cause problems like identity issues and social anxieties. Also, spending too much time online might stop people from learning important real-life skills, like talking to each other, working in teams, and understanding the world around them. We need to be aware of these potential problems brought by new media, including social media, and seek balance. Technology should serve our lives, not dominate them. I believe it's not just new media shaping the youth, but both sides are influencing each other. Time is tight today, but the effects of new media on youth go beyond what we have discussed. I look forward to more conversations in the future. Thank you.
Grazie mille. Allora, è il momento di parlare.
So now time has come to talk about sports well-being and how sports can convey a message inspired by competitiveness, of course, but also, on the other hand, sustainability, ethical sustainability. We will do that with a set of extraordinary panelists. Thank you again for being with us, also on RheinNews24.it and on today.it, and everybody here. At the same time, I would like to invite the next panelists to join me on this stage. We are now waiting for Lorenzo Gasini, president of Lega Serie A, Italian main football league. We are waiting for Mr. Paltrinieri D'Atomi, the president for Advanced Study, Mr. Andreoli, president of IASCOP, Institute for Advanced Studies and Cooperation, that maybe you might already know. You maybe know him as an actor because he was an actor before, then he changed his life and his career, of course, a career that brought him towards the opposite direction. He wrote a book on sport and well-being entitled Winning Mindset. In your book, you try to conjugate sport competitiveness, but competitiveness meant in a positive way. We should also have a connection with Gregorio Paltrinieri, national champion of swimming, Italian national champion. So we also have Mr. D'Atomi here, And still, we want to thank you for being here, talking about your experience. And first, Gabriele, you are here with us. Thank you so much.
So my name means be happy. So I always have to be happy, and I'm always seeking for this happiness. Actually, I am happy because I carry out an amazing job, which is the one of research. I am president of the Institute for Advanced Studies and Cooperation, and I'm really happy to be here because talking about winning mindset and sport, winning mindset is the title of one of my books. It is not the last one because the last one was more about lies, because sometimes we tell ourselves some lies. So once again, I wanted to say that together with medicine, sport is the greatest care for cells regeneration. Back in 1999, I started working on a project called Revolution Biohacking, how to optimize anti-aging medicines. And last year, I presented my book on artificial intelligence in the medical field. So how AI is changing our parameters in anti-age medicine, and of course sport. And I can say that openly, it's one of the main parameters to always be vital and dynamic. Because this is a real medicine. This is a real part of our longevity, a crucial part of our longevity. So one of the parameters of longevity is the volume of air that we breathe, and we know that when we train and we practice sport, the volume of our breath level increases, and thanks to that part, it means that we can have a longer life. Moreover, today in sports, we have a lot of technology. As I was saying before, we have the possibility to have a series of parameters, a series of feedbacks that until some years ago it was not possible. But I think that the most important thing is what we eat, how we train, and also the charge of energy that we use when we act. Just a question for you. When we think about athletes of years ago and today's athletes, sports people, also in terms of AI, also the profile, the identity of the athlete has changed completely, sometimes in a negative way. But what do you think? Well, sometimes a negative thing. I think that for certain parts we have become more fragile. For other, we have become more performing. Yes, I agree that fragile is the right word. I always say that we cannot work not to be resilient, because this is a really passive word. We must be anti-fragile, because we stress, we get better, and we evolve. Indeed, part of the evolution algorithm is a part of stress, of changing, that is always happening inside of us. And also the word of sustainability, I always say that I am for enhancing. I also say that during the COP28, we must improve, not just supporting things. We need to change things to improve them, to find new ways to go towards the future. So it is okay to have sustainability, but we also need to think about enhancement. Well, actually, I really like the idea of stress as a winning ally, because sometimes we think that stress is a negative thing that we need to fight, and the immediate effect is to create a generation that we want to be hyper-performing, and then actually it's not like that. It's not used to stress, which is functional. Well, here I am thinking about Marco Aurelio. An obstacle can become the path. So what we find towards throughout our path, also obstacles can become our direction, and obstacles can bring to an improvement because we are stressed, so we have a problem that we need to face. So it is paramount to think that everything is always going up. It's impossible, but of course, changes of directions, problems can represent a great opportunity. I never prepare my speech throughout my 70, 80 speeches all over the year, because I really like to live this moment of challenge, so getting out of my comfort zone, that's paramount to me. Can you explain to me how we can explain to young people that stress can be a very good ally. Well, I think that sport is one of the most important things, because when you practice sport, you get trained to lose, not to win. So when you are a great champion, when you win, but it is also true for life in general. We should stop thinking that victory, winning, it's the only reward. The real reward is being able to don't give up, to go on. We need to, I always say that we need to lose our balance. For example, coming here, every step on this territory, we were losing your balance, but you still had your vision. So the most important thing is maintaining our vision, even when we lose balance. Is there a sustainable competitiveness which is lived in a positive way? Well, humankind, if you look at our evolutionary path, we evolve and we grow and we go on when we are able to get together and to find allies. A single person cannot go on. I have participated in the World Changers Summit. I organized it, and we gathered different people from all over the world to share their scientific experience. And here I have some marketing. No, it's not just marketing, but also something for our country, for Italy. This is 100% made in Italy that we have developed with quantum dot. And you can wear it on your arm to have a better proprioception, but also a better balance. And it is based on the discovery of this quantum dot that has received the Nobel Prize for Chemistry 2023. So once again, yesterday we watched an amazing fashion show. We were really impressed by the level of technology, the level of study that we can express, but also the level of innovation that we can express. And I think that today young people sometimes are a bit confused by all these fast innovation. And of course, innovation and AI should be digital humanism, also for the mix and the harmony with humankind. Do you think that we are missing something? We are losing something also compared to the tool, the series of tools that we had when we were younger, which were fewer tools. Well, we had fewer tools, it's right, but I think that in the end, let's look around, look how all of this was built, and we receive it as a heritage. And we need to take the heritage of the past and use it. In these days, I am carrying out a project that I really like, that is to say, the construction of responsive three-dimensional avatars. The project is called Transcend. We will present it with the two first protagonists who talk about our history, Mother Teresa and the Pope, San Juan II, and it represents the whole world, every population, every civilization, and we will present it in 2025 for the first time. Of course, we have a lot of matters connected to why we carry out these efforts. But I think that as we go on, we also need to have a legislation. We need to understand what is the limit of artificial intelligence. Sometimes when I ask, what is artificial intelligence? It's hard to answer, because it is a mix of different technologies, several things that we use also sometimes for other fields such as medicine, but they get integrated and they become something that we are still discovering. So medicine, so I also follow your flow without our schedule. It's like a conscious flow of James Joyce. So the relationship between medicine and sport, you were saying before that of course, sport is a medicine, sport itself, and it has been proved, that it has been shown that, yes, we have predictive parameters of the impact that sport has in our life cycle, so we can understand, depending on how the different tissues react and the volume of hair, that we take in, or that we breathe, we can understand how long a person will live. There are different exercises that allow us to understand how flexible is your body and how trained you are to life. Because if you take a plastic bag that maybe weighs with some shopping inside, if you do that when you are 50, it has one weight. If you do that when you are 70, it has another weight. And sometimes we have a drastic decline. So with regenerative medicine, we don't want to be immortal, but we want to have the highest peak possible and try to maintain our abilities, our skills until the last moment of our lives, which seems like a sci-fi movie. If you say it like that, that is actually the objective. So reducing to the minimum the moment in which we are not controlling our body anymore. It's when we need to prepare a ship before sailing, you need to get prepared in the best way possible. Of course, I really I'm in love with research, with life. That's why I founded a biohacking company. I am also a Catholic, so also in the Holy Communion, I think there is a real and harmony between the energy, everything we do, and also the transition to another life. So we need to get ready for the best way, in the best way. Talking about your background, how did you get to this step of your life? So research artificial intelligence, starting from a very moment in which you were an actor. I say that for those who don't remember that. It was called I Ragazzi del Moretto. It was the very first TV series. They were not called TV series actually at that time, but still, he was the protagonist of this TV series. Yes, but I went on also with research. I have always studied because I really like studying. I get a lot of emotions when I get out of my comfort zone. So I always accept challenges. So sometimes I was a bit limited from the point of view of other people. For example, I went to Hollywood. I directed some movies that were awarded also in Venice. When I went on studying the mechanisms of human body, I had a lot of adventures. I lost my father. I lost a brother. I had a cancer. So I had a surgical operation. So I started thinking how our relationship with medicine works, and also how is our relationship with food. And maybe I understood a bit before. That's why I approached the biohacking, because I started to look for the best cures, the best recovery practice. I also worked with Max Biaggi when he was world championship. For example, he was the world champion. He had a lot of pressure on him. He needed to give his best. And in that moment, you understand that you have the mental part, but also the physical part influencing the mind also. So your mind must be at ease 100%, but also your body should. So they go hand in hand with sport, with training, and with food. Nutrition. So it's all together, it's all interconnected, but it is important to understand how we eat, how we interact with the people surrounding us. It is important to maintain this strength and this energy. Indeed, when we have a champion, we also need to have winning personalities that can accompany him. You were talking about pressure that must be really high, of course, when we mention really extraordinary athletes such as Max Biaggi. Should also, in that case, pressures should be a positive tool. Of course, you do not have alternatives, because when you must be perfect, always you have two options. Either you go on improving and you go on accepting challenges, which is not easy because you have a lot of pressures on you, you have a lot of details to focus on, you have a lot of little obstacles. For example, during a live stream, maybe you have problems with the light, with the microphone, something will go wrong. but you have a team that is implementing different strategies that always is able to help the comfortable, to make him comfortable, but also the champion sometimes needs to accept some failures, some problems, some issues, and that's the most difficult part, because when the champion is not winning, it's a problem. For example, I remember when Max was world championship, and I remember that he was complaining about a chattering, so a vibration in a specific component of the car. It was the first time that Joel was creating a certain kind of computers, and we're talking about more or less 20 years ago. So from technology, we couldn't detect this chatter, but Max perceived it. So when he needed to turn, he said that he was not able to have control of the vehicle. So I invented something strange. So I said, well, I have solved the problem, but it was not my task to solve that technical problem. And Max asked me, what did you do? And I asked him, what's the problem? Is this charter the problem? When you try to slow down? And he told me yes. And I said, well, so when you get to the turn, don't slow down, but try to accelerate. So we were able to overcome that stalemate moment that was present in that moment. And on that way, Max won the race. So sometimes it's better to have the right sentence at the right moment rather than an expert or a technician. Well, yes, sometimes the limits are self-imposed by our mind. So reality is a reflex of what we want to say and what we have internally. We are still waiting, Gregorio Partinieri and Lorenzo Casini. Okay, here we have, here you are. Okay, so President, please come here on the stage with us. An applause for him, an applause for Lorenzo Casini. And of course, he is the first who can talk about champions and performance. Welcome, welcome. So, President, you had the opportunity to listen to our conversation. So, I guess that from another point of view and another storytelling, the topics are always the same. So trying to interpret sport not just as a competition, but also as a sustainable and ethical competition. Also to invert the trend of those old mindset that always push us to think as sport that is not for everyone, but just for the best. Maybe it's not like that. Yes, good evening, everyone, first of all. I have to say that from the perspective of the Serie A, the Italian main football league, we can see a gap between the perception of public opinion and the reality, what is really happening. Sometimes this happens also for such an important movement, such as football, and sometimes also television, the media just focus on the professional, the very first league. And sometimes I tend to tell also to players how their gestures, their behaviors has immediately an impact in schools, in children. Just an example, losing time during a football match. Now, children of 7, 8 years, when the ball is exiting the pitch, they stop, they don't go there and take it just to waste time. And why do they do that? Because they watch that on television, so they try also to do the same thing, but also, for example, simulation of faults. So this is also an ethical topic, and the rules of football haven't found the right remedy up to now. For example, you can get a yellow card, but maybe sometimes it's too much when you get 2 yellow cards. So these are things that we need to teach and share. I would like to highlight that on the one hand, we perceive this gap, but on the other hand, the clubs are working a lot on the territory. I always like to make an example. The example of the club of Cagliari that has a strong connection with the different football clubs. Starting from young football players they have a male and a female trainer, so that children get trained to receive orders and commands both from women and from men. And this is not to be taken for granted in the football world. These are small steps that will bring to a radical transformation and also to different values. Well, talking about values, Gregorio, are you with us? Can you hear us? Yes, I think that you can hear us. I don't think that you need an introduction, just an applause. We would like to have you here with us, but we know that you have a lot of commitments, and that's great. That's enough. Also, your video presence. I don't know if you have listened to our conversation until now. So your life and your successes were always at disposal of an amazing project that is called Dominate the Water, to give that good example of sport that goes beyond sport and is also at the service of everyone. So we know that, but if you can also give us some details about this project. Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm sorry that I'm not there, but I am about to start for the European Championship, so it was impossible. Yes, I have listened to your conversation, and I agree with you. Sport is, of course, the engine of something that is always bigger, always greater, because if we just focus on the sport performance, that's only fun, at least from my point of view. But through sport, I discovered a lot. I grew also personally, and I think that it is our duty trying to share the right values. So with this project, Dominate the Water, we are trying to involve always more people in swimming in the sea, which is an amazing sport, which is practiced outdoor. It is a synonym of a good lifestyle, and we try also to raise awareness what concerns the environment, so we can practice sport trying to impact not to impact so much. So, for example, we check the different ships. Also, the engines of these ships are not impacting. The different kits for our competitions come from recycled materials. So we try not to destroy and ruin the places where we work. You're present in a lot of places, in a lot of amazing places. And during a previous panel connected to the sustainable tourism, it is also important to enhance this heritage that we have. And you are doing that because you chose also some smaller locations, some smaller realities, rather than greater stages and greater and most known places. Yes, I have to say that I have swam everywhere in the world. Next month we will have the Olympic Games, and it will be in the Seine River. And the mayor of Paris is having a project to make it less dirty, probably. Yes, it's okay to have that project. I think that we are trying to do the same at a Your Lake in Rome here. Senna also can be open to swimming also for citizens, to give the possibility to citizens to practice sport or just enjoying a day at the beach or in the water. So in Italy, we have amazing places. Places like those that we have in Italy are not present all over the world, so we need to enhance them. We don't practice so much sport outdoor because people do not know it, but once you get familiar with that, instead of going to the swimming pool, swimming in the sea is a great opportunity and a great alternative. Another interpretation of sustainable sport is also present in the news. For example, when we talked about the tragedy of Caivano, we saw that the new life of this place that has been equipped and has been set as a sport place can also represent a new life for a whole community. And this is to highlight how far can sport go? Gabriele, I'm addressing you. So a sports center can also represent the way to recover a community which is in difficulties. Yes, but that's the same role, the same task that had parishes in the past. That is to say, creating a community that is based on research, of development, of values, sharing of values. I think that sports has an amazing value. What they are doing with the swimming world, it's amazing. Also regaining our ability to have a relationship with outdoor places, not done practicing sports in places that were built for that reason, but also to have a direct relationship with nature, with the environment. Otherwise, we are always in the same box, so we go from the computer to urban spaces to places where we practice sport, but always in an artificial context. So in this way, having the opportunity, for example, to go outdoors. When we were young, we played football in the square, outdoors, in the streets. So going back also to this relationship with nature. And a lot of sports are getting out of the box and are getting closer to nature. President, do you think that also football can become a carrier of a sustainable and ethical sports message? You were mentioning, for example, some examples, the female mister, the trainer, because probably that's the sport that is addressing the higher number of young people. Do you think it is possible to think about a kind of football that is sustainable from the ethical point of view? Sustainable for sure. Ethically sustainable, we need to work on that. Well, let's try to be serious about the topics that we have mentioned, also referring to sports outdoor in free water that Gregory was mentioning. We have to say that also as a call for action for institutions, because we are living in a really complex way, which is really hard for new generations, because we have the crisis of parishes, of that kind of context. Technology is bringing young children, young people to spend a lot of time in front of video games and not outdoor playing. Schools, infrastructures have a lot of problems. Abruzzati Forum have reported the different data, so we have just 4 schools out of 10 with sports facilities as an average. And in the southern regions, 2 schools out of 10 only. It means that 8 schools do not have sports facilities. So if children and young people do not play at school, when they get out of school, they will play video games because they do not have the facilities. Sport is a training, an educational moment that cannot be replaced. It can be a team sport, but also an individual sport, respecting rules, understanding one's limits, respecting other people. You can learn that when you play, when you get trained, when you play for any kind of sport, actually. So from that point of view, the worry that we have in the football world is trying to spread some values, also knowing that football is the most popular sport among children, but when they start growing, they start not to be interested on this kind of sport. It's always, sometimes, for example, it's hard for children to attend a football school because they cost always more. So children have this area as their dream, but as they grow up, they stop practicing sport as they did in the past, and especially they also lose interest on the television product because they get bored, because this is the result of technology. We have a shorter life, a shorter attention span, so a match that lasts 90 minutes, either you are a fan or people get bored, so probably we will go back to the live stream just of the goal, so they will go from one match to the other as they do on platforms today, which wouldn't be so bad, probably. Well, actually, when I was young, I remember that I was waiting for the schedule of animated cartoons, and now children have a platform and they can watch everything they want. So there are pros and cons. Everything now is on demand. Gregorio, I wanted to ask you something about the thoughts that we were making with Gabriele at the beginning. So the topic of stress, the topic of pressure, that are elements that, of course, you experience on a daily basis as you are an amazing champion. So how can we transform these fake enemies in allies, in positive allies that can still help us to grow, especially when we understand that they are really our allies? Yes, I agree with you. They help us to grow up, to improve, and when you have the right point of view, they also help your performance, they support your performance. So having the right attention level allows me to detect everything that is happening around me, and it is paramount to me. So I think that, as in anything, you always need to find a balance. You learn that when you are young, when you are a child, practicing sport, getting used also to stressful situations, not just sport, but also at school when you have an exam, you feel stressed. But for example, these are examples of situations in which you are facing an issue that you need to tackle, that you need to solve. So to me, it's really important to reach that level to perform at my best. And I have to say that it is also good because otherwise everything would be monotonous. If life would be monotonous, if I always knew what will come next, it would be really boring. So having these complex situations is something that I appreciate. Maybe when I was younger, I was annoyed by that, but I really like now this part of sports, so you always need to find a way to overcome these challenges. And what is an healthy way to share this idea of competition, of competitiveness, to avoid that it represents the rule of always being among the very first in the rankings, but also trying to explain our children that competitiveness is something positive?
Oh, well, it's extremely important, and I think it's exactly that which makes the difference between a big champion and someone who is not approaching properly sports. According to me, understanding that the sport competitiveness starts and ends there, and tomorrow will be another day, tomorrow you will have other chances. It's important. You always reach the matches venue with the idea of winning, but if you want to win, you need to be defeated a lot of times. You have to start working on these aspects since you're very young. So when we train ourselves, we also have to be trained from this perspective. Okay, we have a connection problem. Okay, we're back. Can you hear me? I was saying, of course, in my case, it's not about winning, but it's about knowing that I did all my best. So I'm never focused on the final result. I'm never happy or unhappy. I'm just happy if I do all my best. And I think this is the proper approach I would like to suggest to all the others. You're ready for the Olympic Games. It doesn't really matter winning or not. They were staring at each other with a bit of skepticism, but we have to say that those who are really winning are never winning in the end, because also it's also necessary to be defeated every once in a while in order to really appreciate victories. I just want to say that the challenges are extremely important. I also noticed that in my change during my career as an athlete, a lot of things were dictated by the fact that before the way, the person I was before was not sufficient any longer. So I was forced to change. And so I'm continuously in the search of perfection in the search for perfection, and perfection which maybe will never arrive, but still I get a lot of external stimuluses and always pushing me to search for something new and something better. So for me, this is extremely important in order to improve me. It's a kind of an harmonic disbalance, and this disbalance is functional to a lot of things because a champion changes over the time, and so a lot of characteristics disappear, some other emerge, and this happens to all the champion. When a champion reaches to a given level at his career, maybe there are some issues, so there's going back to the beginning, and then again a recovery, and all these things are necessary in the sports activities. Talking about football players of today compared to those of the past, how are they now? I just want to mention a quote of Marco Tardelli because impressed me by saying, he was saying this, see, Lorenzo, my mother threatened me because I was spending too much time playing and not studying. Nowadays, mothers kick their children because they do not want to go to football school classes. So the paradigm has changed. So the training timing has changed. The physical training has grown. If you see, for example, the players of Atalanta were close to those of Bayer Leverkusen. They really looked totally different from the physical perspective. When I, for example, were the youngest players, I already see them, they already physically ready for this sport. They have changed physically, really. They are tall and they have a lot of muscles. They are fit and healthy. So going back to school and sports, they must interact continuously. Another thing which Valentina Menzali did, well, she was used to go to school, then she went to competitions. She was always winning. She was there for the championships, and she was always winning. When she was back to school, she was interrogated by the teacher just to punish her because she was not at school those days. This is wrong, of course. School and sport must interact peacefully, of course. So we have to consider sports, which is also taken into account by our constitution, also improving this interaction with the school and social connections also, because the sport is part of the training and educational system, and this is exactly the way we should keep on working. We have to consider all these things, definitely. Gregorio, talking about how training has changed, we were talking about football players. Do you have something to add when talking about something you had to give up due to your career, something you regret you had to set aside due to your career? Well, yeah, there were some moments in my life when I had to make some important choices, of course. I never suffered while making these choices, of course. Swimming was the most important thing in my life, so nobody never forced me to do that. So my wish for, my desire of swimming was my strength, and indeed helped me in taking my choices. A lot of sacrifices, of course. Well, I made a lot of sacrifices, a lot of situations which I experienced, but still I was in peace with myself because I was really willing to swim. Okay, it was just your choice. Yes, of course. Sometimes I was looking at my schoolmates at the high school, going to the university, going out for the Erasmus project, and I was saying, why not me? But still, I was not suffering because if I would have had student life, I would have done all those same things. But swimming gave me a lot of other satisfactions, a lot of other happinesses. So I don't regret pretty anything, I have to say. I learned English by traveling. Of course, you take and you give. In the end, you also had your Erasmus project because you traveled a lot. Okay, so this is great to know. But we read a lot of stories. Like, for example, Agassi's story where these parents pressurize this protagonist. Now, this is why I was asking Gregorio which was his experience. I was talking about now the experience of Agassi while we see all these sportsmen and this sinner again bringing around their own personal willingness to interpret specifically that role, going beyond the parents' decisions. Well, I think it's something interesting to analyze. I also appreciate all those champions which can really keep on having a proper focus on what they do because, all the pressures they receive, they undergo, are nothing compared to their willingness. And it's also a great teaching for all of us if we consider that if, for example, a small gesture of a football player has a lot of other consequences, especially where these football players are well known, publicly known, of course, because they are at the focus of the attention. This also happened to me. I was an actor a few years back. I had 5 million people following me on TV. Once I woke up and I realized that whatever I was doing was the object, the subject of TV news and magazine news and all these things. So I think that we should talk also about this shift, this change, talking about these guys who are out of the blue projected towards a new world where whatever they do is the subject of general chit-chatting, let's say. So, President, the relationship with the outer world is extremely complicated. When we talk about this part of this world, of course, we are talking about sport, but remember that Italy has 3 national newspapers dedicated to sports, which means that, of course, the journalists writing on these 3 newspapers, they needed to fill up the pages with news. So, of course, they have a lot of communication to be done. So maybe this is also why talking about football players, well, in reality, a lot of them are much more ahead because they use social networks, social channels, and there are also a lot of policies for the Olympic Games stating the exact rules to be followed during the Olympic Games, also to avoid strange situations. So of course this is also about the competitiveness among all these people, of course, and if you want to reach a given point in your career, of course, you have to work on your training, nutrition, and a lot of other things. Of course, you have to do a lot of things. So it's a great engagement. It's a broad spectrum engagement, of course. Even in the basket, for example, the training session began 2 years before the matches, and also in the football matches. There's a longer ritual to be followed even before the matches. So a lot of time is dedicated to sport, not just the time of the matches. Gregorio, who is in your reference pantheon? So who is the athlete you are inspired mostly by? I'm talking about sports in general. Okay, you mentioned a few. Well, I was inspired by a lot of sporty men. I've always been loving basket. Kobe Bryant was my idol, of course. for the message he was able to convey, his willingness to play and to always challenge everyone and giving all his best, of course. I always loved him. But a lot of other names, of course, Nadal, Federer, for example. Nadal, maybe, because he is a real fighter, and I've always appreciated this aspect in the sporting man. So I don't just have an ideal sporting man. I have a few names, of course. I love those who keep on fighting till the end. Gregory, just a curiosity, because it's just a few of us. A person like you is still having a secret to dream, maybe something you didn't disclose to the others, let's say. Well, it's a great question. I never met a person without a secret to dream or hidden dream. Well, the difficulty stays in opting for the secret to disclose to you, the dream to disclose to you. Well, I live my dreams on a daily basis. Of course, I'm always in the water aspiring or dreaming something. I still have a lot of willingness to do things. I also have a lot of dreams to make true. But, well, when we talk about swimming, Olympic Games are the most important moment of our career, of course. So working for 4 years for this important moment. So our goal is mainly that. So this will be my fourth participation in the Olympic Game, and this is extremely important compared to other matches. So I really hope the Olympic Games will go well, will be fine. So we really hug you. We hug you through this virtual applause. Thank you so much, Gregorio Paltrinieri, for being with us today. And we know that you have a lot of engagements, so thank you for being with us. We have 40 seconds. So what's your dream? I would like to know yours. You did almost all. You started with the Ragazzi al Muretto movie, then shifting to research, study AI. What's your dream still? Well, there's a dream left, which is that of having a good impact on the community and succeeding in working with soccer, swimming, with all together in order to create a better future for the next generations. So I'm happy to be here. I'm happy for having shared with you my insights, my ideas, and my thoughts. And it was a precious occasion for me, also for having the possibility of discussing with all of you. So, President, what's your dream in the end to conclude? It can also be something which has nothing to do with your work, with your job. Definitely it is. We all have a lot of dreams. The most important is that of seeing our children living and experiencing a life better than ours. And that's not easy. And it's not easy because guys are a bit distracted by this reality full of stimuluses. So thank you so much to Mr. Casini. Thank you, Gabriele Andreoli, President for the Institute for Advanced Studies and Operation. Thank you, Gregorio. Thanks, everybody. We are almost closing this event. Thank you so much to all those who are following us on streaming. So on Rai News 24.it and today.it. And now, while thanking you for having involved me in this marvelous day, I will leave you to the documentary Gira la Moda by Report Writery, talking about e-commerce, post-purchasing, and a lot of other interesting things. It's an extremely interesting documentary talking about sustainability and the costs of second-hand dress in the big production chain. So whatever, of course, we have already mentioned in these 2 days. So which is the cost of our choices. So let's watch it together.